What up, everybody? We got Taj in the building. What up, everybody? Hit that like button, man. Oh man, oh man.
Hey
We got hey, what up, Art? What up,
what
Art,
up,
man?
Q? What up,
Appreciate Art.
Tiff?
Shout out to Art, man. Listen, man. They robbed your boy, man. They robbed your boy on the debate, man. They robbed your boy in the debate on the
Nah,
technicality.
I
I
saw
guess a
that. I saw
loss
that
to
little
Ralph.
debate. Yeah, I
I
saw
got
that
on
little
the tech.
debate with Ralph.
On the technicality, I guess a lot. Your honest opinion, who you feel that won that debate? Was it close? Was it a debatable? Or did I clearly win that?
Well, Ralph at times don't know what he be talking about. So I mean,
Like I
like,
mean, how do you win the debate when you lied about your facts and you brought it up like a couple times and leaning towards it and it was cap? I don't know, man. Listen, the real knows though, right? Regardless of if I technically like, I'm the real you though. Regardless of now, I could take the sturdy L. I don't really care about that. I can take the sturdy L, but I don't care what the result. I didn't lose that one. I just don't. He didn't have no. He didn't have enough. He didn't have any good points. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. My Patriots lost it. We,
uh,
well, how the hell
we were
are
damn
we?
shit. We
How
were
the
this
hell?
close too, man.
How the hell
We
we
were this
shut
close.
down the Bengals? We shut down the Bengals the second
What's good,
half.
Todd? What's good?
What up? We shut
What's
down the
good,
Bengals the
passenger?
second half of the look. We shutting down the Bengals the second half of the game.
Yeah. All right.
We
Oh yeah.
then
Action
run my
Jackson.
we 18 to
Thank you for the
22. What you about to
Thank
Hey,
you
say?
for
Action
what?
Jackson, thank you for giving the Seahawks the L. By the way,
I'm glad you appreciate it, but I don't know, man. We have been playing good football recently. I'm gonna call it that.
Damn, what up, Sweezy, man? The Patriots, man. This year our season is probably most likely
nah,
over
but
with.
thank you for giving them that L though, Action Jackson, because we need them to
I would.
lose.
I think
Hold
what's his
on,
name?
hold on, accept defeat. Accept what you mean accept defeat? I didn't lose that. I didn't lose that. I didn't lose that. Listen, here's the thing. Only two people publicly said that they lost that one, to be fair. So
I just thought it was kind of close, True. To be honest, it was kind of close a little bit. We know
I
you won, but it was kind of close. It just
yeah,
he
I
made a
mean I
few
don't
good
know.
points.
I mean yeah, but yeah, which I'm not denying that, but
But I just felt like he had no energy, man. He sounded like he took him too lightly and shit at
yeah, I
first.
mean okay. Well, that being said though, but who had a better argument? That's the whole thing. Listen, I like I said that cool. Hey man,
He just took him kind of lightly at first,
I
man.
didn't I didn't I didn't take him. I don't think I mean regardless how y'all feel, I took him. I feel like I clearly won that, but like I said before, I'm cool with winning, losing sturdy. It's cool. Like it is what it is. I
But but
lost that
but the
one. I lost
but
that one.
I'm trying to figure out the vote situation. I'm trying to figure out how's Lamont doing
Listen,
it. Is he doing by the
reg-
panel or by the
hey,
chat?
listen. Regardless how it was done, I don't care how the votes was done. Nobody can tell me that he had better. Like, come on, bro. Like I clearly that was more lopsided. That was more like me and Sturdy was a closer battle. That was like really like a damn. Like that was a close one. Like people were like, man.
We know that, but I'm saying
Hmm.
far as the
But the
chat
thing
think
is,
differently, man. The poll think differently.
Man, you got robbed, my boy.
like I don't care like how you feel though that how I did whatever, but saying that he won is a complete cap.
I don't think he. I mean, I don't think he
Because
won.
I
I mean,
rebutted because I had the better rebuttals. For one, first of all, I had the better rebuttals for one. So he brought up the Casey Jones part. It was like, bro, you that's a lie. Casey Jones got drafted 56, yes, but he came in the league at 58. So it's like he brought it up like
Yeah,
multiple times in the debate. So it's
again.
like, how do you win that? Like I don't understand. Like, but you know what I mean? Listen, man. True, come on, bro. Chill.
It's
Listen,
all good, true. Real talk. You need to go over film, go over your film, and then figure out how you get better. You know what I mean?
I don't
Uh,
gotta go on film on that one.
I'm a,
I go back. I
I'm
go
gonna
back
get
to
no
Europe.
real
I
talk,
go
bro.
back.
It's like
Real
real talk,
I'll
true.
watch
Like
yours
you,
again.
no real
I'm
talk,
gonna
true.
say
Like
I'm.
you gotta
Go
look
ahead,
at
sir. My
what we were
bad.
saying, bro. Like you want you could hold on one you could have
I
Mhm.
mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, of course, I could have done better. Most definitely, I could have done better. But in the reality situation, compared to what he did, you get what I'm saying? Compared to what he did, I'm always trying to outdid myself. You know what I mean? I was trying to outdo myself. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
I'm gonna put it like this, bro. Like when you know you going against somebody, you know you got more knowledge than. Just go ahead, put them away. Don't even give them a chance. You know what I'm
I was
saying?
gonna lose. I was gonna lose anyway, though. If
I know
it
you was.
didn't
How you know
matter
you were gonna lose? How you know
because
that?
Well,
look
watch
how
this,
it
true.
was.
Watch this, true. Hey, Sturdy. I know you on mute, Sturdy, but it's Sturdy. If you would have went on ahead and went in on Ralph right away and went on ahead and come with the shit that you know with all the knowledge, would it have been a contest? But you
But
and
here's the
Ralph would that
thing,
even been a thought?
right? But here's the thing, though. He was still saying Ralph still smoked. See, this is why it's like it's weird, right? Because like Sturdy legit was trying to give him the battle, and he was trying. He made it. Now was he Sturdy was legit trying to give him the battle, and he still clearly won.
So you
You
thinking?
get what I'm
So you think
saying?
because of biases? Was you thinking because of
I mean,
bias?
listen,
Was being biased towards you?
go back, look at the Sturdy and Ralph, and Sturdy was trying to give him the battle, and he clearly won. It was like by a landslide, even on the poll.
That's because he took it serious. He took it serious.
no,
What you mean, Sturdy?
no,
What
nigga,
you mean, Sturdy?
hell no, Jackson.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Sturdy
Sturdy
was
did not.
bullshitting.
I was
I know,
bullshitting.
but how what he did it was like
No,
Nah,
but
but
true.
nah, he was
What I'm
trying to give him
saying
a
is
win. He
true.
was
Real
trying to give him
talk,
a win.
true, real talk, bro.
You should have went
Bro.
on and kicked his ass.
Just let the battle go, bro. What I said, but what I'm saying is, bro, you can learn what you did wrong and still better yourself. There's things in that debate, like I was disappointed in the fact that you didn't explain, you didn't really dive deep enough into how Bill impacted the game with his defense. You didn't dive deep enough how that his advice, his schemes, even as a coach, are still being utilized to this day. You know what I mean?
Oh
That's
yeah,
great.
most definitely. I
And that's
could have done that.
remember I
No, I
told
could have.
you.
Well, what
Remember
the
I told
third?
you the stream. I
Yeah.
told you last stream right on this platform. I told you the last stream, which was bro. It's 2020, bro. It's an uphill battle for you because when people look at Wilt versus Bill, they're gonna favor Wilt because of his numbers. You're gonna have to explain Bill Russell's impact on the game.
But you
Could
know
have
it's
talked
funny
about
though,
his
right?
defensive rating and shit
Yeah,
like
like
that.
you could have did
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I could
You
have,
mentioned
but
it.
I could
You
have,
could have
right?
dove
I
deep
could
into
have.
it. That's what I'm
But
saying.
here's the thing. But here's the thing, though. I attacked the point of. I already attacked the point of the fact that he brought his numbers in, and I neutralized the numbers thing because I said, listen, you can bring up numbers if you want to. He has a big drop off in the playoffs. I mentioned that, and it was like, he couldn't respond. He couldn't respond to that.
He did respond. That's why even if you heard some of the people's comments,
But it was a
like
lot. But that was yeah, he did. That was all I mentioned, and that was cap. He said he averaged 13 points a game in the playoffs. That wasn't true.
no,
That's what I'm trying to say though. Like he says things, and he said it was like, bro, it wasn't even true though.
no, you should have hung on that though. You should have,
Yeah,
but like
but
that
you
was the
could
last
have,
one.
but true, you could have just killed him just off his defensive impact alone and brought up those defensive numbers, defensive rating, his win share.
I would have
The
lost
whole,
regardless though. It really didn't matter
No,
though.
you
I would have
wouldn't.
lost regardless.
No, you wouldn't.
I
You got to
I
understand.
lost. He
True, you
did.
got
He didn't. What did he really say?
true. That's why I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like when it's under that format, bro, you got to be aware of okay, who's the audience that you're speaking with. And
I don't really care about that.
because of that, true, you might have to take some time out of your part to explain Bill Russell's impact. But
Hey,
speaking of which,
listen, man.
I'm trying to get
If
Lamar
the
out of here.
crowd,
Get Lamar out of here.
if the crowd is biased and they don't understand, but first let's keep it real. The crowd understands biased, don't understand basketball. That ain't really my problem. I don't really. That's what I'm saying. I don't really care. But I'm always, but like I said before, I asked for a rematch. You see what he said, so I don't really care about it. At this point, I really don't care.
No,
I
I'm
can
just
get
giving
it.
you
I get
pointers.
a rematch.
I'm giving you
People do always
pointers.
go for the underdog. They really do.
Nah, but true, you got to understand too. Just with your history, you take stances that a lot of people not gonna agree with. So you gonna have people on the
Yeah,
map that have that
but that's,
biasness against
No,
but
you.
no,
that's my point.
but
That's
Herm,
just,
to
it proves
count,
my
no,
point
no,
every
no,
time I
don't blame on the bias, bro. You can counteract the bias with a good enough explanation. You just need to
You
put
right
shit.
I
too,
agree.
sir.
I give
You
you.
right
Listen,
about that, sir.
I give
You
you that.
100%
But
correct.
Ralph did not have a good argument or debate though. He legit had a point. He took so long to get to a point. Is like if he really was cooking and was like, okay, he burned out facts after fact after fact, then okay, I would have lost that one. It would have been a lopsided. You know what I mean? I mean, if I didn't do a good job, like I said, if I didn't do a good job, man, he should have clearly won. Then that's what I'm saying. Because I mean, hey, but like I said, I asked for my rematch. He didn't want to take it. That proved my point.
But I
I
seen you
proved my
press
point.
niggas. So I witnessed you press niggas. And I know if you really came with it right away, I know Ralph would not have been able to withstand what you would have came with. You would put your
And I
foot on
went
the neck
first.
right away.
And I went first too. Like I said. Hey, Renegade gonna get cooked. He gonna get cooked. Listen, at the end of the day, Renegade gonna get cooked, bro. All right.
I'm not gonna
Renegade gonna
cap.
get
I'm
cooked.
not gonna cap.
Renegade
True.
gonna get cooked.
When Renegade, listen, bro. Listen, bro. You know this more than anybody. When Renegade in his mode, he has that quote unquote X factor, nigga. So like, on
That's
top of
He got
cute.
that,
the personality.
in real talk, true. Renegade, he's not a capper like that. Like he's really not. Like he knows the
He
fuck he talking.
biased though, but he
So
biased though.
no, what I'm
He
saying.
could
So
be
I'm
He got,
saying
biased.
he got his own language too,
true.
man. It's
What I'm
kind of
saying
hard to
is
follow with him.
exactly that's your point. What Renegade's strength is also could be his weakness. And I'm telling you, Renegade's not a capper, bro. Like he kind of know his shit when you really listen to what I'm saying.
He, he. Listen, I know Renegade, bro. I know Renegade for a
Hey,
long
Sturdy,
time.
renegade a
I
motherfucker,
mean,
though,
you
Sturdy.
just gotta
That's
take
what I'm
your time
saying,
and just
man.
listen. You gotta listen real good what he's saying. He do make sense sometimes. He does. He just
Listen. Renegade getting cooked. Renegade getting cooked Monday, man. He getting cooked Monday. Like I said, listen, and I'm doing this. Listen, man, listen.
What's the
This is
topic?
where you know I'm Kareem versus LeBron James. He getting cooked on that. He getting cooked.
True, man.
He
True,
getting cooked
bro.
on that.
True,
He
man.
getting cooked on that.
No, who you got? Who you got? You got Cream
I
or
got
LeBron?
Kareem. He getting cooked on
Oh,
that.
wait, duh, he got
He
LeBron.
get cooked.
True,
He
bro.
get cooked on that.
True. Do you know how many?
Watch
True.
this.
True.
no,
True.
no.
Do you know how many bars and sayings this nigga got for LeBron? Like,
I got saying, but listen though,
But
listen.
train.
I
He can
got
beat
saying, but
renegade though.
listen. I got sayings too. Though. Listen, you gotta understand though, bro.
But
I
Renegade got a
don't
chance.
listen.
true.
We gonna
Don't try
see.
to beat Renegade at his own style, though. Don't do that,
I'm
bro.
not. I don't have to be. My style is my own style though. People try to copy me though. My style is my style though. My lingo is my lingo. And listen, I don't cap. I don't got cap for LeBron. I don't got to because, like I said, I can rebut. Listen, one thing I can do, I can rebuttal. Nobody can rebuttal better than I can. And hey, point. Listen, so don't. Hey, if he do cap, he do have something that don't put in context. I can't respond to that. So we gonna see.
But when you know you got a good debate, like anybody know the game, you could pick apart all these players. You could find holes in every player that ever played this game. And depending upon the argument and depending upon who you're going against, hell, you can, if you good at it, you can sell certain players better than other
Exactly.
players, even though deep down, we know that player ain't better than that player, but you can fuck around and sell it in a debate. You
Man,
catch the right
Kareem, it's
motherfucker.
Kareem. We talk about
You
Kareem
can
about this
sell that
LeBron, bro.
Kareem shit over LeBron easily. You
I
know
got
what I'm
Kareem.
saying?
I got Kareem over. I got Kareem on LeBron right now. When I did the top 10 list, I had Kareem over LeBron. So
But
hey,
but that's what I'm saying. True. You gotta understand too. this ironically is the year that he's going to pass up Kareem in points, bro. Like there's a lot of psychological things that you gotta
I
play.
already know what he gonna say.
And you already know Kareem don't even get his flowers like that anyway. So that's why I'm telling you.
Gonna say, listen. I'm just gonna go. Listen, I'm just gonna, you know what I mean. Say the best I can. I can't control what this chat do. I don't control what the chat do.
No, but that's not what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying,
I'm gonna have the best debate. I don't really listen. I'm gonna have the best debate. I can't control what the chat say. Renegade can't see me, bro. End of the day, Renegade
I
going to
like that
you
taking that challenge though for going with Kareem, and I like that. I like that.
Bro, listen. The point is this though. The point is this though.
It's gonna be hard though. I like that though.
I'm gonna win regardless though. I'm gonna have the bet. I can't control what the chat say or the panel say. I can't control that. All I can
But
control
you know, a lot of people LeBron
argument.
James fans too, man.
I
That's why
don't
LeBron
care.
James.
I don't care.
You
I
ain't
don't
gotta,
care though.
no, but look though, Ashley Jackson, you don't have to worry about that though. Like end of the day, yes, most people would have a consensus to say LeBron is better than Kareem, but depending on who the debater is, and depending on the knowledge of the game that you have, just because of the knowledge of the game that True the King have, he make it win over people basically saying why Kareem is better than LeBron. In debates, it ain't all about
because if you talk about LeBron James going to pass Kareem in all time scoring, you gotta talk more about that, bro. They've been playing a long career. You gotta talk about more than that. You gotta talk more than that now. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's really
You got to
it's
talk
really 3
basketball.
minutes for a debate. Is that really enough time to do a debate? 3 minutes? Why can't it go for 5 minutes?
You gotta talk about.
Oh yeah, that's enough time. In my
listen,
opinion, it should be like 2.5, 3 minutes anyway. But 2 minutes, you should be able to get your shit off in 2 minutes.
Renegade don't got enough time for 2 minutes, bro. That's why I'm listening. He don't have enough time. He don't got enough time for two. Listen, he don't got enough time, bro. That's what I'm saying.
I put it like this. He already beat you in the face off. He already beat you.
He didn't beat me. He was cutting me off. He didn't beat me no face off or nothing.
That's the face off, True.
No,
what
he didn't. He didn't beat me. No, first of all, he was just saying a lot of shit. First of all, he was just saying a lot of things that didn't make no sense.
True.
If you go back, how he
won? And you watch fights, bro.
He did not win no face off, bro. He did not win no face off.
He did win the face off.
Listen.
Did you see the ending of Lamar's stream today?
No, I had to take a call and shit, so I
oh my god!
What happened?
Just go back and watch the last 20 minutes, bro. That shit.
But here's the thing though, Renegade. But here's the thing though about Renegade though, right? Renegade did that when he got to overtalk somebody. He got to talk. So listen, you got to listen. You can't overtalk me when it's my time to talk.
True, I get you. But I'm just saying that face off. That's cute. That face off, he got you, bro. That's all I'm saying.
He really didn't get me, bro. Listen. The pressure's on him. I don't really care. Listen.
No, the pressure on you. This is first time debating.
The pressure's not on me, bro. I'm gonna win listen, I'm not losing. The pressure ain't on me. I'm gonna do what I do. He don't know more the game more than I do.
Nah, but true. I'm gonna tell you when I started saying the pressure is on you, because for the most part, people do regard you as a guy that know basketball, and most people with a consensus will say that you know more than Renegade. So the pressure is on you in this.
Nah, it really not no pressure, because at the end of the day, I know more than Renegade, and I'm going to beat Renegade. Renegade could be the best he could do. The only thing Renegade could do is make it close. It's the only thing Renegade could do, and have the people vote for him. But like I said before, I don't care about no pain. I don't care about the results. I'm gonna smoke Renegade, and like I said, Ralph know like I said, the point is this though. I want my opponent to know that you lost. That's all. It is what it is. When you battle me, you know you lost. It is what it is. You know that blood was drawn. You know that, okay, dang, that was I survived. When you in a debate with me. So regardless of whatever the polls say, the panel say, I'm gonna win. I know I won. I'm gonna win. Simple as that. That's all what it is. Like I say, we can debate anytime, any place right now. Listen, Renegade, nobody called Renegade out, I called you out. Now we battling Monday. The pressure on you now. We never seen you in this setting before. I can lose. Listen, I don't give a fuck. I lose. Because the day I may get cheated anyway. I'm still debate.
Nah, Kool-Aid. That's big facts. Objectively, real talk. Like, depending how you how your criteria is, like the GOAT should really be between only 4 people, bro. It should be between Bill, Kareem, LeBron, and Jordan, bro. Those are the 4 niggas. You could say Wilt in terms of individually, but because it's a team game,
what about Tim Duncan?
Team as much as those guys.
What about Tim Duncan?
Tim Duncan is my number 5 for me. Like to me, he's right above Wilt, but he don't have his peak is not as high as Kareem's, LeBron's, or Jordan's, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Listen, here's the thing though. The question is, Renegade talks a good game. He can talk shit about Michael Jordan, but he can't talk. This is not Michael Jordan, bro. I would debate Michael Jordan, hey, he may have a case.
And I'm not gonna lie. True, he would just roast. The way he would have roasted Jordan, it would just distract.
I'm not. Yeah,
it'd be funny as hell if he roasted Jordan. Though.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Yeah. But Sturdy, do you see my point though? Like, if you just know the game completely, like you may have your belief that a certain player better than another player, but if you know the game, you can fuck around and convince the people that this certain guy better than this player just off your knowledge.
It's more so. I do agree with you, but True can follow this analogy. It's about how you is at the end of the day. Surf said this shit. It's about how you rap. You have the better pen, you can have the better writer, you got the better bars. At the end of the day, once you get on that stage, it's about how you rap. Once you get on that panel, it's about how you debate. So that's What I'm saying is just like a battle rap, right? It's not about who really has the better argument. It's really who portrays the better argument.
Yeah. They gotta sell it. They gotta sell it.
The funny thing is though, Renegade can't perform better than me. He may have delivery. True. He can't perform better than me. He can't perform better than me. Listen, my thing is the performance. I don't have to try to perform though. The Renegade has to try to do that. I don't have to try to do that. I'm not even necessarily a pin dude. I'm a well-rounded person. I can freestyle. I can rebuttal. I can perform. I got the lingo. What do we want to do? What we talking about? He can try to perform a shit with me, you're gonna lose. Simple as that. Try to perform with me, you're gonna lose. Everybody that try to perform against me, they're gonna lose. Look at SB. Try to perform with me, he lost. You gotta have some substance when you battle against me.
No, Drew. True. You like Edge, right? You like Edge. You like the wrestler Edge, bro. Like you was a champion. You know your shit. You're a good ring technician, but Edge. It just when he comes across like guys who can talk, like a John Cena or Rock or something, he shut the fuck up. He shut the fuck up. He just let his wrestling do the talking. So just you know what I'm saying? Like
I'm Chris Jericho, nigga. I'm Chris Jericho, nigga. I'm a dad. I'm Chris Jericho. Hey, listen.
He underrated.
Hey, listen.
I'll give you that.
Listen. I can adapt, bro. Listen. End of the day, I'm well rounded. Like I said, every point. Listen. The points I'm going to say, the fact can he rebuttal the shit I'm going to say? I don't think he can. I don't think he can rebuttal what I have to say. I can rebuttal what he going to say because he going to sit there and cap and say because he going to cap by LeBron. He going to cap for him. He going to cap for him. Let's believe that. He going to cap for him.
Listen, man. All right.
I'm gonna sell. Listen, this is going to be a good one. I'm selling the fight. I'm the jaw. I'm the A side. At the end of the day, what they talking about? X Jackson's top. What they talking about, man? Wait, this is Renegade. This is Renegade. Listen. Oh, nobody want to debate Renegade.
To me, you go whoop Renegade ass. To me, you go whoop his ass. But that's just me. That's just my opinion on.
Renegade gonna come with some heat. I think he gonna come with some heat, but it ain't gonna be enough.
Renegade funny as fuck though.
Yeah, you got to have more than jump. But here's this is my point. I don't care about who to say in the panel in the chat going to say. I don't really care. The work going to speak for itself. If he wins off of jokes, I can't do anything about that. Cause I thought we talking about basketball. If we talking about a comedy session, or we gonna talk about basketball? You know what I mean?
Renegade though, he don't even try to be funny sometimes. He
just the way he talks, man. That's the way he is.
He's just a natural. He one of them natural entertainers. He a natural entertainer. You know what I'm saying?
Man. And I'm an entertainer too.
What is
He
Renegade from?
He
Is he from
He
like
from New
Georgia or something like
Orleans.
that?
He from New Orleans.
Okay,
But,
I think from like Tennessee or something. But all right,
No, that's
you don't got
crazy.
okay. This ain't Michael Jordan, bro. This ain't Michael Jordan. Listen, this is something that this is outside your realm. You can't cook Michael Jordan, bro. You can't cook Michael Jordan, bro. See, this is
so
listen. I
hold
did
up.
this for a reason. This I did this.
Oh,
I did
shit,
this.
man.
I did this for a
Bro, I'm
reason.
not
This
gonna
is outside
lie.
your
I'm
realm.
not gonna lie. Like, I never heard nobody roast Jordan like Renegade though. Like that
I,
shit. His technique is impeccable. His defense is impregnable. Like that shit is
He
wild.
When
ain't
was
got
that
this?
look. That look.
Hey,
That looks.
when was this?
he ain't got
That.
LVZ though.
Oh,
I mean,
LVZ.
him and
Oh my
LCV, I
God,
get you,
no.
but
That'd be
they
crazy.
both
That'd be
be
cool.
killing. They both be riding, bro.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
He
You know what I
got
mean?
his own lingo. You know what I mean? He got his own way of speaking.
Man, LVZ funny in the motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying? I can't like guys with that type of charisma. I can't beat niggas like that. I ain't know. I gotta be a content creator. I ain't there in my life yet, not yet. So like, nah.
But
Hey,
Shorty, you good
listen,
with
man.
man. Shorty, you like Bret Hart, man. Never sure you like Bret Hart. You like the technician.
Yeah,
You know what I
either
Man,
mean?
Bret
look,
Hart, Kurt
man,
Angle, or
listen.
Randy Orton. Either one
Like
of the
that's
three.
you, man. You like the
Hey,
technician.
listen,
You know,
listen, man,
that's you.
listen, man, listen. Like I said before, man, I'm on a mission, bro. You see the debates I'm in. This is back to back. These are back. These are like I don't listen, bro.
True,
I got
that's
stuff
true.
lined
I'm not
up.
gonna lie. Depending how that renegade debate go, I might need to call him out. Real talk. I might need to get him out of here before the year's over.
What
Because
time that
here's the
debate
thing.
start tomorrow?
Monday, like 4. I don't know.
Um,
I'm gonna be there though. I'm free. I'm gonna
yeah,
be there.
four.
Sturdy, who you really want to go against though, Sturdy?
Lamont.
Ooh.
I think you'll get Lamont though.
I need my rematch with Sturdy and Ralph because since I lost to Ralph, I need my rematch against them. I need my
I'm gonna
rematch
ask that
against.
question.
I don't know.
But see,
I
people don't catch on to Lamont though. Sturdy Lamont,
No. That's the point, Herm.
he real slick, man.
No. That's the part, Herm. Like I already cracked the code. I already know how to like, and that's why you noticed at the end I was like, hey Lamont, you want to do KD versus Hakeem?
Yeah, you know.
Huh?
Yeah.
Nah, we gotta shut it down. Because
Yeah,
because he can't for some reason, and this is what Lamont fucked up. For some reason, you can bash the 90s era, whatever, right? But it's just certain players in every era. There's like, no, it just don't work. Hakeem is one of them dudes. It just
he
don't
hate the
work.
king.
Yeah.
He hate that nigga for some
It
reason.
just don't work. So I'm gonna get him out of here.
But
Yeah,
but not. But
Give
see, I
me
find
your
it.
top 5 debaters.
But
Who's the best debaters? Yeah, I feel like the best one.
True, the King. That's 3. So you know,
True, Duck King.
I
man,
gotta go
like
with Bang. Hey, Bang's up there, man. Bang's probably one of the best ones up there. Bang.
who?
Bang.
Bang killed Mookie. Bang killed Mookie
so,
though. Bang don't even how many debates? How
salute to
many?
Bang, but his weaknesses in Bang though. Salute to
You said
him.
what?
Though.
Bang only had one debate though.
I think he
If
had
I'm
more than one
mistaken.
debate.
Mookie. I don't know.
Mookie was really the only real debate. Like for us had a format.
You did smoke Mookie. You did smoke shit
But
out.
I
You did
think
smoke Mookie.
Sturdy. I
Yeah,
think
he
Sturdy.
did some movies.
I think Sturdy a great debater because he knows the game and he's
Sturdy
great.
is up there.
Was on top of it.
I
Sturdy
told
is
you, man,
up
he
there.
Bret
What up?
Hart, man.
So you
Sturdy's
gotta
Bret Hart. He
you
got
really
it, man.
you really got to
He gonna
come
pass.
with it. You really got to come with it with Sturdy. Like if I know I'm gonna go against Sturdy, like damn, I just can't talk off the dome. I love to talk off the dome, but I know if I'm going against Sturdy, damn, I gotta come with some shit. I gotta do some studying the night before. I gotta
Man,
go in
I'm doing my
to
research.
try
I'm
to
doing my
count
research right.
what he gonna bring to the table.
I'm doing my research right now.
Yeah,
I'm
if
doing
I
my
know I'm
research right
going
now.
against Sturdy,
All
I
is
gotta do
about
some
is
study.
like the real talk, like the best era of mainstream sports. It was the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yep.
That era, it was entertaining and information and educational. You know what I mean? So it's like that's what I'm trying to do. Like, there's a lot of entertaining niggas on this motherfucker, but like I hate the
True.
way there's no credibility. Like Bees put it perfect. There's no credibility. So like the only way you can be credible is for you to have more critical thought into it. And that's the thing. Everybody don't gotta agree. That's the beauty of it. Everybody don't have to agree, but be consistent with your criteria. so that way you can be credible. You know what I'm saying? Like if the point is like if I want information from the Celtics or Patriots, I'm going to True because he's credible. Even though he's biased, he's still credible because he's showing a line of consistency.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the only, and the best way to do that, Herm, is to bring empirical facts. like niggas can't just say anything about a player because no, we're on the internet. There's resources like we can do stats, we do clips, we do concepts, whatever you want to do, nigga. Like
you hear that? You hear that, renegade? You hear that, renegade?
You hear that?
I know. Listen, I'm prepared. Listen, man. Cause I called renegade out for a reason.
If I know I'm going against you though, I know I had to be on my A game. I know I can't bullshit. Cause me, honestly, I like to troll a little bit. I like to get in a nigga head. I like to piss a nigga off. Cause I know I don't get mad at none of this shit. Like you control me, I ain't gonna get mad at that shit. Cause I'm good at trolling too.
Curry like the student of the game, man. He definitely know his shit.
Yeah, but I know it's sturdy though, so I won't get embarrassed. I'm gonna have
somebody
with numbers. I'm gonna
Switch said somebody they pull up podcast. He can get it too. Listen, bro, I'm with all.
Oh yeah, BJ played overseas though. BJ played ball overseas. He's a good one.
And that's the thing, Herm. That's niggas need to understand this, bro. Like I'm gonna be straight up with you. I don't hoop. I never played organized basketball in my life. It's not my sport. However, nigga, it's debate, bro. Like facts are facts at the end of the day.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like playing the game, niggas need to understand playing the game is completely different from explaining the game. It's just two different skills.
True. That's 100% true now.
There's a reason why, bro. There's a reason why, like all the great players that try to be coaches, most of them niggas fail.
Yep.
You can think of like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it takes a level of patience, understanding, and realize and also real talk explanation for you to coach or just simply explain the game. Most great players don't have patience to do it because they like fuck it. I can't explain this shit to you. I'm just doing it. I'm just showing you.
Yeah, facts. Yep. But yeah, and then I'm battling Hitman. Not this upcoming week, but the next week after this. I'm battling Hitman. I'm a smoke Hitman. Shout out to Hitman, but that's
gonna be a good one too, though.
I'm a smoke Hitman. Listen, so I've been on a tear. Basically, I'm going on a tear. Basically.
Hey, true. I something pop up on my goddamn YouTube just popped up on me right away, man. It's a shit with you a ticket a couple years ago, man.
Oh yeah.
Got the beer.
They trying to jump me. They trying to jump me. They trying to jump me.
They trying to jump me. Bald-headed evil. The bald-headed evil.
Listen, I was tripping when that nigga said he'll put Steph Curry over that nigga. I was like, ooh, at 2 years ago, we ain't talking about now. But 2 years ago, that nigga said he'll put Steph.
Hey, listen. That Spider versus Booker gonna be crazy. Y'all ain't listening. Listen. Don't try to listen, bro. I really know basketball, man. Y'all really think, I don't like to talk about Celtic stuff? Okay. We gonna see. And
I'm not gonna lie, Drew. I'm surprised that you chose. I'm surprised that you did Spider versus Booker. I'm surprised.
And Spider got an argument. I said, but I always said this, and I said this. Listen, this began this season. I said, listen, Donovan Mitchell he has a case to be the best shooter going to league right now.
For months, True has been trying to push this narrative that Jaylen Brown's better than Donovan Mitchell, right? For months, right? So he called Donovan Mitchell a failed franchise player. And it was his idea to we're gonna debate Donovan Mitchell versus Devin Booker only because he know how Hitman feels about Devin Booker. He knows how he feels.
I could have Jaylen Brown would have been way too easy.
But look though, True with Spider though, you gotta look at it as a rookie, nigga. He put out Paul George, Russ, and Melo.
Listen. I don't got listen, man. We ain't gonna listen. I already know what that shit. Listen. We gonna see, man. We gonna listen.
And aggressive. Was that then he had the legendary series against Denver? They just fell short. But him and Jamal Murray, shit. If it was them two, Jokic was cool, but he wasn't the man.
I did call him a failed franchise player. Hey, no word. Listen, technically he's playing well right now for the Cleveland Cavaliers. I mean, hey, what will I say? Because I don't be honest with you, depending on how Evan Mobley develops, I don't think he's gonna be the franchise player for that long. Depending on how he develops. So I mean, technically, it ain't gonna be his fault, but how good Evan Mobley plays. But
Cleveland are a dark horse, though. They are a dark horse in the East. They are a dark horse in the East.
Hey, listen. I said Donovan Mitchell for a reason. You know what? I could have. You know what? We gonna let's do that. I could have said Jaylen Brown. That would have been too easy. That'd been too easy. And then it's like it's another Celtics topic. You know, that's people that's gonna be the narrative, right? Only talk about Celtics topic, even though that's not true. I only had 3 Celtics debates. Like my first
Sturdy, what you think of Cleveland though? You think Spider gonna make it to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time?
I just realized, Herm, you just enlightened something for me, bro. I just realized it's not just the Cavs, it's also the Nets and the 76ers. Them dudes, the way, think about it, because they're not going to catch. I just think Milwaukee and the Bucks, Celtics and the Bucks, they're going to be top 2. They're going to be top 2 teams in the East.
You got Spider over Tatum. That's crazy.
But between Cleveland Nets and remember, one of those teams have to play one another in the first round. And another thing too, they can throw off the whole second round matchups.
Hell yeah.
Because it's 1 versus 4 and it's 2 versus 3 if they win their first rounds.
You know what I'm saying? Cleveland a dark horse in that shit to me. I think it's what Bickerstaff.
I don't think they're dark. I don't think they're dark. I wouldn't say they're a dark horse though, because everybody knows
but they're real young though.
I'm not even gonna lie, bro. I don't know why. Philly might do something this year.
Philly can say Philly maybe.
They can do something this year. Real talk. Like the problem is with Philly, they can't. If you force them out of their game, they can't adapt. That's Philly's
problem. I don't think they can sustain that in the playoff series.
No, they can play that style. That style of play they play now actually works in the playoffs.
No, I'm saying like they can't sustain that. I'm not saying they can't do it.
You think they'll be consistent with Shake Milton and make sure Shake Milton get good minutes though?
I think so. Because I think they're starting to realize, if you've been seeing now, even with Maxey out, they've been doing a good job of putting Tobias Harris in good spots. So now he's not doing as much ISO. So and because of that, like low key, I'm saying that because Tobias Harris at times he becomes a ball stopper, and that actually takes away from other touches from Shea Milton. It's not Harden. Harden set everybody up, and when Embiid gets double, he does give the ball up. Even though he might turn the ball over, he still give it up.
So hold on. So head to head makes him a better player than Tatum. I don't know when they start doing that. So so Chris Jackson, aka Marif, Abdul Aruf was better than Michael Jordan. And what year was that? Like 90. What year was that when the Denver Nuggets beat the Bulls twice in the same season? Was that 72 intensity? Was that 96?
It gotta be 95, 96 season.
Mm-hmm.
So like, was he better than Michael Jordan? I mean, I don't like. Come on now, like we doing that. Like, come on, if he was better.
By the way, he was a dog.
But the East is better.
Akeem was better than Michael Jordan in the mid '90s. Like, come on, bro.
Hey, at this conversation though.
I'm just saying. I'm just using his logic though. If we going off head-to-head matches, like, come on, bro. I shouldn't have lost that debate then. Huh?
Hey, but true. I ain't gonna lie though. Cleveland is a bad matchup for y'all though.
Now the toughest matchup honestly is the Milwaukee though. That's the toughest matchup.
The problem with y'all, true, and y'all got 50 more games to shake this off, but like y'all still got bad habits in terms of like if y'all don't run your initial offensive set, y'all revert to y'all settle for jump shot isolation ball. And y'all gotta be more resilient than that. Y'all gotta.
I mean, we getting better at that. That's just we getting better at that. I mean, like I said before, it's early on the season, and we try and fix that. You know what I mean? We getting better at it now. You know what I mean? If you look at it from last year to now, it ain't as bad as it used to be. You know what I mean? So it is getting better. I'm seeing progress at it. So that's what I want to see.
Because against teams that can show a big forward against y'all and have rim protection, it always gives Jason Tatum problems. If you notice that.
So, like I said, Cleveland, like I said, Cleveland is a big team though. But the thing is about Cleveland, they don't got enough perimeter defenders. Yeah, they got the rim protectors, but they don't got enough perimeter defenders. The thing about Milwaukee, the reason why Milwaukee gave us problem is they're an all-round defensive team. You know what I mean? You got Drew Holiday, you got Javon Carter, Chris Middleton. You know what I mean? Plus the rim protectors of Brook Lopez and Giannis. You know what I mean? That's you know what I mean. That's always gonna give us problems.
Oh, and
that's what I'm saying.
Market
like
it
Philly,
out.
that's what,
Market it out.
No,
Sabonis. My bad. Sabonis.
Yeah, but I seen that his hand. But the thing is, like I said, don't get it twisted. Brooklyn, Philly, they can probably push it, maybe even 7 games, depending on the situation, right? But I still just believe the Celtics are better, just a notch better than those teams. Just because it's a certain matchup they don't give this. Like Bucks just gives us they just got, you know what I mean? They just, you know what I mean? They just you got Drew Holiday. Like that was and them having Drew Holiday on that team. What up, BJ? Them getting Drew Holiday to begin with, even a couple years ago, was a big move for them. You know what I mean? Up like a perfect guy they needed. They get to the championship level they is now, and you know what I mean, being a championship team. So they got Chris Middleton, a well-rounded wing. I mean, you know what I mean. I think Cleveland Sixers and Brooklyn missing. They need a couple more pieces.
I think Cleveland. There's some wings they can get. They can either get. They can trade for Jay Crowder. They can get Cam Reddish. They can get
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Though speaking of Jay Crowder too, I sent it in the chat and on Twitter. There's some team. There's some executives I hate the
Oh, you got sources?
Anonymous executives. It was like some was put out there saying that Jay Crowder teams don't like the fact that Jay Crowder hold out. Anonymous executive. So I don't have. I'll see it in chat on Twitter. You know, Todd. You know what I'm talking about, right, Todd?
Yeah.
Salute, y'all.
So I didn't let
Salute, BJ.
nobody.
My boy Pull Up
What up, BJ? Got
Podcast.
BJ. Got Pull Up in the bill. What up, Pull Up? PJ in the building.
What up?
Good. I'm the one that said. That's the one I said. Donovan Mitchell. I'll take him over Tatum.
Y'all don't know about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just said the head because that's what we have right now. But if you look at their whole career, I mean, yeah, Tatum went to 3 conference finals and the NBA finals. But I just think overall player, I think Mitchell, I like his mindset over Tatum. I like what he brings to the table a little bit more than Tatum.
I mean, the what he brings to the table. I mean, Donovan Mitchell was a hell of a player. He's on the one thing about Donovan Mitchell, he put a lot of effort on the court. I just feel though he didn't like playing in Utah or whatever. Which I mean, we all can go back and forth on how he conducted himself, whatever. But he's in a better situation. He's happier. Look how he's playing. But same time though, even in the bad situations that Jason Tatum has been in, you see him, you know what I mean, go all out. You know what I mean, play the best he can do. You know what I mean. He didn't blame people or make excuses. You know what I mean.
So let me ask you this question.
Do that.
So let me ask you this question. So first, we know Jason Tatum had the luxury of having Kyrie Irving and Jaylen Brown, 2 quality players, 2 All-Stars. Can you tell me the guy Mitchell, as far as in Utah, who he played with, who matched them offensively? Those 2 players that Jason Tatum had.
I'll give you that. Like Jason Tatum played with better players. I don't think nobody's going to argue that. But the problem is this though. Since Jason Tatum been on the Celtics, he's shown to be one of those guys. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. I mean, if you put Donovan Mitchell in them same situations, he's not going to be better than Kyrie Irving. You know what I mean? He would probably be in the same situation as Jason Tatum was. People forget, like, you know what I mean? Like Jason Tatum was a rookie, and you had what up, Tiffany Rose? You had Gordon Hayward. I mean, well, he started the rest of the year because Gordon Hayward got hurt his first year, but still, I mean, Jason Tatum was a rookie, helped lead the Celtics team his first year to the conference finals.
Right. So you know how much Jason Tatum averaged in his career?
What, like 20? It's like 23 top of my head.
21.7. Donovan Mitchell averaged 24.
That was impressive.
Mitchell, because what happened, you got to look at what happened when he came to Utah. Gordon Hayward was their franchise player. He leaves and goes to Boston with Tatum. They give the franchise right over to Donovan Mitchell. He shows right out the gate his rookie season, what Herm just alluded to. You eliminated 3 Hall of Famers in Paul George, Carmelo Anthony, and then Russell Westbrook. That alone right there put him in a category that very few are in. The problem with Mitchell is he started off too fast. And this is why I put him over Devin Booker, who didn't make the playoffs until his 5th season. People forget what Donovan Mitchell did coming into the league, never missing the playoffs. Yes, he had some stretches where he did not play well, had bad and inefficient shooting series, but you got to look at like he didn't get the opportunity to have to, go through growing pains because he started off way too fast. So that's what he's done. The only person I think probably started off just as fast as him is Luka Doncic around that 24, 26-year-old age.
So that being said, okay, we take away team success, then why does Jason Tatum individually have accomplished more than Donovan Mitchell? When Donovan Mitchell got the keys earlier than Jason Tatum did.
So you say, and if they both 3-time All-Stars, right? Jason Tatum got 2-time All-NBA, which I don't even really go. The All-NBAs to me, and it's just my opinion, you can take it how you want. They're more so media awards. I don't really take that as an account of like who's the better player, but they're both 3-time All-Stars. So individually, what does Jason Tatum have over Donovan Mitchell?
I mean, he's a better scorer.
You think he's a better scorer than Mitchell?
He's not a way better scorer than Donovan Mitchell, but he's a better scorer.
He's a better. How is he a better scorer? How is he a better scorer?
I mean, we can look what he's averaging now. Just look at. Here's the thing. He's doing, and Jay Tatum averaging that with another dude is averaging 27 points a game. So picture him with a situation where he was in a situation that had to take more shots.
Well, you do know that Mitchell averages more assists too.
Listen, he's a better player. I give you that he's a better passer. Cool, he's a better passer, but Jay Tatum can pass too. He's a better passer, but everything else is not even close.
So, okay, if we look, go ahead, man.
In terms of their production, from an average standpoint, it's about to say this year at least, like Donovan Mitchell's doing 28.9 points per game on 59% efficiency. When you got Jason Tatum, he's doing 30 points per game on 54% efficiency. So it's about the same. It's about the same production.
I mean, if you look at the odd test too, like Donovan Mitchell to me is a better three-tier scorer. Donovan Mitchell can score on all three. I'm not saying Jason Tatum can't, but the thing about Tatum, he takes a lot of long outside threes. He's not as aggressive to the basket as Donovan Mitchell. As far as being an explosive finisher, Mitchell's a more explosive finisher at the rim.
I mean, why does Jason Tatum go to the free throw line more than Donovan Mitchell do?
No, I said explosive. That's not my saying.
I'm just saying if Jason Tatum is going to the line, he's going to the hole more efficiently than Donovan Mitchell is.
Are you saying he's shooting higher from the line? I think Donovan Mitchell's shooting 88% from the free throw line.
No, I'm not saying who's a better free throw shooter. I'm saying Jason Tatum is going to a line at a higher rate than Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell shoot more jump shots than Jason Tatum.
Would you agree though he's a more explosive finisher, a better finisher at the rim?
He got the numbers on it. I mean, listen, he's more athletic.
So in regards to 3-point shooting, or in regards to 3-point shooting, Donovan is about the same. If you really want to dive deep into it, is really Donovan Mitchell on the slight edge because he technically is more efficient, at least off the dribble with his 3-pointers. And in regards to finishing right now this season, Jason Tatum is a slightly better finisher, but in terms of their career, it's actually the same, if not favorable towards Doc.
But
Yeah,
Mitchell's a better scorer in his whole career, and also, this season, Tatum.
I mean,
is having a better. He's having a more higher. He's a higher. He has a higher. Go ahead.
But I don't want to say how. Okay, he's a better scorer. Listen, you know how hard it is to Jason Tatum. Listen, when you got another dude that's averaging over 25 plus points per game on your team, that is more difficult to do to compare with Donovan Mitchell has scored on a team he's been on. What other dynamic scorer that Donovan Mitchell ever played with in his career? That's one person.
Well, that was my original point. That's my original point, though. Like, that's why I say it's more impressive what Mitchell's done with what he's had. And now he has a guy like a Derek. You see what he is when he has another player of his caliber. Because for years, people kept saying Donovan Mitchell's inefficient, he's a shot jacker, he's all this. I said, listen, with the team he has around him, you need to put a team that's more inclined to his playing style. His field goal percentage will go up. And look at what we've seen this first year with Cleveland. They're a top seed in the Eastern Conference, and they're looking very, very admirable against the Boston Celtics. I would actually take them to beat the Celtics in a 7-game series. I think they're a bad matchup for them.
Before we get into that, in addition to that, right, to your point, true, yes, he's doing it with another guy who's averaging 26. However, when you look at the entire team for both guys, the shot distribution is about the same. So yes, even though you have 2 20-point plus per guys, right? But people forget Darius Garland is also responsible for more points than Jaylen Brown. Even though Jaylen Brown is averaging more points, Darius Garland assists on more points as well. So to supplement his 20-point scoring, in addition to the fact that there's three other guys from both teams that's averaging double digits, and 2 guys on the bench for each team that's averaging almost 10 points, the shot distribution is about the same.
But here's a problem with that, though. Here's the problem with that. You have Jason Tatum always has to share the ball with more dynamic scorers than Donovan Mitchell and still put up the same production.
No, but that's what he just said this year. I'm saying more people. Period. It's not just Jaylen Brown. He just played with. He played with Kemba Walker's. He played with Kyrie Irving's, and still put up a hell of production. And speaking of the teammates, whatever case may be, Jason Tatum first year, Kyrie and Gordon Hayward did not play in the playoffs. And Jason Tatum helped lead that team to the AC Conference Finals. And you talk about, okay, he beat 3 Hall of Famers, or whatever case may be. Okay, Carmelo wasn't his prime, but still, okay, I give you that. Paul George, Westbrook, I give you that. But you also have they wasn't supposed to beat the Milwaukee Bucks. True, I'm be honest with you. I'm just saying, if I'm going to argue,
how old was Carmelo Anthony when that he was 30? Was he 32?
He wasn't his prime, though. I give you that, though.
He was 33.
He was at the downhill of his prime, but he still was a valuable player.
And Paul George and Westbrook was there. But here's the thing, true. If I'm going to argue Jason Tatum is better than Donovan Mitchell, right, which I do agree with you, I'm not going to start with scoring because that's the one place. That's the one place where this shit is debatable. Who got more 50-point, 60-point games at that point? Hey, you want playoffs or regular season?
I mean, we talking about in general. But he had to play.
Donovan Mitchell.
He's a more. I think Donovan Mitchell's a more explosive scorer.
Hold on, but
I think Mitchell's a more explosive scorer.
To be fair, though, he did that one time in that one series. He did that multiple times.
True. Please don't. True. Don't.
He did that one time against Denver.
Mitchell's he's a more explosive scorer than Tatum. Tatum gets a lot of his points in the first half anyway. Mitchell, I think he's a more explosive scorer in the clutch. I think he's a more clutch scorer.
The clutch is like the same. The clutch isn't the same, though. How many 50-point games did Jason Tatum Donovan Mitchell has? How many he got?
Don't look it up.
How many he got, though?
I'm asking, do you want playoffs or regular season?
I want everything.
He has 5.
But that doesn't go up what scoring is. Scoring is about how many points you can rack up in bunches.
We're going about everything.
That's not.
Like, we're going about everything. How many 50-point games?
So yeah, he has
we don't have none. He has none in the regular season. He got 2 in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but But that doesn't define what a better score is.
But this is the
So
point.
honestly, okay, Donovan Mitchell is definitely the more explosive player. But the way Tatum gets his buckets, I wish he would operate more in the mid post.
I think Jason Tatum score. I think Jason Tatum score
to answer your question, in totality, Donovan Mitchell has 6 total 50-point games, both playoffs and regular season. Jason Tatum has 5. I mean, yeah.
He has 5. It should be 6, but he has a 4. He has like.
But I'm not even just going by it. I'm just saying by the eye test. It's just Mitchell's a better scorer than Jason Tatum.
No, that's not by the eye test. It doesn't show that, bro. Like niggas not gonna check. Donovan Mitchell was a great scorer, but he's not a better scorer than Jason Tatum. If Jason Tatum was in Cleveland,
once again, if I'm arguing if Jason Tatum's better, I'm not starting with the category which is debatably close.
Yeah, he's a better scorer.
I'm talking about this is the general consensus. He's a better scorer. It don't matter what my opinion is. It don't matter what anybody's opinion on this panel. General consensus will have Jason Tatum as a better scorer for one. 2, when it comes to every other thing about the game of basketball,
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. The general consensus that's not true. I'm telling you, no, it's not. It's not.
Yes, it is, bro.
Let's go with the defense.
The defense, Donovan Mitchell was a great scorer, but come on, Jason Tatum. Like when you talk about, if you go on talking about Jason Tatum scoring, it's gonna be barely people gonna say Donovan Mitchell. But the point, regardless whatever case it is, Jason Tatum's not a way better scorer, so it don't matter. But the point is, when it comes to everything else in the game of basketball, it's not even close. Yes, Donovan Mitchell is a better.
Let's talk about the defensive end. Let's talk about the defensive end.
He's way better defensively. Not even close.
So hold on. So this notion that Tatum became a great defender. When did this happen?
Like last year, but he's always been a good above average defender though. He's never been a
okay. So how do you feel about Mitchell's defense?
It's average at best. You can
So let me break this down. So going back to Mitchell in college, he was all defensive team in college, right? At Louisville.
That's in college though, bro.
But he has the I'm saying he has the capability of being a really high end defender. This season, he's actually taken his defense up, and this goes back to what I was saying about what he was in Utah. Part of the reason why he didn't spend so much energy on the defensive end because he has so much offensive responsibility. And the perimeter guys on Utah were so horrific on defense that if he tried to put energy on the defensive end, it would suffocate him on the offense. Now that he's on Cleveland and he has guys like Jared Allen, Evan Mobley in that backcourt, that front court, he's putting more energy on the defensive end. Donovan Mitchell's a above average defender.
No, he's not.
He has the quickness. He has the quickness and the lateral quickness to be above average defender. Yes, he can.
He is not above average defender.
True.
He's not. He's not above. Hold on. What do you mean? Okay, because that being said, even
the way he broke that down, the way he broke that down, bro.
That's not. But it's not true. Look, listen.
It is true.
Hold on. It's
everything
not true,
he just
though.
said is fact.
Hold on, but no. Hold on. So he's above average defender because of that. That's because you're playing better defense. Don't mean you're above average defender.
No, true. Did you understand what he said?
I'm not arguing, but I'm not arguing. Listen,
I'm not taking one piece of what he said. I'm saying what he said. Totality is fact.
That's not how totality was a fact. When you listen, because nobody's gonna argue the fact that he's on a better team. Okay, it's gonna be easier for you on a better team. Cool. Nobody's gonna argue that. But saying that he's above average defender comparing about Jason Tatum is cap.
That's not what he, bro.
No. Listen, at the end of the day, we're comparing defense and Jason Tatum. Listen, Jason Tatum playing on worse teams than Donovan Mitchell has in his career. No, believe it or not, he played on. Hold on. He played on worse teams and played better defense and still had to have that's an excuse. That's because he had to do it.
When did Tatum play on worse teams than Donovan Mitchell?
He has though. He was on the playing team, bro. Let's not lie. He was on the playing team. Years ago.
Okay, circumstance. Okay.
I'm just saying.
But the totality of his career, that's why I asked you that's the first question I asked you. I said, what player has he played with? Go ahead.
But here's the thing, though. Like you talk about, the responsibility aspect, right? I've seen Jason Tatum on a playing team still was asked to play defense, still was asked to score and do other things. Listen, anybody knows, even when the Brad Stevens era came, the only way you could get on the floor was to play defense, for one. So, it is what it is. Jason Tatum's always been average or above average defender his time in Boston. That's just a fact. You can go to the number statistics shows that defensive win shares, defensive ratings will show you that.
Okay, but you do know that all hits also strategy as well. Just because you have a high defensive rating doesn't mean you make you a great defender.
I said defensive
So
win
I
shares
gotta
too.
ask you this question.
I
Let
did
me
say
ask you this
defensive win
question.
shares.
Let me ask you this question. So, what makes a good defender?
Would you say that again?
So what I'm gonna ask you a question. So what makes us? You say Donovan Mitchell's a below average defender. He's not an above average defender. Excuse me. What makes a good defender?
I say he's an average defender right now. But
Okay, so what makes
Jason
a good
Tatum.
defender?
Well, Jason Tatum was a way better defender than Donovan Mitchell because what he do was as a help defender, team defense, and then what he does individually. The proof is in the pudding. He
Okay,
got
what can he
voted. He
do
got voted.
individually?
I mean, what would you mean? Stay in front of people. Being like I said, he's a long defender. He's 6. He got like almost a 7-foot wingspan.
7'2".
He can guard multiple positions on the court.
You know Mitchell got the 6'10" wingspan, right?
But okay,
6'10".
let me ask you this question: is Donovan Mitchell switching to multiple positions on the court? Can he guard people in the front court, forwards and stuff like that? Can he? No, he
Tatum is
can't.
not doing that. Tatum
Yes,
is
he
not doing
is.
that.
Yes,
He is doing that. He is doing that.
When I saw, and he was guarding on the perimeters. Mostly, it was just Kevin Durant last season. He wasn't guarding Giannis and guarding those big front court guys.
Nobody's saying
He wasn't doing
guarding.
that.
Okay, you name it one. You name it one. So Jason Tatum doesn't switch it. First of all, that's a complete lie because last year the Celtics all they did was switch. So that's a complete lie.
He was not the primary defender. Like what I'm saying is that his primary job is to guard the perimeter. He's not going
That's
in the
not necessarily
paint.
true. He's a help defender.
That's not his.
He plays help defense too. That's not true, bro. That's not true.
Help defense, but I'm saying that's not the primary. He's not the coach is not. Ime Udoka was not going out there and say, "Hey Tatum, I want you to go and stop Bam Adebayo if I'm Jason Tatum. I want you to go and stop Bobby Portis. I want you to go." That was not his role on that team last year in the playoffs at all.
Bro,
so if you're saying that, go ahead.
But the Celtics was the best defensive team in the league for a reason last year, bro. I mean, listen, it is what it is. Jason Tatum could go on multiple positions on the court. I've seen Jason Tatum in guard bigs, guards, whatever the case may be. I've seen him do that. Jason Tatum got votes last year to be on the all defensive second team this year. He had votes to be on the all defensive second team this year. So
yeah, that's why I'm saying he just picked up his defense last year. So again, like if you want to say he's a way better defender, I'm not gonna say that. I'd say defense, the lateral quickness of Donovan Mitchell's athleticism. He has the capabilities and measurements to be a very good defender. That's all it really defense is, staying in front of your man and desire.
And Jason Tatum does that. Jason Tatum does that. He been doing that for a long time. Jason Tatum has never been a terrible defender. Donovan Mitchell, his defense been questioned in his career before. I can't say anything about Jason Tatum.
I mean, it was questioned.
But he's not. He hasn't been.
He got picked on. Right?
I'll give you an example of defensive win shares of his first year in the league. Jason Tatum was 7th in defensive win shares in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. He was 6th in defensive win shares. 21 in 2022, he led the league in defensive win shares in 4.6. And this year, right now, he's 10th in defensive win shares. So, I mean,
how much does that go into the team aspect though?
That's an individual. That's not a team. That's individual defensive win shares.
Okay,
it's not defensive. It's not defensive rating. It's not defensive rating. That's defensive.
I'm making sure. So defense, we clear out with Jason Tatum. Scoring, I say Donovan Mitchell. I think Donovan Mitchell's the better scorer. But now the biggest thing is the mentality wise. I like Donovan Mitchell's mentality over Jason Tatum. I see Jason Tatum as very, very similar, and Herm can appreciate this. He has a lot of Paul George when it comes to his mentality. He has all the talent, all the physical gifts, all the physical tools, but in certain aspects and certain times of the playoffs and certain big games, you'll see him, I guess you can say, doubt himself. You like, what the hell happened to Jason Tatum?
He's better than Paul George, man. I couldn't compare him to Paul George.
I mean, listen, everybody has a mental.
Wait. What?
I think everybody has. I seen
He's
said he's
everybody.
better
nowhere
than Paul
like
George?
Paul George. He's nowhere like
But
better than Paul
Hell
but
George.
no.
here but
No,
here
Hell no.
but here's the
Hell
thing.
no.
they're not.
Hell
It's
no.
no comparison between the two.
But here's the
Nothing.
thing about Jason. But here's the thing. This is
You saying
different.
right now?
But
Jason
yeah, but
Tatum's way better than Paul George. Way better.
Are you
I
saying
don't
right
know.
now?
But
True,
but
don't
here's
Yes.
don't
the
even answer that
hold
question
on,
because
hold
I
on. But
don't
here's
like
the
people.
thing.
I don't like people questioning people's mental state of what
I don't listen.
somebody
This is
is
this.
or
But
what somebody.
here's the thing
I
about.
seen a mental lapse. I don't like that. You know,
Yeah,
I
that's the
know you
thing.
don't
Like,
read
right.
anybody's
Here's the
head
thing. But
inside.
here's the
And
thing.
have Paul George carried a team?
Right.
Answer this question. Paul George even carried a
Hold on.
team?
We're not talking. I'm not talking about Paul George. But this is the point of the mental whatever. I mean, I've seen Jason Tatum take criticism and get better. Listen, one thing you can't say about Jason Tatum is he's not aware that he needs to work on. He comes in every year and works on his game. He gets better every year. So criticizing his mental doesn't make any sense to me. He legit, all he do is try to get better. He's aware that
No,
what he
no.
needs to do. He talks. He's transparent. He's transparent on his flaws all the time. He talks about it all the time.
But
Press conference.
every player had a moment where they done bad. Every player had a moment.
Like I
Nobody's
seen
perfect.
Donovan Mitchell. I
I'm
seen
not saying
Donovan
he's perfect.
Mitchell.
I'm not saying he's perfect. I said I'm just seeing similarities to what PG does. That's
I
all I'm
mean,
saying.
yeah,
I
but
haven't seen it.
I also seen Donovan Mitchell get traded to Cleveland for a reason because of mental stuff. So it's not. Let's not act like. I mean, it is what it
Bro,
What
is.
you mean mental
bro,
stuff? What you
bro.
mean
I
mental
mean,
stuff?
listen. Because if Donovan Mitchell was that good as you supposed to be, then he wouldn't have leave. He wouldn't have left Utah. Then
True,
No, no,
true. You
no,
can
no.
I
Hold
mean,
on, hold on.
hold on, hold on,
Let's get it.
because
Let's get it right. Let's get it
that's not
right.
a
Let's get it
narrative.
right.
Hold on.
We're talking
That's not
about
a
mental
that's not a
collapses in the
narrative.
playoffs and big moments, bro. You just said Donovan Mitchell as if that's like what Ace. That's a narrative you just put out there.
I mean, shoot, you up 3-2 with no Kiwi lemonade, and you lose that series.
But P Rose, what did he do?
Who?
What did Donovan Mitchell do?
Got outplayed by Terrence, man.
Yo,
No, you really?
And hold on, in game
But
six,
he
he
still.
didn't.
I'm saying he did. And credit.
He didn't outplay him, and Terrence Mann didn't outplay him. He did. That's
they was up
we got to call out his name.
Credit that
They was up
they lost
25.
that series. Credit to that, but you can't sit up and say Donovan Mitchell looked like he checked out. Like you can't put
He
any
did
series say he
check
checked
I
out.
out.
don't say.
Remember,
I can't
squad.
say. I
Like
can't
he
say
did
Jay
show up.
Tatum. I
I
can't
mean,
simply
no,
say Jay
he checked
Tatum.
out after he checked out
Hold on.
after like 5 minutes left in the game. He was like,
But here's the thing though. I can't
And
say the same
disappeared.
thing. I can't say the same thing about Jason Tatum. Just because he played bad don't mean he checked out either though. Because I looked at him on the court. I seen him trying out there. Hey, listen, he playing bad, but listen, he put an effort on the court.
So
Yo,
So
you
one
so
thing.
you really
So
believe you really think in the finals you really think in the
I hate
finals he didn't get checked out in the
I
finals
don't think
last
he
year.
checked. I don't think. I think he got. I mean, I think he played against another great team.
No, but
That's what
I'm
That's what I
saying we
believe.
gotta but Tatum look with his play though. You gotta criticize his
I
play how he
mean,
played.
listen. If that was the case, he wouldn't be on the team now. If everything you saying was true, he wouldn't be on the team now. The team wouldn't be on. The Celtics wouldn't be. He wouldn't be the Celtics franchise player right now. If that was the case.
That's what I'm saying. His mental. That's why I'm saying it's questionable. He did it
How is
again.
it questionable?
He
How is
just
it
did it
questionable?
a couple weeks ago against the Warriors again. A team that's
How is it
struggling. He had a mental lapse against them again.
because he played bad? Yeah, we
Bro,
understand he played
you could
bad.
tell a team that has a mental hurdle over you. You can just look and tell. And I see Tatum with that Warriors team. They have a mental hurdle over that dude.
I don't understand how you got a mental hurdle when you could listen. How is a mental hurt? How are you gonna simply say he's a mental hurter when Donovan Mitchell lost to a Mavericks team and they didn't have their best player for the 3 games?
Bro, they lost the series, granted, but Mitchell did show up in that series. He didn't. It's not like he just got checked out. He just got like streamed like Tatum last year in the finals. It was like, what the hell happened to Jason Tatum? That's what we saw. What the hell happened to Jason
It was
Tatum?
the only one. He was the only one that played bad. So just because you played bad don't mean you checked out. Like I don't understand. That don't even make any sense to me. We understand that he played bad. Nobody gonna question that. But saying
I
that he
don't
checked
know.
out don't make any sense.
I don't know how we can say that he. I mean, the Warriors don't have a mental hurdle over him. I just don't see how we can't say that.
I think the difference is I think Tatum really had a bad series. I think with Donovan Mitchell, I don't think he knows how to win. I saw as talented as he is and I don't think he knows how to close the
Bro, he
deal.
got traded for a reason. Like if you supposed to be one of them dudes, and you supposed to be a guy better than Jason Tatum or near his level,
He
he
traded that
wouldn't have
whole
got
team
traded.
though, bro. It wasn't
He
just
would have
Donovan
got
Mitchell. They
traded.
traded that whole team.
True. Number
Like,
one,
come on
getting
now.
They blew up that whole team.
No, sir, I'm
True.
about to go on you because you want to say something, but this man is trying to question somebody mental. Oh, Jason Tatum is mentally weak or something
I mean,
because he lost in the finals. Because that's not mentally weak. He had a bad series. Them turnovers were awful, but I would never question his mental.
Miss Lady. Miss Lady. So you don't think the Warriors check?
My name is Tiffany, so you could just
Miss
call me Tiffany. You don't
Miss
call me Miss
Tiffany.
Lady.
So Miss Tiffany. So you don't think that when he faces the Warriors, Tatum doesn't have somewhat of a weak spot? You
is
don't
that
see
a
that?
fact? Hold on, can we prove that?
It's
That's a fact.
a matchup problem, Tiff. I wouldn't call it.
Bro,
Okay, then that's all.
he has a soft spot for Draymond Green.
You don't have to say
No.
mental though.
Hold on. Pull up. If you missed it, I kind of mentioned this earlier. When it comes to Tatum, he does struggle against teams where you can put a big athletic forward on him, as well as show elite rim protection because his playmaker is not consistent enough level to make the defense pay. So, but this year, now I'm adding this year, Jason Tatum being a better finisher, as well as the Boston Celtics running more of a motion offense, more running off staggered screens and whatnot. He's able to get more easier buckets. But like I mentioned to you before, they still have 50 games to work this out, but they still have bad habits. If you stifle that initial action with Jason Tatum, with the person I just described, he tend to resort into isolation perimeter shots.
But this is my problem, right?
No, hold on. I'm not. That's just because I didn't say anything. Don't mean I agree with him saying Jason has mental hurdles. I do agree. Just like every player, there's certain teams that have certain matchup problems that give you the most trouble. For the Warriors or for any player in regards to this Jason Tatum, it's for any team to have athletic, defensive, good forwards with elite rim protection that just give them problems.
But that being said, okay, and so with Donovan Mitchell, okay, let's be honest. Jason Tatum has went up against better teams and better competition in the playoff than Donovan Mitchell, correct? We ain't gonna argue that. We're not gonna argue. Hold on, we're not gonna argue. We're not gonna argue.
No.
That, bro.
Okay, so let's break it down. So let's look at the teams that Donovan Mitchell has lost to. Let's talk to the teams that he lost to. Still coming into the league. He lost to the Rockets, which they went to the conference finals, right?
I'll give you that.
And then he lost to the Rockets.
Okay, so he lost to that team. They lost to him twice. He lost to the Nuggets.
It choked a 3-1.
I think he went out deep. Oh.
Each team he's lost to. So he lost to the Rockets the first 2 years. They went to the conference finals. The Nuggets went to the conference finals in the bubble. And then they lost to the Clippers. They went to the conference finals. And then the Mavs last year went to the conference finals. So each team he's lost to has made a trip to the conference finals each season. So who are the teams that Jason Tatum?
First of all.
But hold on. Let's get to that point. To both players only have one series they quote unquote lost, which I don't like saying that shit. But they have one unquote series where they were expected to win. Only one.
Which one, 30?
For Tatum, it was the Heat in 2020. They were favored.
Oh, okay, the Heat. Okay.
And for Utah, it was who was it? It was
that Miami Heat team is better. And that Miami Heat team is better than all them other teams.
It wasn't the Clippers. That's a misconception. The Clippers was favored to beat the Jazz.
Was it the Nuggets? Was it the Nuggets?
No, they what? Hold on. They what? This is
I don't count the Nuggets because that's not his fault. I rewatched that series multiple times.
Was it the Mavs? Was it the
Mavs? But even though when Gary Harris came back,
I forgot. They was favored to win this 7.
But the Nuggets series, hell no. I encourage anybody can watch that series. Every single game, every single 7.
Man, he got plugged in the game.
That was not Donovan Mitchell's fault. That was not Donovan Mitchell's fault.
But hold up, though. When that being said, listen, if you talking about the Miami team in 2020, like, come on, there's no team Donovan Mitchell played against with better than that team.
No, but to his point, the point is he's only losing to teams that's essentially contending for titles. That's
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. For both guys in this scenario,
it's not the same level.
They only lost one series where they're favored to win, and they only lose this to contender teams.
Hold on. So the Brooklyn Nets in 2021, the Brooklyn Nets in 2021. Mind you, this is
what are you talking about?
I'm just saying they was contenders, but that's what I'm saying. There was no team that I
didn't count that. I said both players lost a series that they were favored to win. One that was the 2020 map. That was 2020 Heat for Jason Tatum, and that was the Mavs for Donovan Mitchell.
There's no team they played that was better than that Brooklyn team. There was no team they played was better than that Miami Heat team. There was no team. There was no team. I'm talking about the loss.
What you're doing a Mac Dev point, which is reality, bro. I didn't want to
I'm just going to this point. I'm going
reality, bro. They can't control competition, and even then, they played phenomenal competition, bro.
Well,
both those guys had home court advantage majority of their career, and both those guys played very good teams in the playoffs. It's just a fact.
This is what I'm saying, though. If we're talking about like lapses and stuff like that, we got to put things in context. Jason Tatum played against way better defensive teams than Donovan Mitchell has. That's just facts.
So are we talking about defensive teams are better? Because you said better teams.
I'm not gonna hold you, bro. It's not hard to argue Jason Tatum over Donovan Mitchell, bro. I don't know what you're doing, bro. Real talk.
I'm just saying. No, I'm just going off his logic because it don't even make any sense to me. I'm just talking. I just didn't make any sense to me.
Oh, hold on, so no, because
I already killed it. Earlier, my fault. Because when I say he's been on the All-NBA teams, he accomplished more than him as an individual player. It's case closed. I already said it earlier. So
if you want to say,
you say you don't count all NBA teams as a media award. I mean, they thought All-Star a media award.
Technically a media award too, though. Technically, it is a media award too.
Well, it's All-Stars. It's a mixture of media, fans, and players. It's not just one.
It's still media though.
But it's a mixture like this, so it's more of a balance on that one than having the media award.
That's like All-Stars. You usually get that that's usually a mid-season award. A past mid-season award, All NBA. That's a totality of the whole season. Mm-hmm. Like that's why,
I just don't trust the media like many other because ever since that whole Kobe, they didn't give Kobe certain MVPs. I just never been big on media awards.
I understand.
Let me ask you a question. If Donovan Mitchell would have won an MVP, you wouldn't use that as an argument? Yes or no?
No. I would just look more into who he is as a player. That's just how I roll.
But I actually trust. I'm sorry. I actually trust that. I don't trust the All-Stars because I'm just giving the essence. LeBron probably is going to be the captain, which he shouldn't be for the West. I'm gonna be honest, because because of the fans. I'm just saying he's going to be the captain. I don't think he should be, because the fans love him. He's going to get it.
Honestly, I think Luke or Josh should be the captain, but that's
what I'm saying. That's why I don't trust the All-Stars. I don't think LeBron should get it, and it probably be Kevin Durant for the East. I just don't.
Let's gonna be honest. It's gonna be honest for the East.
I would like for it to be honest, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, but
he's balling out and he's front runner for MVP. It's gonna be honest.
But the thing is,
Sturdy, you know how fans are.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So I got it up here. So 2017, 2018, that's their rookie. That's their rookie year, right? Or was it 2018?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So so Jazz beat the Thunder in 6, and then they lose to the
Rockets.
They lose to the Rockets in 5, and then Celtics make it all the way to conference finals, lose to LeBron in 7. Next year, Jazz is eliminated in the first round in 5, and Celtics make it to the second round, but they get blitzed by the Bucks. And then
hold on, P Rose, you got to keep it even, bro. You can't just say the Jazz got eliminated 5 and not say who it was, and then say who it was for the Celtics. Got to keep it even on both sides.
I said they got eliminated. They both got eliminated in 5 in the second round.
No, but you didn't say the team. You didn't say the team.
You didn't say the team. That's
the Celtics got eliminated in 5. by the Bucks in that second year. Third year was the bubble year.
No, who got eliminated by the Jazz? Who eliminated the Jazz?
I
Oh, the Rockets. Oh yeah, Rockets. It was Rockets back to
okay.
back.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, it was the same team.
It was the same team. Yeah. Then the bubble year, Jazz eliminated by Nuggets 7-game series, which is probably one of the best 7-game series I've watched in my 22 years of life. And then the Celtics got beat by the Heat in 6 games in the conference finals in the bubble. And then 2020-2021 season, the Jazz got beat by the Clippers in 6 games in the conference semis. And the Celtics got beat. Was it 5 games in the first round?
Yeah, it was 5 games. It was 5. Yeah, 5.
Okay, yeah, 5. It was 5 games because I can't see this because it's blurry. Oh, I hate this Wi-Fi. And then this past year, the Jazz got eliminated in the first round in 6 games by the Mavericks, and the Celtics lost to 6 games in the finals to the Warriors. So I mean, like it was pretty good teams. I mean, like I say those first couple years, it was just the Rockets Jazz series. Those 2 years, it was just bad. It was just a bad matchup for the Jazz.
Yeah,
he had no business. Donovan Mitchell had no business being in that situation. Honestly, he started off too fast. He shouldn't even been in that situation to begin with.
But let's stay on the players though, like not their situations. Just stay on the players. Let's not stay on stuff that they can't control.
I mean, yeah, like I'm already said it earlier. Like I mean, we talk about the games, period, the impact, their skill set. It's not close. I mean, yeah, Don Mitchell was a great scorer, but that's just it, part of his game.
But what's his? That's what I'm trying to understand. What is his skill set? Donovan Mitchell is a better. I'll give you this. If you want to say Tatum is 6'9" and Donovan Mitchell 6'1", and you just take the bigger player, then I'll give you that. But as far as being an overall basketball player, I don't see how you say he's just over Mitchell.
But here's the reality: that pound for pound talk, just because he's bigger, it doesn't mean anything. That's the reality of basketball. Is this the fact that Jason is 6'9" is a big reason why. It is what it is. Like Donovan Mitchell, don't get twisted. He's a hell of a basketball player, but if you ask people who would you rather guard, Donovan Mitchell or Jason Tatum, that's not, you know what I mean? Jason Tatum is a tough dude to guard. He draws more double teams than Donovan Mitchell do, for one. That's all he does.
Bro, I don't know, bro. I think a lot of people don't watch Utah. I don't think a lot of people watch Utah.
The stats show that he's drawn more double teams than Donovan Mitchell.
True. Donovan Mitchell's been some of the best league pick and roll scorers like last 5 years, bro. It's just
I don't
think people really watch Donovan Mitchell, bro. Like
I didn't deny them being a pick and roll scorer. I'm saying
that means he's literally and he most likely in offensive systems designed to attract double teams. So once,
but the stats show that Jason Tatum is near Luka level of drawing double teams. That is what it is.
True.
That is what it is. Just go look it up. It's not. Listen, these are all facts though.
So that's what I'm saying.
Hold on, and anybody on here can contest this. I've been saying this. This is nothing new. This is nothing new.
You getting there? You little vague.
There's nothing. This is nothing new.
I'm saying you get in there to explaining why Jay Tatum is better than Donovan Mitchell, but I'm just saying you got to be a little more specific, a little vague.
I didn't being specific. If you want anybody that watched the game, listen, don't get to. Of course, Donovan Mitchell going to draw some help. I mean, listen, Donovan fucking Mitchell. But if you look at Jason Tatum, I've seen times where it don't matter who's on the court with Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum is going to draw the double team. It is what it is. Like that's what the Warriors did. That's one of the reasons. If you look at the Warriors series last year in the finals. Yes, Wiggins did an excellent job guarding him, but like I said, every time he got near the rim, it was automatic help every single time.
I would love to see Tatum be in a situation with Donovan Mitchell, who he didn't have the coaching that Tatum had, nor the team around him that he had. I would just love to see Tatum in that situation. I just would.
He would thrive.
I'm not sure if Mitch could have done what Mitchell did his first year.
And Cleveland would be a better team. If you replace Don Mitchell with J. Tatum, it'll be a better team.
Why is that?
Simple as that. Because first of all, they need a wing right now. For one, they need a wing right now. Desperately need a wing right now, Cleveland. and he will fit right in.
I think they're doing just fine right now. They are. You got a guy who's
listen,
averaging 28.9. You got another guy averaging 30. I mean, they're fine where they at right now. And it's like I said, they've already beat Boston twice.
That's cool. What's that supposed to mean, bro? That don't mean anything.
It means that they don't need Tatum to come to their team. They're fine where they are.
That don't mean anything. Just because you win the regular season, that's a bad take. Just because you win the regular season doesn't mean anything. It's a terrible argument. Regular season don't mean anything.
But you're bringing up the fact also, though, that you're saying that Tatum, they would be better. But I'm saying, what evidence did you have to prove? That's why I asked you. The only thing we can go by is what didn't happen so far, and they beat them already 2 times.
If you were a GM right now, if you're a GM, you're trying to tell me if the Boston say, hey, we trade you Jason for Donovan Mitchell, you're trying to tell me that wouldn't. You trying to tell me that wouldn't take Jason Tatum? With an honest
say it again.
Come on, man. You want to take Jason Tatum? Come on, man.
Hold on, real quick. We got to play intermission. Real quick.
I'm just not that high on Jason Tatum as you.
You don't gotta be.
True, Sean. I got a side question and like a transition question. I'm trying to figure out a good opponent for Rick James in the verses. Do you have any suggestions?
Rick James.
Yeah, for Rick
Bobby Brown.
For Rick James.
No, it's not no Bobby Brown.
Who's a good opponent for Rick James in the verses, Sean?
Bobby Brown.
My initial thoughts 30 would be Morris Day.
Okay.
I don't know about that, Sean. Morris Day ain't got too. He got hits, but Rick James I think got a little bit more in his.
Well, no, I'm just. It's literally. He just. So I wasn't expecting that question.
Yeah, it kind of random too.
What about Cisco? What about Cisco? Man?
True. Stay out of this.
Cisco, Rick James. Cisco, a legend. What are you talking about?
I know you're a legend, but against
Cisco. Give me a couple minutes to think on that, and I'll give you somebody.
All right.
30. Why you ask that question in the?
No, because my fault. Because like that's the first. I'm going to ask Sean this question because I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah. But a transition question, Sean, to help ease the thing. Then, is Jason Tatum a superstar yet? Is he a superstar? Yes. If not, hold on.
They're going to argue captain.
Can I finish the question?
Shout out to Art in the building.
It's a simple question. Can I finish it? Sean, is Jason Tatum a superstar, and why? Yes or no?
Yes, I think he is. I think he proved last year, especially that he could be more of a guy that you can lean on in those crucial moments, which is when superstars are made. In the playoffs, he showed that he could take his game to another level. Obviously he had his struggles in the finals, but nobody's going to kill him for that. But he did show that he could be your number one guy and could take his game to another level in the playoffs. So I think he is a superstar.
All right. Is Jason a superstar?
Shout out to True, man. What's up, True, man? How you doing, sir?
What up, Art? Appreciate you coming in.
Bless you.
All right, man. Appreciate you having me, bro. Real talk. I need to step out the box some anyway. What up, Sturdy, man? What up, Tiffany?
Mm-hmm. We know our answer, Sturdy. We know his answer. No bias.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I think Jason Tatum is a superstar. Has been a couple years now. Because when you're young and you get a team to try to lead, to playoffs and stuff like that, carry a franchise. He did that at a young age. Been doing it. You know what I'm saying? Got his first team All NBA last year. Been an All-Star already. Got to multiple conference finals. Got to the finals. He's carried the Celtics. So he's definitely a superstar.
Yeah. 30. I got an answer for you too. By the way,
go ahead, real quick before we get to next.
It's George Clinton.
George Clinton. Okay.
George Clinton smoking Rick James. I ain't gonna hold you. He's smoking.
Hey, we'll see. P Rose, you there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Is Jay Tatum superstar? Yes or no, and why?
Yeah, I think he's a superstar. I think last year showing that he can step up to the plate and lead a team to the finals, playing at a super high level on the court. I know the finals was a debacle, the shooting debacle for him, but stuff happens, and that was his first finals, and his first time on that super big stage. But last year, the way he improved defensively and offensively, throughout the season, showed me that he's taken that mantle from being a star to becoming a superstar.
Tiff.
Yes, Sturdy. When it came to the big games, I'm not gonna take away the finals. You know what really did it for me is when he was Game 6 and Boston Celtics were down, and in Milwaukee when he scored 40-something points against the Bucks to save the Celtics to go to a Game 7, and then they won. And I'm taking another game this year. I was so impressed with the Lakers when Boston made that comeback in those minutes. And when he hit that game tying shot against LeBron James and sent them into overtime, I was so impressed with him. He was the best player on the floor that night.
Hello.
Nah, he's not a superstar.
Oh,
Dog Mitchell
I'm
is.
gonna tell you. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. So, he's a star ascending to a superstar. So this is what I'm gonna say about Jason Tatum. Yes, he did take strides this last year when he did eliminate Kevin Durant. That's why I think really upped his model when they beat the Brooklyn Nets that year or last year. I did see also a lot of bad shooting games in the playoffs. I saw a lot of 3 for 14s. I saw 6 for 18s. I saw 5 for 19s. Bad shooting games consistently every single round. My criteria for a superstar have to be box office. You have to either have an MVP, a season MVP, or a finals MVP. You have to have a championship or a finals appearance. And you have to have multiple seasons of success. That's my criteria. I'm like very strict on who is a superstar in the league. Nowadays, we're just crowding 10, 12 guys as superstars. Ja Morant.
We gonna get in that.
Yeah, I can't crown everybody.
My boy Ja ain't a superstar yet, man. He got a little way to go.
No.
He getting there, though.
I like Ja though, but yeah, he ain't no superstar.
The question
What
is,
say,
the question is Jason Tatum a superstar? If yes or no, why?
Ooh, he's borderline. He's getting there, but that's tough though. He's borderline to me though. You could say if I hear somebody say yes he is, I wouldn't be mad. But if somebody say no, I wouldn't be mad either, because it's certain things he got to work on to get to that next level. It just all about end of the day, the team gonna go as far as you go. Like in the finals, Boston really was the better team to me. They really should have beat Golden State. But that lack of experience that Boston had when it came to those final moments, it showed. And Jason Tatum didn't.
Hello?
I think he went out,
Sturdy, can I ask BJ a question?
Yeah, we're gonna get Khalil real quick, and then we're gonna do that. Khalil, is Jason Tatum superstar? Yes or no? Why?
I would say yeah. Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say he is. He a young vet, man. He battle tested. He expanded his game further. He a better facilitator than he once was. He's a better defender than he once was. So every year he's progressing. And of course he's clutch, as Tiffany displayed in the Lakers game. So I would definitely say yeah, this year especially. He made first All NBA team last year too. So I would say yeah, he is, and he only getting better. So I think if they get back to the finals, he'll have a much better showing this time around. Being that he got experience in that field now. So yeah, he is to me.
All right. After I answered, then Sean, you can ask your question. I think he's not a superstar yet. For my criteria, superstar in general is just a fluid criteria. It's a fluid definition anyway. But for me, you have to be box office. You have to, and really, you have to sustain individual dominance for 2 to 3 seasons. Anybody can have a great season. I'm not saying that's who Jason Tatum is. I'm just saying, for me, the reason why it's 2 to 3 seasons because you can't fake that. Typically, if you do that, you establish yourself as a player you establish yourself as a dominant player, and you establish yourself as you establish yourself as a player that I can say, okay, I expect this from this guy. Any night, I expect 25 and 8. 20 for Giannis, you expect 30 and 12 no matter what. That's even on a bad day. When AD was playing, when he was a superstar, when he's playing as a superstar, you expect him to produce 27 and 12. Like the point, like you know that because they sustain individual dominance consistent enough at what they've done, so you be like, okay, I got that. So that with combination of being able to sell, being a franchise player, that is a superstar to me, and he's not there yet. To me, he's on the same level as Embiid, Lillard, Paul George, Jimmy Butler, those type of guys who had phenomenal seasons, had moments, but what separates those guys from the hands down superstars is individual dominance sustained for a certain amount of time. And Sean, what's your question?
So actually, Sturdy, my question gonna be for you too. So, is it possible that there are guys who are superstars, but they necessarily haven't reached all-world status? So I use
there's exceptions.
So I use the example of LeBron. So LeBron, I think, became a superstar probably by his second or third year in the league, but he reached all-world status once he did what he did in 2007 against the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, all-world status is this guy is not just great. This guy is can literally game change a series just because of their immense talent. And now the achievement may not necessarily be there, but the expectation has been risen because we've seen these performances from them. So I think, so my question is to y'all, is it possible that Tatum is a superstar, but necessarily not all world yet? Because I don't think he's all world yet.
I agree with that. He's not all world yet.
I don't think he's a superstar because of things like I don't think he's a superstar because I see it as this, Sean. Remember when Deion Sanders, like his qualification for a Hall of Famer? If you name a guy and he's a Hall of Famer, there's no question about it. And for me, when you hit me with Jason Tatum, I just second thought to that. And that's never been when I go through history and look at the players I experienced live, that never been a question for me. When you said that person's name, superstar. And I do agree there are exceptions like LeBron, like a Luka, where they already have, and Shaq, they already have certain dynamics to their game and to their personality that people already know who they are and what they're going to be. That's not Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
I'm not saying can I ask you a question, Starty?
But I'm not saying he can't be that. I'm just saying he's not there yet.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Starty?
I want BJ to chime in just real quick.
I think what they're doing, they're trying to push Tatum to be the superstar, be the face of the league. That's what I think Boston's really doing, because I've even heard situations, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've even heard people say Jaylen Brown if he's better than Tatum. So when I hear stuff like that, it's like it's hard for me to put you in the category of Giannis, Steph, KD, Kawhi when he's healthy, and then I guess you could say LeBron, but even with LeBron, he's older now. But that superstar title to me is something that's you don't second guess that. Like, you know what you're getting every single night, even with an off game per se. You know what you're gonna get every single night from this guy. So I think Tatum is right there. I put him in that same category with Luka, Joel Embiid, Nikola Jokic, those guys. But as far as the cream of the crop, not yet.
You got something to say, Art?
Yeah, Art.
I just wanted to ask, Starty, like, is there a levels to superstars in your opinion? Because I heard about box office. I think Tatum is box office because he played for a prestigious franchise. You know what I'm saying? And he's definitely their best player. And he's good enough to be box office. And if you consider Luka a superstar, you definitely got to consider Jason Tatum a superstar.
See, that's the thing.
Levels?
With Luka, it's not levels. To me, it's simple. Are you a superstar or not? With Luka is one of those exceptions, like I mentioned to Sean, because he is a generational talent, and he came into the league arguably box office Definitely by second year, he was box office. And you see what he's doing. It's self-explanatory. So he's one of
He
the
don't feel
exceptions
all
don't
the
make the
other
rule.
stuff on your criteria though.
No, I just said the exceptions don't make the rule. Or and even then, he already has 2 years of individual dominance. There's been 2 seasons where you know
Right,
for a fact Luka's going to give me at least 28, 8, and 8 playoffs or regular season.
Right, but
And even then, like I said before, exceptions don't make the rules.
But here's the thing about Jason Tatum, though, which I think he is a part of exception too, is
He's
the
not a
fact
generation
that
two.
I mean we gotta wait and see though, because we gotta wait.
True. It's simple. This is the one time where eye text actually can be utilized. You can see a person if they're a generational talent. You can it's that obvious.
I mean, well, I'll say
Victor Wembanyama has never played a single minute in the NBA. He's a generational talent.
Well, here's the thing though about Jason Tatum. He's breaking Celtics records as we speak.
He's a great player.
That's not no big. That's not like a little deal. That's a like if he finishes a career in Boston, he probably will finish all time leading scorer.
He's a future Hall of Fame in my opinion.
But
he's gonna be the Hall of Fame, bro.
Right, but this is the thing about like Jason Tatum though, like which makes his career so unique is the fact that like he always got some type of obstacle or some type of challenge that he has to go through. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, can he do this? People give him doubts. Oh, can he do this? Or he can't do this. But then he does it. Then it's like, okay, can he do it? I think he can't do this. Then he does it. Then it's like, oh, he can't do this. Then he does it. You know what I mean? It's been like that his whole career. So it's like, dude, and one thing you got to respect about him is he gets better every year. And you see it.
That's a fact.
So it's like, even like you said, we don't listen. He can turn up in the playoffs. Like he can, like what you seeing now, he can get better in the playoffs because that's what he did last year. So it's like,
would you ask something? Why did I include Embiid with Tatum?
It's a similar, but it's a little bit. It's different though.
It's simple.
Joel Embiid been down.
He doesn't have the consistency. He doesn't have the consistent individual dominance. I know, like, the only thing I can know for a fact now, Embiid will at least miss a game in the playoffs. That's not superstar. That's just not reliable for a superstar.
Yeah, that's where I put Tatum at. He's with that. I don't even, and this may shock y'all too. I don't even look at Luka as a superstar.
Yeah, it's a criteria. You say your criteria.
No, that's his criteria.
Yeah. I just see because again, playoff success matters to me, and like for a superstar, you gotta make it to the finals at least one time. You can't.
Now, to that point, pull up. I do have a problem with that because what happens if you come against, in Luka's case, the champion, and James Harden, 3 cases he lost against the champion. Chris Paul 6 times lost to either the guys that went to the finals or the champion. It's like if you are in a conference or you're in a circumstance where you lose to the champions or lose to the team that go to the finals, how does that disrupt your superstardom?
So did you look at Luka as a superstar before he faced the Warriors the year before when he faced the Clippers?
Yeah, that's
where I was going because he played the Clippers 2 times.
So really, if you looked at him already as a superstar before then it kind of seemed like you're looking at just Luka what he is as an individual talent. And my thing is,
superstars are like that typically
my thing is like I look at that and what you lead your team. This is why Jokic for me ain't a superstar. Because it's like we can't keep saying that he's superstar, and getting put out first round, second round of the playoffs.
But you can't really gauge Luka right now because, to be honest, Luka don't have the necessary tools to become that next level superstar. Like, look at his team, yo. Like, if he get another all-star superstar caliber player and he's still losing, then we can grade him a lot easier. But until then, it's hard to really judge how really good he is until he gets some help.
I think that's.
Does this like a defense register on any kind of superstar level?
No, because people would say Curry is, and he don't play defense.
Hey, can I
Curry start winning first?
Can I get in on this?
Yeah, B. Explain your criteria. I heard it before.
Hey, there's only 4 superstars in the league. You can't be a superstar just on the court. You can be a high You can be budding superstar with your play, but true superstars, you got to do both sides. The media, the merchandising, all of that is part of being a superstar. Being a superstar means you're going to be pushed by the league. I mean, literally pushed. There's only 4 in the league right now. Braun is still a superstar, even though he's not a top 10 player. KD, Steph, and Giannis. That's it. Luka's not in there. Tatum's not in there. Joker's not in there. They're all waiting outside. But until one of those guys in the top 4 move out and the league actually pushes them like that, they're not superstars.
So can I ask you this?
Hold on, bro. There are levels to being an all-star, though. Yeah. No, go ahead.
Do you think Kawhi is a superstar? He's just been hurt.
No,
I think so.
You don't think Kawhi is a superstar?
No.
That's why.
Oh wow.
That's why I separate superstar from all world. Those 4 guys you mentioned are all world because they do it both on, or they've done it both on and off the court in their career. I think again, you can be a superstar, but not necessarily be a guy who has transcended in other spheres of society.
Okay. I can't get mad at that.
So you all know Luka is, in my opinion, Luka's closer to being a superstar than Jason Tatum. Right? He has way more name recognition, right? And he's performed higher at a higher level longer in the league. But I still don't think he is.
So I just want to be I don't want to harp on it too much. I agree with your 4 people as superstar. I just don't see how you say Kawhi isn't a superstar.
Okay, I'm going to tell you, right? Kawhi's got some accolades that you would think would make him a superstar. But the second half of what I told you, he doesn't perform well in. He has picked it up, but he doesn't have any play on the court to substantiate his media, his merchandising, and any of that. The guy can't even stay on the court. We can't keep going back to 2019, 2017 to say this guy's here. He's not there anymore. He's not that player.
What about 2021?
He was about to say 19 something. Don't cry.
What about 2021 though?
And 2021, that was the first year. That was the first year that Kawhi actually took a team over as his own.
So, okay, but you said 2017, 2019. So you're saying
no, bro. Kawhi is not a superstar, and I'm telling you why. When Kawhi was given a team, when Kawhi was the actual man on a team, the man, not, this team is already constructed and I just stepped in and pushed them over the hump. I mean, from start to finish, what has he done?
Wait. So I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. Explain it one more time. I'm sorry.
What has Kawhi done since he became the number 1 guy on a team? What has he accomplished?
So let's talk about that. So 17 when Tim Duncan retired.
See.
No, I'm going up.
Okay.
I'm starting from the top. I'm starting from the first one. I'm trying to show you that he has led a team. In 17 when Tim Duncan retired, and he took his team to the conference finals against the Warriors, right? And he got hurt. He was leading that team. That season he was an MVP candidate.
Hold on. I'm gonna stop you right there. James Harden's done that multiple times. You're not clamoring to put him in superstardom, are you?
No. When James Harden again, and they beat James Harden that same year.
It doesn't matter. The point is James Harden has done everything you're saying, but you're not arguing for him to be a superstar.
No, well, James Harden wasn't part of the subject. That's why I'm not arguing for. I'm arguing for Kawhi.
I'm just giving you a parallel. If you look on an individual level, has Kawhi even accomplished what James Harden has accomplished in this league?
I'm saying he's a better overall player than James Harden. Like we can argue that all day.
Okay, so you're changing the subject now, right?
No. You can stay outside, but the inside is where it matters more than outside. You're adding on. That's why Sean said you brought up all world. There's nobody going to put James Harden over Kawhi Leonard as a player.
Hold on. You can't tell me where Kawhi is right now as a player. You haven't seen him play in 3 years.
No, he's actually been a year. What's this 3 year coming from? He just got hurt in 2021. He's been playing this whole. That's what I'm talking about.
Bro, the guy. Hold on.
3 years?
Has the guy missed 150 games in the last 3 years? Yes or no?
Okay, so you want to use that? Let's
Yes
go
or
with that.
no, bro?
Let's go with that. Let's go with that because you're trying to minimize him
Okay,
off
I'm
of
gonna stop
ACL
talking to
injury.
you because you
Off
don't
of
like to
ACL
answer
injury.
questions.
No, you
ask
said
questions, but you don't answer them.
once you said 3 seasons, bro. That's when I was like, okay, you kind of seem lost.
Has
'Cause
he
ain't been hurt
missed
for 3 years.
150 games in the last 3
Yes,
years?
he
Yes
has.
or no?
Yes.
He's
So what does that mean?
disqualified from the conversation.
Says your criteria?
No,
Because he had an ACL injury.
because he's got no fucking production on the court.
That's crazy, bro. That's
But here's
crazy
the
what you
thing,
just said.
and here's the thing too, though.
That's crazy as hell.
And piggyback what Beast is saying. Beast is basically saying this: when a team was built around Kawhi Leonard, he has failed to.
He failed.
And I can't count the Spurs team. I really can't count the Spurs team because the team really wasn't built around him. They just when Tim Duncan retired. I mean, the team wasn't built around him. He just got better.
Hey, true. You know what Kawhi has shown you? He's shown you great potential. He's shown you that he has the potential to be one of the greatest players ever, but it hasn't came out on the court. He's hurt.
I just don't understand where that comes from. He hasn't came out on the court. What are we talking about?
I'm about to
Go ahead,
explain.
Go ahead, Drew.
How many years has Kawhi Leonard been
like
in the
I
league?
said, technically, if you really want to be honest with you, there's only been one time really that a team been built around him. That's on the Clippers, and he's failed.
So he had one bad performance in 2020. I'll give you that. I fried Kawhi on that. That was the worst performance he's ever had in that game 7.
Yeah, but
20. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Kawhi Leonard, that's a failure.
Let me finish my point. So we can fry him for that. 2020 happened, but we can't dismiss what happened in 2021. This is what I have an issue with.
Hold
on. In 2021, he was the best player in the Western Conference before he went down. Who was better than him in the Western Conference in 2021?
Hold on. Here's my question.
Go ahead.
All right.
Steph Curry.
When other players, let's take Kawhi. See, I would give you that if Kawhi got took out by another star. I mean, even a great superstar. He got taken out by some young pups. He got beat by inexperienced Denver Nugget team.
Right.
They barely even had an all-star. And he had 2 all-stars on his team. Bro, that is a huge.
Bro, wait. Time out. I fried him for that, so he lost to
you fried him. That doesn't matter if you fried him, bro.
But you can't skip over 2020 and you can't go over 2021.
Look,
he
bro,
had a bad series, but he redeemed himself the next season.
No, he did not. Because
yes, he did.
Listen, stop. See, this is where you're getting it twisted. When we judge KD, when we judge LeBron, when we judge Steph, and now Giannis is now in that arena, we don't judge them on what they do in the regular season, bro. You can't be a superstar.
Bro, I said the playoffs.
Stop and let me finish.
Man.
Let me finish.
You seem lost, man.
Stop, bro. Your argument is whack.
You said regular season. I'm talking about the playoffs in 2021 before he got hurt.
In 2021, what did he do? He got hurt. So how am I supposed to judge him off a round and a half?
Hurt. Before he got hurt,
you sound ignorant, bro.
Before he got hurt, he was the best player playing in the Western Conference.
So he had a great matchup against Dallas, and he went off for a round and a half. What am I supposed to do with that?
A great matchup, dude. He beat Luka Doncic, who was one of the top players in the league. What are we talking about?
Another 1 or 2 year player. Another player that'd been in the league 2 to 3 years. He ain't beat nobody established in the league, bro.
You said Luka Doncic wasn't a step, bro. He was one of the top 10 players in the league. What are you talking about?
But up until that point, fam, what did Luka do? How many teams?
Nothing,
bro. Luka Doncic. Well, again, Luka Doncic was a top 10 player.
We understand that. We're not arguing that. He's just asking us, so up until the point where Luka lost to the Clippers, what did Luka do? Did he beat anybody up until that point, or he kept losing?
No, they kept losing to the same guy that he's trying to diminish. which is
Okay.
Kawhi Leonard.
Look,
That's the only
look,
team he's diminishing him.
Look,
That's why he didn't do shit.
First of all, I did never diminish him. I just don't elevate him like you do.
You don't need to be elevated, man.
First of
You're
all,
talking about a 2-time champion, a 2-time defensive player of the year, and 2 times finals. You don't need to be elevated by me.
What we're talking about is a guy that has top 5 accolades, but 19 chapters of his 20-chapter book is missing.
I mean, 11 seasons.
I don't know what to do with that.
The guy right now. Let's do this, bro. You want to go into Kawhi Leonard? Explain to me why Andrew Wiggins has more points than Kawhi Leonard right now? Total points in the NBA.
I agree with that.
Hold
on. I'm going to explain to you, but you're going to let me finish.
Bro,
because you're bringing up
you've been cutting me off the whole time, bro. You're
bringing all this bullshit about Andrew Wiggins as if he's on the same level, man. You don't know shit about basketball.
Look, you've been fried, and you keep deflecting.
You don't know shit about basketball. That's why you keep changing the subject.
Okay,
you said Andrew Wiggins.
Why? Explain.
That's where we're going.
Hey, true. You see that this is a stall tactic commonly employed by people that don't have an answer to the question. I've asked this nigga 4 questions. He's yet to answer 1.
Because you keep changing the goalposts. You keep changing, bro.
This conversation didn't have nothing to do with Kawhi. You brought him up.
I said he's a top 5 player, and then you got offended. You got offended.
I'm not offended. Yes, he's not a superstar.
You said 3 seasons. That's when you said that. I said this nigga don't know shit about basketball.
Bro, see what I'm saying? He just totally deflected the question was, who are the superstars? I do not include him in the superstars. I did not say he wasn't a great player. I did not say he wasn't an all-star. You got your panties in a bunch because I won't put him in the superstar ring.
I was calm the whole time. I was calm the entire time, brother.
Just like a woman, you're going to cut me off and then ask me not to cut you off.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't ask you not to cut me off. I said I'm gonna let you let me talk, bro. That's all I said. You got all loud on the. You got loud. You got loud on the screen, and I was talking calm the whole time. I turned up when you turned up.
Now hold up. Now okay. Let's say this right. Okay, Kawhi Leonard won a championship in 2019. Cool. That's 1 year, right? I will give you that. But besides that, what makes him a superstar?
Like I said, my criteria, bro, is simple. And it's the same thing with Jason Tatum. Because we're trying to because you say he's a superstar, right?
Right. And that's what I'm confused with because, okay, you're crediting Kawhi Leonard being a superstar basically off of 1 year.
I'm criticizing Kawhi by my criteria. Box office.
He's not more box office than Jason Tatum. He's not more box office than Jason Tatum.
You said Kawhi Leonard is box office?
Wait, hold on. Time out. You say hold on. Let me be very clear. You saying Kawhi is not box office?
That's a fact. No, nigga wear your New Balances.
Yeah, I think.
Hey, go
ahead, Sean.
Chips, I wear New Balance too.
No, but box office, we talking about people that come watch him play.
I think the issue with some of the criteria is very subjective, right?
Mm-hmm.
You almost have to find criteria that is a little more easy to quantify versus, okay, you say somebody's box office. Does box office mean that wherever they go, those arenas always sell out? Does it mean their home games sell out? Like,
okay.
I mean, like, I think that's kind of.
If Kawhi's in my city, I want to watch Kawhi play.
Yeah,
that's
come on. Hey, let him finish, bro.
Let him talk, man. Let him finish.
Yeah,
you keep cutting everybody off. Let him finish, bro.
Yeah, and I'm saying that may very well be the case for you. I don't know if that's the overwhelming majority of people who be like, yeah, I'm excited to go watch Kawhi Leonard play, because Kawhi doesn't, in my mind, he doesn't have what I would call a Sports Center highlight game. His game is very, very methodical and basic, and he makes some plays, but I don't think he necessarily has a game where you're jumping off the seat like, whoa, look what Kawhi just did. I mean, even the last shot he hit against the Sixers in Toronto, he traveled. So I mean, you know what I mean? So I'm not sure I would call him box office in the general sense. But I think again the issue is some of the criteria just is a little subjective.
Well, I mean, I just ain't. I mean, I think Kawhi, from the most part, is a person that he's an enjoyable player to watch. I mean, so if we want to say box office subjective, okay, fine. But like I said, he has the championship, he has the Finals MVP, and he's had multiple seasons of success in the NBA. That
Okay,
right there, he qualifies him as a superstar.
let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask him this question. Right now, give me 2 young players in this league that are box office.
Ja Morant and Luka Doncic.
Who said that? Is that the same dude?
The dude you've been debating with the whole time.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the same dude, baby.
Yeah.
Thought he was talking to me.
Oh, yeah, I was. Ja Morant is.
Yeah,
but,
he's box office.
But Zion has more sauce than Luka.
That is facts.
Okay.
So if you went out and look who could sell more right now, it would be Zion. Zion could take over the whole league if he got in shape, stayed in shape, and put his numbers up, because he came in with that LeBron type bravado. The same thing this next guy gonna come in with. Ja Morant is elevating himself, so I agree with you there. But Luka's doing it with his play, and it's going to translate to the other side, just like Greek did, just like all the other players do. Not everybody gets to come in with that. The problem Tatum's got is Tatum's in the league how many years now?
4, 5, something like that.
Like 5 years, 6 years.
This is Tatum's six years. And right now, Luka and Morant is ahead of him on that side of things. They're ahead of him. Doesn't mean he can't pass them, but right now they're ahead of him that way. Maybe I think Luka right now is a better basketball player than Jason Tatum. Even though Jason Tatum has more defense and all, I'd pick Luka 100 out of 100 times before I'd pick Jason Tatum.
Fact.
I would.
But also beats to that point too. Like Luka did come to the league with a little with narrative to him. He people knew of him since he was a teenager.
But you know the one thing that's hurt Luka, Sturdy?
Well, his situation in Dallas?
No, it's because us brothers don't see he has to prove that he's in the group first. So all the bravado that Luka came in the league with didn't mean shit. He had to prove to the brothers that he could play.
Right. It's the Larry Bird thing. It's
what you got?
That's why people go at him like they do.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
What's
So
this list?
This is like a tier list, basically. So I basically compiled divided players. So I have like 4 categories. So I have my all world category, my superstar category, my stars category, and then my rising stars category. Every name that has like an asterisk on it, it could be interchanged, it could be removed, or it could be put in a higher category. But I do have a couple that they have asterisks on them based on health, missed games, lack of production, etc. Anything that's arguable. So
can always damage get 3 asterisks, please?
That nigga say always damaged. That's
I would say put him with superstars, but put like 3 asterisks on him.
Yeah, bro. If anybody on this panel puts that nigga in a category of superstar, I'm out.
He got
Anthony Davis.
He got asterisks.
Slide him over there. Slide him over there.
Expand it.
Hey, Bees, that's fact.
Slide him over there. Some Bees.
Hey, salute. Hey,
oh, come on.
Happy holidays to y'all, man. I get it.
Yo, come on, DJ. That shit crazy.
True. Can you make that go? Can you do a widescreen with that?
Bees.
Damn, that's the easy way to get Bees out the panel.
That's better.
No, Bees about to leave anyway.
If Kawhi not a superstar, AD not one either.
He said if
Yeah,
Kawhi was a superstar.
I didn't know how that. I just didn't know what that came from. I don't know. I just look at the game different.
Yeah, that's his criteria, bro.
Like I
Hey,
believe at
BJ,
his
you know they were
peak,
gonna attack you about Kawhi Leonard, man. You know you knew that shit
Kawhi
was
is a
coming.
Yeah,
superstar.
man,
At
I
his
wasn't
peak,
even tripping.
at his peak, man, he is a superstar. But unfortunately for him, he don't have the games qualified to be a superstar. Unfortunately, like I was agreeing with you as far as like your premise on him being one, because when he on the court and he healthy, he is a top 5 player in the league. But he
No
just
doubt.
don't have the necessary games played to quantify him as a
And
superstar.
you know what, dog?
But
I can respect that. I respect that.
hey,
I ain't got no
I
argument
think I think everybody gotta give Kawhi respect because they made a statement. Kawhi and PG made a statement against the Celtics against Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They made a statement against them
Herm
too.
to stop there. That was one game, so don't be
I'm just
mentioning
saying they made a
that's
statement
regular
though.
season.
Them niggas ain't played no
And that
games.
wasn't the playoffs.
Them niggas ain't
Don't
played no
stop
games, and
putting
they
the one
still
game
came
over.
back and whooped
Stop
their
that
ass.
BS.
You gotta
What you
be
make the
real.
statement game
You
for?
gotta
They
put
ain't
the
playing
Celtics
shit. They
down.
came in and whooped
Hey,
their
yeah,
ass.
but
No
Herm,
doubt.
No,
the
and,
hardest
and,
part.
and the 76ers came back and whipped their ass. So don't be doing this.
Hey, Herm, this the part you
Yeah, they
leaving
shouldn't
out
have
though.
lost that one,
The
but hey.
And
Celtics
then
been playing bad
B scored
lately,
the
so
hell
that
out of
don't
them. So
really.
we're not doing this one game stuff, Herm.
The
Nah,
Celtics
but
have
you
played bad
don't
I ain't
lately.
bring
telling
up
the
Embiid
You
second
telling the
round
Clippers to
losing
get to the
ass.
finals. You're
You
doing
should
so
never mention
bad.
Embiid. He a second
I like
round
that.
loser. You shouldn't even talk about
Hey,
Embiid.
And
He
I
didn't get
don't
past
talk
the
about
second
me. I
round.
fry him
Fuck
too.
Embiid. Fuck Embiid. He can't even get past the second round.
But here's the thing too, though. Like Kawhi, I mean, yeah, Kawhi only having 60 points a game right now. So, he ain't no. He got to show me something, bro. All that low management shit, man. Listen, I can't take away we
Hey,
doing
it's
this
true
league.
to
I can't.
criticize him about that though. He deserves criticism about that.
I,
And
I
I
listen.
Let
can't
me ask
even.
you a question. Should he be an all-star? Would you be mad if he was if people
Nah, I'll
vote for him to be an
boycott. I'll
all-star this
boycott.
year?
I'll boycott.
Kawhi Leonard.
To be honest, Kawhi's not gonna be an all-star.
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
Yeah,
Some some of these fans,
no
I mean,
man.
one,
what
no one gonna
Bees was
put him as an
basically
all star.
saying. Bees was basically saying when you look at Kawhi's career, so he played 11 years, right? So he a 5-time All-Star, 2-time NBA champ, rookie, all rookie team he made in 11-12, 2-time Finals MVP, All-Star MVP, named on the 75th anniversary team, 7-time All Defensive team, 2 Defensive Player of the Years, and a 5-time All-Star. So if you look at that in the vacuum, you would be like, damn, that motherfucker is a Hall of Famer. But then you look at the games missed, and it kind of make you go, wait a minute. It's like the Dwight Howard effect. Dwight in his first 7 years, Dwight was dominant.
Bill Walton.
He was dominant. But then when you start to peel back the layers, he became a journeyman and all that other shit.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
No, I agree with you. I just think the thing also we look at like, and True said, he said, the low management, and I agree with that. The low management, you can cook him on that. But as far as his overall game, I ask people this question: what weaknesses does he have in his game?
Playmaking.
His knees.
He's a chalk artist.
I don't think
Rebounding.
Okay, so playmaking.
Shit, it's several choke artists though.
There's
We can go down
there's
the
other
line
things.
about them.
There's other things too,
Yeah,
but
His
he's
barn.
one
His
of them.
barn.
we can get
Ain't
into
all
it.
that. His
It's
barn ain't all that either. Though.
I mean, fam,
uh,
if you, I see where you're going with that. To be honest, in 11 years, Kawhi Leonard, you said there's no weaknesses in his game, but in 11 years, Kawhi only recorded 1 triple-double.
Well, yeah, but I
Hey,
mean, like,
y'all, why Jimmy Butler? Why Jimmy Butler not considered a superstar?
because you don't have consistency. You don't have, bro.
Hell, you don't. Hell, you don't.
What? Herm, you don't be watching games, bro.
No, I'm just saying the last 3 years since the bubble.
Even since the bubble, even since during this playoffs runs too.
He been in conference finals and the NBA finals.
You talking about team
So how
shit?
that's not consistent?
You're
So
talking
Herm,
about teams.
yeah, I think Herm.
But what other superstar he had with him? He ain't had no other superstar.
Well, I think
Yeah.
Is that more
Miami.
impressive? Is that more
Hold on.
impressive than what these other guys doing?
Sean, a Miami fan, he can tell you.
Yeah, Herm, I would not call Jimmy Butler a superstar. I think he's a star. And I think he does at moments in the playoffs take his game to another level. But he's not a guy where I say, I put him on my team, I got a chance to get to the finals every year. I don't think he's that dude.
Hell, he's Paul Pierce.
Sean, let me ask Sean a question. Do you think who you think was better in
If you
that
think
series?
Embiid a superstar, Jimmy Butler should be one.
Well, we ain't gonna do the Paul Pierce slander though, because we ain't gonna do that.
Hey man, it is what it is.
Hey man, hate on.
Who you think was better in that series? Jimmy Butler or Jason Tatum in that Heat Celtics series?
Jimmy Butler.
Hold on.
Oh, this past one or the one in the bubble?
This past one.
This past one.
Jason Tatum.
Well, remember Butler missed the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason why I'm saying Jason Tatum, because Jimmy Butler missed.
That's the only reason.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason, because Butler missed the game. Now Butler had a crazy game 6. Obviously. But also game 7, he was good in game 7. He wasn't great in game 7. He was really good. I would probably get a slight edge to Tatum just because he played all the games.
Hey, Sturdy, can you pull up the numbers of Butler and Tatum?
I would go with Butler only for this reason, because of the people that Butler was missing on his team, as well as what he had to go up against, and taking them to 7 games. I think he was the more impactful player on the court than Tatum. I think he was the overall better player in that series. I think when I'm getting to the point where I think Jimmy Butler gets overlooked because his game is not particularly sexy to look at. So I think people just choose to put him to the side because his game is not appealing or is not as sexy as X, Y, and Z. That's why I truly, really believe why people overlook Jimmy Butler.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with that. I think that's a part of it. I'm just saying when I say with Jimmy Butler is I don't think he's a guy you stick anywhere and you say, yes, we get into the finals because we got this guy on our team. I don't think he's that guy. I think he's a guy that in moments he does rise up. And I also and this is not, I'm not disrespecting Jimmy Butler on any level. Wherever Jimmy Butler is gone, they've gotten better. So, when he went to Minnesota, they got better. When he went to they got better. When he got to Miami got better. Like everywhere he goes, they get better. I just don't know if he's a guy you stick him on the team, you say, here's our number 1 guy. We got a chance to get to the finals because of this guy. The bubble was a different. It's an asterisk on the bubble because the bubble was an unlikely season, right? Let's just be clear. I think again, he was in a great situation with the bubble. They caught lightning in a bottle. He gets to the finals. I just think he's that guy that you stick him anywhere and you say, hey, we got him. We're going to the finals.
So he a number 2 then, basically.
Yeah, he's
a great number 2 that sometimes flashes as a 1.
So what do you think he misses? He's missing other what Tatum has. What do you think Tatum has that he doesn't?
Definitely the consistency of shooting. Jimmy, because Jimmy doesn't have he's not a great shooter. He gets to his spots, but his shot isn't as consistent as Tatum's. And as good as he is, he's not really a one-on-one creator in those clutch moments. That's not what he does. Tatum does that better than him. Because I think Tatum just more naturally skilled at that than Jimmy was. Jimmy came in the league as kind of a defender and a guy who could, he could get to the basket, but he wasn't really a shooter. He's gotten better, but he's still not a guy who can, you tell him last 2 minutes of the game, we just need you to go create and make plays for yourself. Tatum's better at that.
Okay.
But I'm gonna say this though, Jason Tatum played with way more talent than Jimmy Butler been playing with, and Jimmy Butler been just as successful as Jason Tatum for us. The team accomplishments wise, he ain't had a guy like a Jaylen Brown on his team. He ain't even goddamn Al Horford and Bam. Damn near.
That nigga.
Bam ain't that good. Bam okay. Bam ain't that good. Bam ain't that good. I don't believe in no damn Bam out of Bayou. He ain't shit. He ain't shit.
Go backstage, man. Go backstage.
Y'all get him backstage.
I mean, yeah, I choose Jimmy Butler over Tatum, but it's just based off I like two-way, tough-minded players, and I think what he's been able to do these last 3 years with Miami, I think, has been undervalued.
You're a Donovan Mitchell fan. This is crazy, bro.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little confusing for now. Now it's a little confusing.
That shit crazy, bro.
Now it's confusing. It's kind of confusing now.
Y'all bought him back.
Well, like the fan was. Oh,
who was that they put backstage?
No, it's more so like your reasonings for why Jimmy Butler is better than Tatum is not the same as why Donovan Mitchell is better than Tatum. I don't agree with that.
I said mentally tougher too. I said he's a mentally tougher player.
That's ambiguous. That's very ambiguous.
Excuse me, what's the topic, bro? I just joined. My bad.
Right now, we kind of
Jason
semi-cooking
Tatum
Tatum a
better
little
than Jimmy
bit.
Butler.
We kind of semi-cooking Tatum.
Not even close.
Is that Wayne Perry?
No.
If it is, I need to get off this motherfucker.
We all do.
Herm, watch yourself now. Watch yourself, sir.
Nah, you gotta be careful now. I ain't with the police shit now. I gotta get off this shit now. You got that going on.
Hey man, I think Jason Tatum right now is better than Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, right now. I was talking about the playoffs last year in the
I
playoffs.
think everybody think that, bro.
Yeah,
Even in the playoffs last year.
Right now,
Even in the playoffs last year, Jason Tatum was better than Jimmy Butler all throughout the playoffs.
I disagree with that.
That's why I asked Starter to pull up the numbers.
I disagree with that.
I'm trying to tell them, Timmy, they won't let me talk.
But this nigga don't he average 13 points a game? How is he better than Tatum?
Who averages 13 points a game?
Jimmy, don't he average like 13 or 16 a game?
No.
Nah.
No, he don't.
What are you talking about?
Hell no.
What the hell are you talking about, man?
I'm just gonna put it like this, man. I like Jimmy Butler.
You gotta start betting your
Who said that? Who said that?
I do like Jimmy Butler.
He don't.
I do like Jimmy.
He don't.
He said Jimmy averaged 13 points a game.
He averaged 21.
Yeah,
you need to.
He's averaging the same.
No. I was talking about last year. It was one of those years. I wasn't talking about this year.
You just got in, man. You can go ahead and grab you some of that doorknob.
I was just trying to say, Jimmy Butler. You know what I'm saying? He's a really good player, but I think he reached his ceiling, and I think he's at his ceiling, and I think Jason Tatum is still rising, and it's past his ceiling, Jimmy Butler's ceiling, I should say. You know what I'm saying? Because I just think he's a better all-around player than Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. And I think some of it too is let's look at what these guys come in the league with in terms of expectation. Jimmy Butler was the last pick of the first round, right? He did not come. He literally worked his butt off to get to where he is now. He didn't come in like that. So he's really, if you want to look at his career, he's really overachieved based on expectation.
Yeah, that is true.
You know, so I think that has to be said about him. Tatum obviously is the third pick of the draft. Tatum went to a situation where he wasn't expected to be the guy from day one, you know, because they had Kyrie, they had Gordon Hayward. He was expected to be kind of a guy they would bring along slowly. And I think he got there and they realized, you know, like, man, this guy can go from day one. Like they almost, not to be funny, but they almost shouldn't even sign Gordon Hayward, to be real, because they didn't need him. Because Tatum was ready to go, you know, from day one. So I think, you know, some of that has to be factored into how you kind of evaluate the two guys.
Well, I was just particularly talking about the playoffs last year. I'm not saying now. I just think what Jimmy was able to carry that Miami Heat team, I just looked at as being more impressive. And I thought that he was just the best player in that series. Just Boston was the better team.
He left like the first quarter. Which game was it?
Game three.
Game 3.
He got hurt.
Okay, that's just one instance. But as far as the whole totality of the whole series,
that's the whole.
Yeah, just because JT played every game, just because he played every single game doesn't mean he was the best player. That doesn't make you the best player.
I mean, you playing at a certain level. You playing at a certain level.
No, you asked who had the better series. I said I thought Tatum had the better series, but it's only because he played every game. I don't think he totally outplayed Jimmy Butler. It's just he played in every game. And even the one game when Butler got hurt, game 3, Miami still won because Bam Adebayo went off.
Yeah, I remember the game 3 game they played.
So do you change your mind now, or do you still?
No, I can like I'm the type of person like I'll hear everybody out. I ain't gonna ever disrespect nobody, but no, I still think Butler was the better player.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, you're an intangibles guy. I got it.
I feel like you got your boots smoked off.
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell, though.
Yeah, true. You hate
Great.
Donovan Mitchell, man.
No,
I don't know why people don't like Donovan Mitchell. I don't know
He
why.
Donovan Mitchell, but he's debating for him against Devin Booker. That's the crazy thing.
I really don't have a problem with Devin.
listen,
I
bro,
really
I want
don't
you
have a
to go
problem.
back.
I really don't have a problem with Donovan Mitchell. I just call how I see it, man.
Not true. Listen, I want you to go back after the stream is done, man. Go through this. Go, take some notes, man. Take some notes.
I'm not gonna say nothing he just said.
All right.
By Donovan Mitchell.
Y'all got a debate going on?
No, he got a battle Hitman. True got a battle Hitman. Who's better, Donovan Mitchell or Devin Booker?
That was a terrible take because nobody's denying that. Okay, his defense got better, but he just my point was he's saying that his
No, I'm talking about the stuff he said about the Jazz situation. Like all that stuff was.
But
perfect.
nobody denied that. Nobody denied that. I only come on the point that he said he's a great defender. That was cap. I'm not going to say
he was on there talking big shit. Hitman was.
Yeah, Hitman was. Yeah. Yo,
I never heard him talk like that.
Perfect. Did you see Did you see True and Renegade go at it?
Yeah, I was in there for all that. I was in the comment section laughing at that shit.
I bet. True. All right. So Khalil, you the fight expert. Who won that face off between True and Renegade?
Renegade was real aggressive. He was talking shit that I ain't never heard him talk either. True kept his poise for real, so if you base it off aggression, Renegade did.
And that's sturdy. That don't mean.
But I mean,
just the face off. It's just
it
the
was
face
just
off.
the face off alone. I mean, they both was going at each other. When True was saying he'd battle him and Hitman X in the same day and all that, like I gotta see it because I thought I was gonna see Mingle Jester. Matter of fact, speaking of Mingle Jester, I was listening to the Monster channel the other day. This motherfucker said John Starks was better than DeMar DeRozan.
What?
I swear to God.
You sure you said that?
Because he was in there trying to argue for them 90s players and shit. So, Lamont, you know how Lamont be. He basically said Michael Jordan and DeRozan got similar games. So, Mingle Jester was in there trying to argue for the 90s people. And they bought up DeRozan, and he said John Starks was a better player.
He said,
People always gonna ride for their era.
I'm from the 90s too, but I would never say no stupid shit like that.
Yeah, nobody from the 90s would say that.
He got come.
Why John Starks?
You'd be surprised.
Why
They
John
was
Starks?
just bringing up because they was basically because he said that who was that? It was some player that had some buckets in this era. Because he was like, it's a lot of guys that we don't even know about in this era. Because they was talking about defense and how people in this era don't play defense. So he was basically saying like, well, there's guys in this era that be dropping buckets and don't nobody know who they are. So somebody brought up LeBradford Smith. Like so in the 90s, we never heard of LeBradford Smith, and he was giving Jordan 36 or whatever. And then they brought up John Starks, and this nigga was like, that nigga better than DeMar DeRozan. That nigga was in that bitch wilding. I see why his ass ain't come to that debate. He would have got fucking cooked. That nigga would have got smoked.
No, that's not hold it. No. I'm debating Hitman like in not this Wednesday, but the next Wednesday after this. Monday. I'm debating Renegade. I'm about to smoke his boots.
Yo, True. When Renegade said, you only need 6 minutes. You've been ducking the last 12. That shit.
And the one where he said he may not even be alive. That shit was funny. That shit was funny as shit.
That was funny though, but the reality of the situation is this though, like the whole battle anytime. Yes, I battle. I mean, listen, at the end of the day,
You gotta stop saying anytime. You're not gonna do anytime, bro.
But here's the thing, though, Sturdy. Like I'm listening. There's nobody debates more than I do. So like, let's at this point. So let's make that
on that platform. Yes, on that platform.
Sturdy, because nobody has more debates than me on YouTube right now.
No, on that platform. Yes, I agree on the Moss platform.
I don't listen. I battle last minute all the time, Sturdy. I don't know about you. I battle last minute.
Hey, bro. In MGM Grand, you have more fights than me, but I'm all over the world, baby. Like I'm in MSG. I'm
listen, I want to cook me a nigga, man. I'm gonna get me a nigga. See, a lot of people don't watch boxing. That's my sport. I can't debate nobody on there because they don't really watch my sport. Like I will debate some basketball shit that I'm well versed in, but I ain't gonna hold you. sturdy.
Somebody knows some
Like y'all
boxing in
niggas is
there.
a lot better at that shit. Like y'all niggas
Somebody
be on point.
know boxing over there in Lamont Channel. Somebody know boxing over there.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna step in the ring with me though.
They think they do.
They ain't gonna step in the ring with me though. They'll sit and talk.
Where y'all be debating at? Which
I
y'all
really
be?
wanted to. I wanted to debate SB, but SB would have got smoked. I would have smoked.
Oh, I think he'd take that. He'd take.
I'm saying like he would take
He
that.
better
Like,
not take it.
I was about to say like if I had some time, I would probably. I like don't say him or as like either ISB would debate you who's would go to boxing. I'll do that.
Well, he was. I mean, like my thing with him is it would have to be controlled because if I'm cooking, don't cut me off. Like he kept cutting me off. And, like with the whole Sonny Liston shit, you know, you wasn't there and I wasn't there. Like based off my information, I know Ali had nothing to do with it, and that's the point that I was trying to make to him.
Right, you were saying the fact that it wasn't rigged tonight. It's like, well, my lady had nothing to do with it, so that ain't his problem. He can't control that. So it's like that's how I looked at it.
But if he wanted to debate Floyd versus Ali, I would destroy him.
Yeah, I think he would.
But that's tough. That's Ali. Ali invokes too much emotion out of the people, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, the newer age guys really wouldn't know too much about Ali. I mean, I'm 41, so you know what I'm saying. It's a little bit different for me because that's who I looked up to as a child. Like was Ali. You know
but Cleo too. It's the same thing too. Like even if like from a young person perspective, right? You go back and look at the yesteryear guys. You go look at the highlights on the major promotions. I'm just comparing their promotions. Ali's the greatest promoter fighter I probably ever seen.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So it's like it's gonna sway. Like Ali invoked too much emotion out of the people. So I was telling the truth is like you gotta understand your audience or who you debating from. It's like it's how you convey your. Sometimes it's more so how you convey your debate than opposed to what you're saying. You obviously need both to be on point, but it's 60-40.
Right. See, and on FYF's platform. It's not a whole lot of guys in my age bracket. So it would be like if I was to debate anybody on Ali versus Floyd, I wouldn't bring up a lot of shit because I wouldn't want to bore them because they would get bored. Like they would swing more towards Floyd Mayweather. So I would have to make a compelling argument that Ali was a better fighter and was better for boxing than what Floyd is. I mean, I would of course bring up like more recent shit. Like my last round, I would absolutely demolish him. I already got my rounds, so whoever wanted can get it.
I mean, Khalil, the reality is, right, you debate anybody. If you bring something up, everybody who's listening, whether they're listening through their computer or their phone or iPad, they got a way to look up what it is you're talking about while you're talking about it.
Yeah, so, they ain't do that.
Will they do that though?
They don't do that.
No, I'm saying they have a way to. Whether they do it is up to them. I mean, like if I hear somebody say something about somebody that I've never heard of or I don't know a lot about, first thing I'm doing, I'm going to my phone and be like, okay, let me Google this thing, see what they're talking about. Because at the end of the day, that's how you learn. Like somebody say something and be like, oh, I never knew that about so and so or such and such. So
yeah, but see, you got the wherewithal to do that. A lot of these guys will just take it at face value if they hear it. And if you sound convincing enough, they will believe it. Like I could tell you the sky's red and say it in such a conviction to where most people will be like, oh shit, let me go outside and look right quick. Even though they know their subconscious mind is blue.
But that's stupid as hell though. Any other real debate, you can't just sit there and say anything and like get away.
No. Any debate, it's any debate that involves a mass of people. You have to understand the audience, bro. That's just
any type of real debate.
I want to see you debate somebody, bro.
Any type of
any
type of real debate.
I want to see you debate.
You can't just be saying anything to say anything.
Elder.
That wouldn't be a fair debate. That wouldn't be a fair debate. Yeah,
I want to see you debate that booger.
No, that booger getting picked and thrown out.
Like anybody.
When is that Mitchell Booker debate?
Monday on FY Sports Debates. Monday.
That's on Wednesday, bro. Damn, you don't even know your fight
schedule. It's Monday, bro. What are you talking about? It's Monday, bro.
No, you're debating Renegade Monday.
Yes, Renegade Monday and not this Wednesday. What are you talking about? It's Monday.
No, he just said Wednesday.
Oh, I said Monday.
He said Monday. Yeah, he said Monday.
Either way, that's not even the topic, bro. Monday is you versus Renegade. LeBron versus Kareem. That's
Oh,
Monday.
whatever.
This nigga don't even know his flight schedule. Damn, bro.
You know,
y'all doing LeBron versus Kareem?
Yeah, who's greater?
That's
Y'all
a
could have
weird
picked
one.
somebody else, like a different matchup than that. That's
a weird
nasty.
one.
That's a nasty matchup. You should do like Kareem versus like.
That's the topic. Like, that's the topic. I think True chose, man. He had multiple.
I would have did like Kareem and
it was something fair for him. Be honest with you, it was something fair because like he only can talk about LeBron, and the narrative with me is I only can talk about Celtics. So let's do something outside the box, something different. You know what I mean?
So Renegade is speaking for LeBron.
Yeah.
Listen, Kareem is not Michael Jordan, so I'm not worried. I mean, he only can cook on Michael Jordan shit, but I mean, listen, man.
I mean, there's need to be more topics outside of LeBron being brought up.
Run it.
More players in the NBA.
Yeah, I'm about to check y'all out, man.
Hey, Renegade about to get smoked though. All right, though. BJ.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna get off here, man. It's been a pleasure. I'm gonna put my channel in the box, man, so y'all can check me out.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll definitely check you out, bro.
All right,
definitely.
Love.
Yeah, y'all come here at that like button too, man. You got
I
38 people in.
Lil and Sean.
Yeah.
Who's better? T.I. or Ludacris?
I got Ludacris, my personal friend.
That's hard. That's hard.
Sir, did you listen to that today?
Yo, I'm about to get into that tip. Hold on.
I would say Ludacris had more commercial success to me. He had more club bangers, but I'm more of a T.I. guy myself. But that's tough. I wouldn't. You can go either way with that.
Yeah, I would say Ludacris was more consistent, but T.I. was better at their peak. T.I. was
I ain't mad at that.
like
24s
and trap music and urban legend T.I. That's peak T.I.
Yep.
But I think Luda just has been just really consistent. Like if I was trying to tell somebody like, here's a Luda album to listen to so you can know who Luda was. It's not that I wouldn't have one. It would be, I would have to debate like which one would I turn them on to. Where like if I'm saying, oh, you want to know who T.I. is, listen to Urban Legend. Like that's peak T.I. to me.
Yep.
So,
yeah, that's actually a really good topic right there. That could be a debate for real. That'd be tough.
Yeah. But I got love for both of them. Truth be told, so
yeah, I do too.
Yeah, and you said, see, Brother Omar said chicken and beer. I would probably go with Release Therapy because I think
that's the underrated joint right there. I think that's my favorite movie.
What's on that one? Shake Your Money Maker and a Runaway Love.
Runaway Love.
I grew up a screw up, man. That's fire, man.
War with God is one of the best Luda songs I've ever heard in my life.
Hey Sean, which one got the diamonds in the back, sun rooftop, bigger in the scene with a gangster league? Which one is that on? Is that Chicken and Beer?
I think that's Red Light District, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
I mean, check that man got, you got Rob Parker interview pull up.
Yeah.
Oh snap.
Yeah.
Yo,
but yeah,
because Bang just did a versus between Luda and T.I. and T.I. got smoked like horrible.
Who did that?
Like Bang got a channel, and right now we're doing a versus series, and today was Luda versus T.I. and T.I. got smoked.
Well, let me ask you something, 30. When he does his verses, does he do it with just their catalog, like catalog or their songs that they are the front line on, or do they do features as well?
It's mostly and Tiff could attest it. It's mostly their song. They don't really do features, and it's people in the chat data side. So they will email Bang and list of 10 songs. We'll be like, okay, who's the verses? Who want to represent who? First come, first serve, and the first person to send their 10 songs, they'll do the verses like that.
Okay. Yeah, because Luda, I think Luda, like Khalil said, Luda's had more commercial hits, so it's gonna be like nostalgia for some people, but it's like, okay, so like T.I. got a song with Rick Ross, Pledge Allegiance.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the better T.I. songs.
Yeah.
It wasn't a radio song. Or the one he did with Eminem. God, what's the name of the song? I can't remember. Anyway, like some of his better songs ain't radio music, ain't radio songs. So yeah. But yeah, that's just me. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a fact. Like I said, I'm more of a Ti guy, but Luda was dope too. Like, I mean, all them Atlanta dudes, them acts coming out of there at that time frame, they was just lighting shit up, man.
Yeah, and like
I grew up
Luda,
a screw up.
I don't know if I've ever heard Luda on the remix, the I Get Money remix. The 50 Cent I Get Money.
Yeah.
Luda kills it.
Yep.
He absolutely murders that joint.
Yeah,
he real good on features too. He always crack on
he
features.
always like that on features.
Because his flow is unrateably diverse. Like
the punchlines, the delivery.
Even that little shit he did recently when he was talking about the little lotto chick when they tried to say he wasn't from Atlanta.
Yeah,
he did a little quick little tap on the chin right quick. I even like that. Like even though it was only like 20 seconds.
Then the story, he could story tell. He could tell a story.
Luda's that dude. Don't put the battery in his back. Don't leave him alone. Cause
he smoked Nelly. He smoked shit out of Nelly in that verse, man. He smoked shit out of Nelly.
Like, literally, it's like y'all better recognize.
But see, by him being a DJ, he knew how to control crowds and knew what they wanted and all that.
You know
that. He
got good ear for song.
I knew Skinny Black was a DJ. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Chris Level.
He started as a radio. He started as a radio DJ in Atlanta.
Yep.
Yeah. So like, I've never met T. I've met Luda, and you could tell like he was meant to be what he's become. Like he just got that kind of personality.
Yeah.
Real dude.
Yep. You know who was mad cool, who I met, had a real long conversation with? This was back in like 03, 04, was David Banner.
Oh, yeah. He's a super smart dude.
Man, that dude intelligent as fuck, dude. I learned so much shit just talking to him.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne, actually, believe it or not, is real smart.
Really? He can actually complete a sentence.
He just does a lot of drugs. That's it.
Yeah, no, I chopped it up with him for a while.
Yeah, Wayne ain't no dummy though.
Wayne, he is well read too. He's actually a reader. Like you could tell some of the stuff just he says. You know, like he reads. Like he's. He ain't
anytime you see him on TV, you see him on Undisputed, whatever. Man, he don't sound ignorant. I mean, he articulates himself very well.
He's very coherent.
Yeah, when he ain't high.
When he not high. But shit, where do you put Wayne at, man? Because Wayne held down some summers, boy, with the mixtape.
I was saying Wayne can range anywhere from 10 to like 25.
If Wayne for me is the argument I have about Wayne Khalil and 30 is mixtape Wayne is better than album Wayne.
Yep, that's why I said he held it down with the mixtape.
Oh, Sean, why you said it that casually? I don't like how comfortable you said that. Like,
no, if it's the thing, you know what it is, 30? It's like you ever seen like a great stand-up comedian that's great in their specials, but they can't be as funny in their movies. That's what Wayne is to me as a mixtape rapper.
Kevin Hart.
Damn,
Khalil, I was about to say.
I was thinking about Kevin Hart.
Yeah. It's like there's dudes that they just it's what they do. They are just that funny in specials, but they can never translate it to their TV shows or whatever. To me, if Wayne could bring more mixtape Wayne to albums, he'd be top 10 without question for me.
For me, it's mostly his inconsistencies. I do think, as both obviously for mixtape and albums, he has multiple classics. Obviously, the impact is there, the longevity is there. It's just it was a lot. He put up a lot of BS, man. He put a lot of BS. There was times you just tell he didn't care.
Yeah, and I think also like to Khalil's point, like I made this mistake, but to me from like 05 to like 09, pretty much everything he jumped on, he murked.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it was his albums, the mixtapes, remixes, features, he was just murking everything.
So do you think with that level of like production, he kind of got oversaturated to people because he fizzled out hard?
I think that's some of it. I just think also too. I mean, I think the game changer, and again, this is where I think where Drake, like no one else took advantage of it. Social media was the game changer to me with how people consume hip hop. You know, like by 2009, 2010, everybody was getting stuff from social media. That's how you made your name. And I think Soulja Boy kind of started it, but Drake took it to out of this universe level with it. Like I think it's just a different game. But I think, from like 05 to 09, we were still like, you had to download, you had to get stuff bootleg, like, them mixtapes wasn't just like sitting, out there. Like you had to go get them in a lot of cases. And Wayne was just the guy that you was like, when you knew Wayne was dropping a mixtape, it was like, oh, I got to get that somehow, some way. So
that piff era.
I used to have that LimeWire boy. I used to be tearing them up.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but let me shut up before Khalil called me on True Channel again.
Yeah. Man, we got 41 guys. Man, happy holidays.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays.
Everybody don't celebrate Christmas.
We got 40 people, and hit that like button.
Merry Christmas to all y'all.
Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays, Merry Kwanzaa, Happy Christmas, and all that other stuff.
Kwanzaa.
Yeah, Kwanzaa.
That's celebrated the day after.
Well, I'm saying some people celebrate Kwanzaa too. Listening, trying to represent for Kwanzaa.
And then the 90s, it was a big deal in the 90s. I just don't think it really was. We was even taught about it in school, but I don't know about these people now. So.
Well, I mean, I'm saying some people still do.
I'm not making to start celebrating Kwanzaa, man. We gotta make that thing, man.
Yeah, you mojo. But yeah, I just think that to me is the game changer. Consumption is like how you get it. That was the game changer.
Man, it's a good era to be in, boy, because it used to be a struggle to get CDs and shit back then.
Oh man.
Brother, I'm not hating. Stop it.
Khalil, you remember you used to have to go to like midnight sales to get stuff?
Yep.
Shit, now I ain't gonna lie, that's the streaming shit. It's clutch as hell, man. It's like shit.
Hell yeah, it is. You ain't gotta move. You can just one push of a button. You got everything you need.
Yeah.
But then
you used to have to travel, boy.
Yeah, and now like the older artists, like if they on like defunct labels, some of these artists don't even have stuff on streaming. Like De La Soul, they stuff ain't on streaming. So it's like people, you say De La Soul, half people don't know their catalog because it's not on streaming.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Yeah, what up, Tracy, man? I got swear.
So I see that's what Lamont. That's the lane he going there now. It's just he gonna be a debate. Like he gonna.
I mean, technically that's what's kind of the channel was supposed to be about. It's basically
a debate channel. Debates. It's FYI debates, but he actually doing it now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step in the ring with somebody though at some point.
Yeah, because everybody don't want to debate on this.
Yeah, I know J-Mac for a while on U3 wanted to do something called Debate Wars. He was trying to do that for a minute.
I don't know. That would have been tough.
But yeah.
Why don't they do their channel no more?
They say he's back.
Sure. Yeah. Cisco said they're gonna be back.
They say he's back next week.
Yeah, next week they'll be busy.
Yeah, I don't know what really happened with y'all, man, because I used to love that show, boy. Y'all three, boy. I used to look forward to coming on there, man. That shit used to be lit. Now True got his shit popping. True be dropping every day now.
Yeah, True. Make sure you don't stream next Friday, because that's me and brother Amari stream.
I don't give a damn. Like,
y'all got to stream together?
Excuse me, I'm one of your co-hosts and one of your biggest supporters. I think you better watch yourself.
That's the interview. That's the interview.
Got something going.
I ain't going.
Sturdy, you ain't got your own channel. Why don't you got your own channel, man?
I'm trying to get my life together. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I can dig it. I can dig it.
Trace, are you ready for the funeral tomorrow? That's crazy.
Yeah, brother. I remember that you get 11 CDs for a penny, but then they hit you over the head.
Yeah, you got to join the membership, right? That's how I went or something.
Yeah. That was a straight jack move.
Yeah, it's gonna be some good. It's gonna be some good. It's gonna be some great content. These spaces, man. These upcoming weeks, days.
Oh, let me get y'all comments. You and Khalil on this Tory Lanez thing situation. Like, how did that happen?
Go ahead, Khalil.
No, you stepped away.
Khalil, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I had a call. What y'all say?
No, what's your comment on this Tory Lanez situation?
Oh, honestly, dog, I ain't really followed it all like that, so I don't really have an opinion either way. I just heard she got shot in the foot or something a while back, but I haven't really heard nothing else on it. Like, I heard he got found guilty though. I did see that, so I don't really know. If y'all talk about it, you know what I'm saying, that'd be news to me.
Yeah, I mean, Sturdy, there's a lot of thoughts about it, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's two sides to it. I think the first side is we, and I say we, I'm talking about as a Black community, have to do a better job of making sure we're protecting Black women. At the same time, we got to realize where things are today, and because women have not felt protected societally for a long time, now there's going to be overkill when they're in situations with guys, nationally and publicly, to make sure that the guy pays or overpays for it. I know she got shot in the foot. I wasn't there. All I know is that they found him guilty. His daddy was out front preaching after the verdict.
What a half. That man had a hairline, but that man had a half.
Yeah.
No, not a one and a half. He had a half. Okay, give me a half. No guard, lever open.
Yeah.
With a shape up, man.
Ain't he like Canadian or something? Tory Lanez?
I don't think I was like, he was preaching. I was like, man, that shit was funny as hell.
Yeah.
But that's kind of fucked up. I mean, here's the thing. They said he didn't shoot the gun, but he still. I mean, that's crazy about it with me. It's like, well, y'all saying it was a female that shot the gun, and I mean, he should have told what happened. For real.
Hey, can I throw my 2 cents in on that, bro?
Look at Beef and showed out of nowhere.
What you guys say, man?
Hey, man, I think that if you're a Black man in today's world and you look at that verdict, you are doomed. There is no place for you to go. That's what I think this verdict means. So you best do a really, really good job about the people you allow around you, men or women.
That is true.
Because they convicted that man of shooting that woman when that girl shot that woman. And the witness testified to it in court that the girl shot the gun 3 times before he even got out of the car and tried to take it from her.
So she was shooting at Meg Thee Stallion?
Yes.
Damn.
And there was a witness in court. One guy witnessed it from his balcony, and he testified in court that girl drugged Meg Thee Stallion. They got out of the car, got to fighting. And the reason they got to fighting is because Meg hooked Tory up with her. Then she got COVID, and Meg started banging him. Old girl didn't know. Tory started pushing up on Kylie Jenner. Meg left, didn't want Tory messing with Kylie Jenner, went back, got kicked out of Kylie Jenner's house with Tory because she just wanted Tory to be gone. And then they started arguing in the car. And in the car, Tory told old girl that Meg had been sliding behind her back with him, with Ben Simmons, and the baby. So those two girls got out and started fighting. And according to that witness, there was 3 pops before Tory even got out of the car. But
so when he got out of the car, what did he do?
He tried. I'm assuming he tried to take the gun because the guy said once he went to the back, there was 2 more pops. That's what the witness said. He's the only witness to the whole thing. But the girl that was in the altercation, she had gun residue on her hands, was never charged.
That's crazy.
Right?
Yeah, that's wild.
Confirmed. The prosecutor called her. She was their star witness. You know what she did when she came in court, Khalil? She took the fifth. She wouldn't. She took the fifth until they gave her immunity. They gave her immunity, and then she said whatever she needed to say. But they asked her.
Immunity?
Yeah, she got immunity. They asked her if she shot the gun. She took the Fifth Amendment, even though she had a minute. And then they turn around and they convict this dude. You know who had the gun? Oh, it was old girl's gun. It wasn't even his gun.
That's wild.
The chick that got immunity, the gun belonged to her.
That's wild.
Yeah, so clearly, I mean, they were target. He was the target all along.
Yeah. So my thing, did he say that he told them what happened?
No, bro, you got to understand something. Who is Meg Thee Stallion? She is just like all these other fake ass black people. She is somebody that's pushing the poisonous message to the black community. They are not going to allow her to fall.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She is white supremacy's biggest friend. So I understand where you're coming from, Sean, but I think today black men need to start walking away from these black women, bro, straight up. Because you know, and I don't mean every when I say that, right? What I mean is the one that feed into these feminism views and all this other stuff. You got to walk away from these women because all they're doing is furthering the demise of your community.
Please, I was in a conversation the other day with some people, and we were talking about toxic femininity and the fact that it doesn't get talked about enough. Like people always talk about toxic masculinity, but you never talk about toxic femininity.
No, she got in court. This girl, just make this make sense. This girl went on Gayle King in front of the world and said she didn't sleep with that man. And in court, she slept with him.
Yeah. The girl, you mean Megan Thee Stallion? Or
yeah, bro.
Megan, okay.
She fucked Ben Simmons behind no girl's back. She fucked the baby behind no girl's back, and she fucked Tory behind no girl's back. Tory just told on her in the car because she didn't want Tory banging Kylie Jenner. That's why those girls started fighting. They pulled the car over and they started throwing hands. Kelsey, now think about this. Now I'm gonna ask you a question. I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened. But what's more likely, that Tory gets mad at Megan that he can't F Kylie Jenner because she got him kicked out of the house and he shoot her? Or is it more likely that the girl who thought her best friend was two-timing her went at her?
It's the second
one. Second one. Wow.
And here's another point. Meg, in the court, Kelsey said that Meg put all their belongings into Tory's car. Tory didn't even they weren't even supposed to be in Tory's car. And I don't understand why Tory would have a gun when he had a security guard who had a gun. And then they asked him at the pool, they're like, what did Tory get in the pool with? They said, the people, one of the dudes said Tory stripped down to his underwear and got in the pool. He didn't have no gun.
Mm-hmm.
So the girl fired at least 3 shots, and the last 2 shots were in between them both because they were fighting over the gun. But they pinned the whole fucking thing on them. That girl, Kelsey, told the same story Meg told all the way up to court. Then she pled the fifth. Wouldn't answer any questions. So those two women told the police that he got out of the car, he was mad at her, and he told her to dance, bitch, and was shooting at the fucking pavement, making her dance, and a bullet fragment hit her foot. That's the story they told the police. But when she came in to testify, she acknowledged that she lied, but she wouldn't say anything other than that without immunity. So to me, this is another situation where this Me Too, believe all women stuff has gone way too far, and black men already know what time it is when you go in that courtroom. You already know what time it is. And we don't talk about this, but there's a lot of black men that get popped because women calling they boyfriends, which is Johnny Law. There's a lot of black women calling the law on black men. They get them killed. They get black men in all kind of shit. We don't talk about what these women do because we want to look at women as if they weaker and they get away with this shit. Well, the system, that's why they push for black women's rights and make them feel like they're a victimized group. Black women ain't suffering no more than black men. Matter of fact, they suffer less. You show me a right a black man has that a black woman don't. But I can tell you 15 rights a black woman has that a man won't get. Or opportunities. And that's the way they set up the system. And that's how feminism destroyed our community. And that's why we finished.
Amazingly, though, the feminist movement was never created for black women.
That sure wasn't.
The funny part.
They were just used as a pawn to get the outcome that the white women wanted. Matter of fact, feminism itself was created for women to get rights so they didn't have to fight for them. Because
the suffrage movement and all that.
Yeah, it used to be if you voted, you had to go to war. They didn't want to go to war, so they didn't want to vote. But they'll run around telling we couldn't vote. Well, you know what? I think it's time that men start to wake up and say, why are we going to go give our lives for some hoe's opinion who ain't willing to give her own life for her own principle? You got all these men out here that die every day for these women to pop off. They got all these luxuries that they think they got on their own. They don't even realize that if men actually walked away, this country get taken over tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Without hesitation. So I think if you want to push a narrative, that's cool. You just got to be willing to fight for it. Why do I got to fight for it? I think women are equal. I got no problem with them being equal. Let's line them up and put them in the selective service. Let's make it equal down the board. I bet you all this shit stops. It will stop dead in its tracks. Ask them damn hoes over in Ukraine if they pushing that feminism right now. Look at all them dudes over there dying right now. Them women all somewhere else getting dicked down by some new dudes.
Damn.
Am I lying?
No, that's life.
Yeah.
So I just think it's time we take that damn little protective class off these women. Look at how many. Just search in your phone how many women are shooting at people and killing people today. The media, just like you said, Sean, they keep a rap on it.
Yep.
Because all it does is it breaks down the community and allows people to be manipulated even more by the government. I mean, you hear that woman you hear that black lady in Memphis that said Judge Joe Brown shouldn't run for mayor. He should get behind her.
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, called him a misogynist and all that other shit. Like, bitch, what he should get behind you for? What you done did in your life?
Man.
Yeah, this whole bro, I am totally out on this black woman push, Sean. I'm sorry, bro, but I'm out on it, bro. We have fallen victim to this mindset that the black woman is more traumatized. Bro, the numbers don't say that. All the numbers, the group of black people that white supremacy wants to keep in check is the black man. It is not the black woman. It's the black man. They don't fear the black woman. I mean, all we got to do is look in our community. What is the number one sign of poverty? Do you guys know what that is in the black community?
Division?
No, it's called single parenthood.
I was about to say that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
so think about that for a minute. The overwhelming majority of our community are single parents. So the outcome of that is the majority of our people will always be second class, underclass citizens. And it's all based on ideology that someone sold. And it keeps getting passed down to every generation of our women and our boys. The same women that are passing this down to those girls are passing it down to their sons. And this is, I mean, bro, on the rate we own, half the men are going to be the alphabet people by 2040. That's real talk, bro.
Dwayne Wade's son bees, yeah.
And that's the route we're on right now. And again, I'm not attacking black women. I'm just calling it out that if we don't start making some changes about how we do stuff, and if you're a man today, bro, you best make sure that woman you messing with, you know what she about 100%, bro. 100%.
You ain't lying, man.
Because bro, they will lie so fast. They master manipulators, bro. Think about it. A woman from the time she go into puberty, she got niggas hitting her up every day. You know how socially superior they become to us? And then they turn around and manipulate the shit out you, bro. And hey, what you see that lady down in Texas now, right? She changing her tune. You see that, Sean? That white lady?
Which one?
For that coach of Texas.
Yes, yeah, I saw that. I saw that, yes.
Well, guess what? He had it all audioed and videotaped.
Yeah.
So now she got to come out and lie. And take her lie back that he was choking her and shit when she called the cops. So she gonna call the cops and say he choking her and shit, and he got it all on tape. But they done suspended this man and all that. This man already been tried and convicted on DV.
Yeah.
He finished. I don't think Texas will let him coach anymore.
Dang.
Yeah, even though she's recanting and
Yep.
yeah.
And the day they arrested him, his lawyer said, "We have all the evidence. He's going to be vindicated." And now she's out here trying to pull it back because guess what? You just cost that man his job, but guess what? You just fucked up your meal ticket.
Your livelihood.
You just fucked your life. Yeah, exactly. You done picked up the phone. Oh, what's the one for the basketball player?
Miles Bridges.
Yeah, did you see that he had to take out a restraining order on her?
Yeah.
She been coming out to his house trying to get him back. No, honey, you two are toxic for each other. Y'all don't need to be around each other.
Yeah.
But that meal ticket, she want that money.
Yep. I mean, shit.
Yeah. Now, I said all that stuff about black women. Now I'm gonna say this. Hey, half you niggas out there ain't shit. And you need to step your game up. Stop trying to be a thug and take care of your fucking business.
Yeah.
And that's real talk.
That's the other part of it. Yeah.
Cause I'm an equal opportunity motherfucker.
Man, don't be like YSL out here, man.
Yeah.
Nah, bro. Man.
That's
Another thing, True. We need to
I seen that
stop.
young fella. Yeah, that shit.
We need to stop listening to that bullshit. Because you know what? Them people don't even control the message. Who control the message that they pushing?
Them big ass label execs, man. They run the
You know the people I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
We know who you talking about, Bees. I just don't want to discuss their names.
But let me ask you something. We know that we're being fed bullshit. Why do we consume it? I think it's okay to listen to music as long as you understand that it's just music.
Yeah, that's the thing though, Bees. Like it's like these guys. Listen, entertainment is entertainment. It's like movies and stuff. Like we watch action movies, people dying and stuff like that. Cool, we understand what it is. But these rappers trying to be so real and so, you know what I mean, authentic to a point of self destruction. And it's like,
Well,
bro,
you know who they targeting, right? True.
They talking to us. They talking to kids.
They targeting the 12 to 14 years old because that's supposed to be the most influential time in your music. That's where you develop your real affinity for music, and when you can be influenced the most. That's who they targeting. They keeping that prison pipeline open, bro.
Right.
So I can't support no niggas like that, bro. I hardly listen to rap no more.
It's just like, especially like some of these kids, like I said, we talking about single parent households, whatever case may be. If you ain't getting raised right or whatever, you be easily manipulated. You know what I mean? Straight or wrong way.
Yeah, look. I see. I believe the term single parent. I believe that term needs to be modified, right? Because if you've been married and you got a divorce, or your father or the dad of your kid is in the kid's life making child support coming around, you not a single mother. You co-parenting.
Right.
Right. That's time. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
And they use they take these numbers and they manipulate them to get their point across. Now, if you out there and you on the system and you don't know who your baby daddy is, that's a whole different story.
Right. Yeah. I think that's a good point, Bees, because like when I was raising my son, I never said I was a single parent. Like, no, he lives with me, but his mom is in his life. Just like when he's with her, I'm in his life. So it's not like, oh, I'm a single parent. Nah, we making sure he's good.
Right. And you guys shouldn't even be in that number.
Right.
Because you're not single parent, you're co-parenting.
Right, yeah.
You just don't have a relationship.
Right, exactly. Didn't need one.
Right.
Yeah, it's
So
like yeah,
I think that removing that, I mean that is negative when you use statistics because there are hidden numbers in there like that, right?
Yeah.
But we still got an epidemic of Negroes that's dropping seeds and ain't doing their damn job.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
You pick it up with any type of woman, and you're like, come on, like you. Where even that Nick Cannon shit though, to a certain degree.
See, I
That
ain't
motherfucker.
got no problem with Nick Cannon, bro.
I don't look, bro. Like I don't have a problem with like the multiple kids, right? But like he said in the interview, man, he said he spread himself too thin because you know what I mean. You don't
Yeah, but
spend time. You know what I mean?
no, I know what you mean, but I'm saying this. If you can financially take care of the kids you have, who am I to tell you how many you could have? I can't tell you nothing. Now, is it going to be a disadvantage for some of those kids and not have the time with their father? Yes, it will. That will be a disadvantage. But 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 those kids that he got compared to some of the kids that are coming up in the hood, that's
Oh, that's
night and
fact.
day.
That's fact.
Right.
I agree with you on that though. I definitely agree with you on that. Cause people I know people who got multiple kids don't be doing shit. That shit crazy. Like
Yeah, hey, bro.
I can't even hang around with people. Like, I don't hang around
Hey,
nobody
hey,
like
hey,
that, man.
hey, check this out, bro. I got a cousin, right? I mean, I'm sorry, my auntie, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got, she got two boys. I got two cousins. She got 23 grandbabies, bro, from two
Damn.
niggas, bro.
Damn.
Them niggas was getting chicks pregnant every time they had sex.
One of them got 16 kids, bro. The other one got 7.
16.
16.
Hey, bro, when they do child support on that nigga, bro, they do what they call in Tennessee, they do class action lawsuit on him. When one mama takes him to court, they all show up.
Yep.
Damn. How many
I bet
baby
you that
moms?
nigga
Yeah.
checks be like
Yeah,
$20.
how much you getting them? Yeah, I'm trying to figure how much the kids getting them off.
How many
Today,
baby?
like 4 or 5 years ago, I finally heard him acknowledge that he was a dumbass.
He just admitted that.
But
Yeah,
it is it, and I'm not sure how true this is, but I always heard if you have 20 kids or more, that they can't get you for child support.
well, he
Yeah, I
got
think
some.
it's less than that.
He got some that he don't. I don't think he paying for now, right? Because they can only take so much of his check.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
But he done been locked up like 5 times for child support.
That shit ain't no joke, man. I'm not speaking of that. I seen
Jesus.
it was some one of them court shows, man, where it's like, dude, his life was effed up because of child support. Yeah, it was just one kid, right? It was a crazy, just depressing story, man. Dude was like, he trying his best and all that. It was on one of them court TV shows. It was crazy. It was like he was
Yeah.
that child support ain't
Yeah.
no joke,
And
man.
I asked him, I said, why you be messing with these dumbass hoes, bro? And he's like, what you mean? I'm like, bro, a woman can only have a baby like 3 days a month, bro. How you meet all these hoes that's ovulating on the day you come through?
Yeah.
That don't even make sense to me, bro.
And that's dangerous too, like disease and stuff like that. So you gotta think about that stuff too, though.
That
Like,
nigga be letting loose, boy.
that's a thing
Yeah,
too, though.
and
That's scary,
and
man.
I ask my auntie all the time, right? I be like, how you remember all these fucking kids' names, bro? It don't make no sense. How you know all these kids? She
Got a
goes,
book.
oh, she goes, I have to be reminded of some of them's names.
Yeah. Every time they come over, they got to put on "Hello, my name is
Right.
Tag."
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, bro.
someone may look at somebody looking like some others ones, like the cousins may look like someone, so you get confused among like.
Hey, and the crazy thing is, ain't no other of my mama's siblings got more than like 4 kids. And she got 23 grandbabies, bro. 4 to 23, bro.
That's crazy, bro.
But that's the kind of ignorance that we got in our community, right? And it's in all our families, right? We all know it.
Yeah, they actually running with that.
And it ain't even all their fault, right? They just ain't being taught, or they don't always see a better way to go. But they got to take some accountability.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that I had to say that because I've been that Meg shit pissed me off because I listened to that witness because to me that he got a story and she got a story, right? There's two sides to a story. So I wanted to listen to the dude that was impartial to both sides. And so after listening to him, I don't know how they convicted this man, bro. Other than saying that he was partially holding the gun when the last two shots were fired.
Yeah. Well,
So that made him guilty?
I would say two things. First, I believe 7 of the 12 jurors were black women.
Yeah. Well, that's why his daddy was out there screaming, bro, because if you go and listen to those, if you actually go and listen to the court transcripts, that one girl, Kelsey, she contradicted all of Megan's testimony.
Mm-hmm.
She said in court that dance bitch was a lie. Nobody said that to her. She contradicted all of Meg. I don't understand how they convicted this man, bro.
Yeah, it's wild though. Now the question is, now it's like I'm seeing on Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff, and man, lock this man Tory Lanez. I'm like, bro. Like, first of all, listen. Like, in my own thing at this, like, this is what I'm saying. This is getting very disturbing and toxic because it's like, bro,
here's the
regardless of what
crazy
you feel, like,
and
you didn't do that shit.
here's the crazy part. Kylie Jenner got Meg to call him over there on FaceTime. She didn't even know Kylie Jenner was about to run. She set that up. Meg and the old girl, hey, it's a crazy part, Sean. They left the house and was going down the road, and Megan came up with an excuse to take the car back and go back in the house because she said she left some of her shoes. She goes back in the house, and Kylie kicks her and Tori out when she came back in the house.
Right.
That's how they all ended up in the car together. And that's why Tori told on her when they got in the car. And that's when shit popped off.
Yes, that is crazy though, man.
And the witness said that 3 gunshots were fired when only the 2 women were out of the car. And this bitch got off, bro, clean.
So it's gonna be interesting when she do interviews and
Hey,
stuff.
and they gonna get this nigga 20 years, bro. Watch what I tell you.
And deported.
Yeah.
They gonna get this dude 20 years.
Yeah.
That's rough, man. He gonna win the appeal. He gonna win the appeal.
No, he ain't gonna win no appeal because what he gonna appeal? He got a fair trial.
Yeah, well, that's a trial.
I mean, when the prosecutor gave that girl immunity and then let her not actually see, they should have never gave her immunity because your job in the courtroom should be to find the truth. Who shot the girl, right? And if your star witness comes in and takes the fifth, to me that tells you that there's more to the story than what she done told you.
Yeah.
And she can't tell the story without putting herself right in the fucking middle of it.
Yeah.
Right.
At that point, I stop the trial if I'm a motherfucking DA and we got to do some more investigating.
Yes, that's tough, man.
Cause if y'all both was doing that, I got to charge both of you.
Yes.
But all right, man, I'll holler at y'all.
I don't know, man.
All right, bees.
Bye, bees.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. It's definitely crazy. Very interesting how people will look at Megan Stallion moving forward. I mean, I don't think people rock with her like that anyway. Though I mean, in the day, you gonna have the people, her fan base, whatever. But I mean, I think she dropped the album. People really wasn't rocking with it anyway. I mean, it is what it is. Because at one point, I mean, we see what the judges being pushing, but you're gonna see some resistance and pushback on it. It's like, I see even Kyrie situation. Nike dropped Kyrie has been shoe companies been hitting them. I mean, hitting them up. So
yeah.
Hope I go 5-5 on that. Sixers, Knicks, Mavs, Lakers, Bucks. Okay.
Let me ask y'all a topic. Deshaun Watson. How do y'all view him going forward? Do you think he can get that edge back that he had before, or this 2-year layoff kind of stunted his development into becoming a all-time great quarterback?
I think he can get it back, but I think it's going to be different. Because part of what made him so dynamic was, as good as he was with his arm, he was just as good with his legs.
Right.
And you remember, the 2 years that Vic was out of the league, it wasn't his arm that really took the hit; it was his legs.
Mm-hmm.
But he came back and he found his legs again, but it wasn't quite the same as like when he was in Atlanta versus Philadelphia.
Right.
He became a better quarterback in Philadelphia because of his, the system he was in and stuff like that. I think Deshaun Watson can kind of do the same thing if he just understands 2 years away from football was 2 years away from football. He basically hadn't played football in 2 years. So his legs were going to take the hit. But I think he could be – I thought he was a top 5 quarterback when he was in Houston, those last couple of years. Mm-hmm. I think he can get back to that, but I think it's going to be different than when he was in Houston.
Okay.
I agree with all that tenfold. I mean, when you ain't been in the game for a minute like that, you're gonna be rusty. I mean, so Merry Christmas, y'all. And how hard is you, Taj?
I believe if he worked hard this offseason, he got 2 games left. Because the way they paid him and the way our team is currently constructed, they need for that to speed up his progression, to speed up, because within the next few years, they potentially looking at a Super Bowl or an appearance at least.
Right.
So, because I don't know how long we're going to have a lot of these guys we got now. You can't keep them forever.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only person you're at risk of losing this offseason on the offense is Kareem Hunt.
Yeah.
But, I mean, and Andrew Berry, to his credit, he's locked up. He locked up Jack Conklin long term. Watson's there long term. And Njoku's there long term. Chubb is locked up. So it's a lot of the main pieces is locked up. Now it's going to be a matter of, can you keep, Amari Cooper long term? Do you keep Amari Cooper long term? Donovan Peoples-Jones, how does his progression go? Because he's really, really good. He's got chemistry with Deshaun. Harrison Bryant, the other tight end, has chemistry grow with Deshaun. And then, of course, the offensive line, keeping that together. So I think it's the window's open, but it's going to be a matter of realizing you can't, like you said, you can't pay everybody forever. It's just, and how well does Cleveland continue to draft over the next couple of years, with that. So, and then obviously, this offseason, he won't have an 11-game suspension. This offseason, he's coming in. He's the guy from day one. We got to get in the offseason workout, the mini camps, the OTAs and all that stuff, and really come in and command that offense from day one, 2023.
Yes. Be more focused and everything too. The task be behind them and all that stuff. What else, Sizzle? Yeah, I mean, Yo, chill
I
out.
think he's gonna be
But,
focused. True. I don't think that's gonna be an issue.
Yeah.
I mean, it was hard. I mean, it was hard to be focused, to be honest with you, this year.
No, I think he's going to prove himself this summer.
Yeah. I mean, I think he got 231 million reasons to be focused.
Exactly.
Yeah. So 231 million guaranteed reasons to be focused.
And plus, he didn't like they wouldn't allow him to have a real playbook. Like he was using a practice squad playbook the whole time he was out.
Right.
So once he get acclimated to that, he was running drills with the first team, but I think it's a lot of room for growth in that department too. I think he'll be fine. I just wanted y'all assessment on it to see where he goes. Because I want to root for the Browns. Like, now they lost today, and I had to deal with a whole bunch of drunk ass Browns fans.
Who
That really
did
pissed me the
they
fuck off.
lose
And it's
to,
just like
Khalil?
they lost to the Saints.
Oh, okay, they lost to the Saints. Oh, what that? I don't. That's not a bad loss.
And we got the Commanders next week, and then we finish off with the Steelers in Pittsburgh. So that's our season. Well, I keep saying our. That's their season. But ultimately, I do think the Browns have a competitive team. They just need to put it all together. And to me, they need to get rid of the defensive coordinator. I don't really care for him too much.
Yeah, Joe Woods. He's been up and down all season, but you know, I don't know if they replace him, but he's definitely on the hot seat if he does come back next year. Yo Khalifa got a good question in the chat. He said, "Do the Raiders keep Derek Carr for next season?"
I don't know.
Is this contract up? What is this?
Well, he just signed a 3-year extension before the season.
Oh, dang!
Got a lot of. It would be like a $34 million cap hit if they cut him after this season, and I think it's like $41 million a year after this. So
yeah, they stuck with him, fam. Who did they have behind them?
Nobody.
Well, they stuck with him, fam. They go your ass.
Yeah, I think just because of the commitment they made to him in the offseason, I think he's coming back next year. Do they bring in competition, for him? I think that's a good possibility, but we'll see. But I think the contract, he's there next year, unless they willing to do what Philadelphia did and take a cap hit trade. True, you awake?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you about done there, brother.
Yeah, where's Citizen Lou at? Let's get him up in here. Take command of the channel, man. That nigga over there counting sheep.
I'm trying. Yeah, I don't know. Cars.
All right, so let me ask y'all this. So I think they predicted by February-ish when the Browns should break that all-time scoring record. Where would y'all place him once he does that? Because I don't believe he's going to win another a title or win another MVP.
Yeah.
I think the scoring record is his only accomplishment that's left in his career.
Yeah, I have him third all time, Khalil. Could I make an argument for second? Maybe, but I have him third all time now. The scoring record is not really going to change much for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's top 3 all time, Khalil. If there's somebody tries to how Michael Jester was supposed to be doing some fake argument that he wasn't top 5, I don't see how the hell he not.
I mean, just based off his resume. Go ahead, True. My bad, bro.
I'm officially rank him when his career over with. So that's how I look at it. His career about done, but at the same time, I'll wait till where he really ends at when he retires.
Okay.
Yeah, because Khalil, I know, if he wouldn't sign that extension, I would have gave hope that he would win somewhere and win a title. But I know it's over. It's over.
Yeah, you can't keep him. I'm a fan of LeBron James. Like I said, I remember him as a football player. That's how I first learned about him. Just see where he came from, where he was at. It's undeniable the guy's top five, even if I didn't like him. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't deny that. Like 18-time All-Star, All-Star. Look, just listen to these accolades: 18-time All-Star, 18-time All-NBA, Rookie of the Year, of course, 6-time All-Defense, 4 times Finals MVP, got 4 championships, of course. Rookie of the Year, 3-time All-Star MVP, which I don't really give a fuck about, but still. Scoring champ in 07, 08, and he was an assist leader in 1920. So, and he, of course, is on the NBA 75 all-time team. Like, just based off those accolades alone. And then, like I said, if he finished his career with, like, let's say he play another couple of years, and he finished his career with over 40,000 points, over 10,000 rebounds and assists, there's no way you can say he's not top 5. Like, no way.
That's what Mingle was just going to argue Monday.
Mingle would get fucking destroyed.
He debating Young Africa, so we'll see how he can.
We'll see how Young Africa convey what he need to say, but it shouldn't take Herculean effort to
it's a one round
his top 5. Like he speak for himself. You know what I'm saying?
Because it's Jokic. They debating Jokic versus Embiid. Mingle got Jokic. Of course, Young Africa got Embiid, and then it's that topic. LeBron James not top 5. And then the third round is like a rebuttal round. So, I mean, that's going to be an interesting debate.
I mean, to me, it's a wash. Like, I don't really follow Young Africa. I don't really know how he talk. I've heard him on your panel a couple of times, but to me, this is a slam dunk. That's like one of the more easier debates to debate. Even if you don't like LeBron. Like I agree with Sean. I got him behind Jordan and Kareem. I got Kareem number 1, Jordan 2, LeBron 3. That's my top 3.
Yeah, mine too.
But I just can't see how you can look at LeBron's career. And what kills me is when people bring up the longevity. That's not a knock. That actually helps the argument even more because you had a sustained body of work for a long period of time. So how is that a detriment when you talk about somebody's career? Like that's what like these like you can hear Skip Bayless and so many people like that shit is retarded. Like that shit he say longevity like, but then he'll argue for Tom Brady who 46 years old been in the
45,
NFL for,
yeah.
So but you won't use that same argument against him. So it's just like you contradict yourself. Like you can hear his talking points in so many of these people. Like they always run a 2011 just like Skip do. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, he had a blunder in his career. He the only superstar that ever gets slandered every time you bring it up. When you hear people talk about Magic, you don't hear people talk about Tragic Johnson. They only talk about him winning 5 championships and being the all-time Laker and all of this stuff. Like, they don't ever bring that up. You don't ever hear about Larry Bird only scoring 8 points in the finals before a couple of times.
Right.
All they talk about is how great he was and he won 3 MVPs in a row and all of this stuff. Like, but with LeBron, it's always the same narrative every single time. It's, oh, what did he do in 2011? As if that's where his career stopped. What did he do after 2011?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the argument. So it's just like these people I can't stand it. Like, and I listen on a lot.
His mic went out.
Yeah, did he? Maybe that's the.
Yeah.
Don't know what they looking at. That didn't even watch LeBron James when he first came in. They only remember for him from Miami on to the day. They don't remember them first 7 years in Cleveland where he was smoking shit and wasn't getting nowhere because of the team that he had.
Yeah.
Like they don't remember all that shit.
Yeah.
Like the dude had a beautiful career, man. Like, is he the best player I ever seen? Probably I ever seen. Like I didn't see Kareem, but I know a lot about him because my dad used to talk to me about him all the time. And he saw all of them. My dad is 77 years old. He saw Bill Russell and all them playing in real time.
Yeah.
So just listening to him, he like an encyclopedia. That's what I was trying to explain to SB. Like my uncles and my dads, like they saw Muhammad Ali fight in real time. Like they used to go to the fights all the time. They used to talk to me about all of that shit.
Yeah.
Like, so when you got people that's actually witnessed it, like my dad witnessed Oscar Robertson, he witnessed Kareem, he witnessed when Magic first came in and Larry first came in and saw that whole career. He saw MJ's whole career from the time he came in until he retired. He saw LeBron's whole career. You know how crazy that is? A motherfucker that actually saw Bill Russell play live and now looking at LeBron James play live.
Yeah.
That's not crazy.
Like, that shit crazy.
I don't celebrate Christmas anymore.
Like this, he saw all this shit. So like every time I go over his house, like that's all we talk about. I pick his brain about a lot of this shit. And he got a lot of them games on VHS and all that. Like a lot of them games. We would just sit and watch a whole bunch of games when I go over there. Like, so I seen a lot of these games. Like my pops, like he like Oscar Robertson, that's his guy, and he like Bill Russell. That's one of his guys.
Yeah.
Like he liked Kareem, but he said Kareem was like an asshole. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just like his political stances he agreed with, but just Kareem as a person, he viewed him as an a-hole. But like my uncles and them say, it wasn't nobody touching Kareem because they saw him in college and all of that. Like they seen his whole career. So like they was a lot of them, like that's what I was telling Lamont. Like it depends on the eras because a lot of these older guys, like my dad's and my uncle's age, they know better. Like they would never sit here and say that Michael Jordan is the greatest player they had ever seen because they looking at it for what it is. They don't care about the championships. They talking about as an individual on the court. Dude, is he the greatest you ever seen? Because they base things off your skill set, your era, your competition played. Like all of that shit matter. Like it ain't just 6-0 and that's the end of the argument.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's everybody gonna think differently. Like in this era, a lot of these kids gonna say LeBron, or a lot of people say Kobe, like because that's what they saw. But if you got a person like my dad who literally saw every top 10 player ever play, from like I said, Kareem to Bill Russell, like he literally saw everybody's top 10 play in real time. That's who I want to talk to. I don't give a fuck about some 20-year-old telling me that fucking Wilt Chamberlain is the best or whatever. You wasn't even nowhere close. Your parents weren't even born yet.
And here's the thing, they would say that stuff, and that's cool. You wasn't there, but then when you do the research to even back it up, you just saying it off of what they heard.
What they heard, man. It's like they heard it. A lot of these guys don't even. And what's crazy about it, true, is the information is in front of them. Like I said, this era is the information is so easily accessible. Like you could go anywhere and get all this shit.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy, right? Because like I have Oscar Robertson number 11 on my list all time. I have him just outside my top 10. Him, Moses Malone, and Kobe just outside my top 10.
Mm-hmm.
And people are like, why you got Oscar Robertson ahead of Kobe? Like, look at Oscar Robertson decade of the 60s. Like what he did for that whole decade.
Yep.
And everybody goes, so he ain't win no championship. Because look what he was going up against.
Mm-hmm.
And when you had your peers, they should say you were the best basketball player of that decade. Like when you look at what he did, he averaged 29 and a half, 10, and 8.5 for the decade of the 60s.
That's crazy. That shit crazy.
You take his first 5 years and you put those averages together, he averaged a triple-double for the first 5 years. If you just take the averages for the first 5 years.
I would like to. I'm gonna try to get my dad over here. Like that dude would blow y'all's fucking mind, dude. Just like, cause he remember all the shit like it was yesterday. Like just listening to him and shit. Like talk about that era, like how the world was during that time, and like all them different players from yesteryear and shit. Like that shit be fascinating. And the way he's telling, like, cause he went to a lot of them games. He like one of them people that keep everything. So like he still got his ticket stubs and all that shit from the games and all that. Like he been to a lot of fucking games. My father literally went to over 1,000 something games.
Yeah.
Throughout from the 60s on up. Like the last game I took him to was the I think it was when Colin Sexton was still playing sometime last year when he had came back off his injury.
Yeah. I mean, like, and I didn't have the best relationship with my pops, when he was alive or whatever. But we did. I was growing up. We have a pretty decent relationship. And he used to play pickup ball with a lot of like NBA players when he was. So like it was nothing like him and Artis Gilmore were good friends.
Mm-hmm.
And I met Artis Gilmore, and like to talk to Artis Gilmore about like that time, that's where like those conversations is where I get a lot of my stuff from. Because I used to ask him like tell me about Nate Thurman, like tell me about all those guys, and he would talk about these guys like you just don't know how good they were because of the era they played. They played in the 70s, so you don't know how good they were.
Yep.
Right, and Artis Gilmore is a Hall of Famer. Like he should have been on the 55 list if you want to be real. But you know, like
my dad know Nate Thurman when he used to play for the Cavs.
Like, you know, like it was crazy, and my pops, you know, he never played in the NBA, but I mean, like I said, he played pickup ball with a lot of those guys, you know, in the summers and stuff like that. And you know, he used to talk about like Connie Hawkins and people like that, how good these guys were, but they never really get their just due. And the guy,
my dad told me the most electrifying guy he ever saw was Dr. J. He said the buzz around that dude was so crazy. Like that's why when people say Michael Jordan, like they don't understand, who do you think Jordan learned that shit from?
Right,
You know what I'm saying? Like he was like, dude, Dr. J was he was it. He was everything.
Yeah. And like my pops is the same age as Kareem, and my pops grew up in New York. He played against Kareem in high school. Like he used to tell me, he's like, you knew like then how good he was at like 15 or 16. Like you knew how good he was then. You know, that's surprising what he went on to become, because that's how good he was.
Man.
Saying, man, the old heads matter, man. People be trying to diss them and shit, man. But you gotta, just like we all gonna become. Well, I'm older. I'm 41, but motherfuckers gonna be old, man. So I mean, our grandkids gonna be asking us about LeBron and Kobe and all these different guys. Like, wait till 40, 50 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Like, when them dudes is people gonna be forgetting about them, and then there's gonna be a new crop of guys. And all these same people that are shitting on LeBron gonna be protecting them in 20, 30, 40 years. Because they don't want to protect their era. You don't think people shitted on Kareem and all them back when they was playing, and now them same people protecting them and shit. It's gonna happen the same. All of history repeat itself. It's gonna be the same in this era.
Other than that, that's the basketball community before you go. I mean, you don't really see that really like that in other communities, sports in other communities.
No, you don't. And like I was talking to Lamont on his channel about, I forgot which it was. This was like a couple days ago, where they was talking about how Michael Jordan, you know, was the GOAT and all of this shit. And like one of my arguments was we have to stop comparing everybody to Michael Jordan. Like allow people to be great on their own without having to compare him to, like they have to live up to what everything Michael Jordan did. You gotta stick your tongue out like him and split your legs when you fly in the air to dunk. Like, no, let these dudes have their own talent and go about business their own way. Like everything don't have to be Michael Jordan. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and until people stop doing that, he gonna always be held as the GOAT to most people. Like these younger guys, they only saw his tennis shoes. That's the reason why they like him, because of the shoes and the nostalgia. A lot of these guys ain't never seen him play. They seen some highlights on YouTube. They never actually sat down and watched the whole Bulls game from beginning to end. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I remember all of that shit. Like,
man, I seen the whole Wizards game before. Man, what you saying, man? I seen the whole.
No,
Wizards
not you,
game.
True. I ain't talking about you. Like, you
Shut up,
actually know
True.
what
You trying to be funny.
You know what you're talking about. But I remember Jordan. Like, he used to fail a lot. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like I told you, my dad was an Oscar guy. So like we would watch Jordan and shit when I was young in the 80s and shit, and you would see him lose a lot. Like, so I remember his like slightly his 80s career, but more so the 90s because I was old enough to understand what I was looking at. But I do remember Jordan losing a whole lot and still getting celebrated. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like he would fail. Like a lot of these people just see those. They think his career started in 1991 and retired in 1997, 98. Like they don't ever talk about them 80s Michael Jordans when he was leading the league in scoring and losing.
Yeah.
And when I tell people, if you making a Jordan and LeBron argument, now like I said, I got MJ ahead of him. But what made Michael Jordan great, and when he started to win, was when he started trusting his teammates. This is something that LeBron James came in with, was the ability to make people better around him.
Right.
And that's what Jordan had to learn. So when you arguing, I never hear people really bring that point up. You know what I'm saying? But that's a fact. Now, the reason why I got Jordan over LeBron is because of the mentality. Like when LeBron dapped up Paul Pierce after dunking on him, Michael Jordan would have never did that shit. He would have came down and tried to dunk on the whole fucking team.
Yeah.
Like that's the difference. It ain't so much a skill based gap. It's the mentality. It's the mind state. Like you got to have that killer mentality every time. You could do that and still make the correct basketball plays, but you got to put your foot on next every time out. And I never seen LeBron do that consistently. He's shown it at times when he get upset and all that. But Michael Jordan would find reasons to get mad. Like he'll look at somebody in the fucking stands with a Charlotte jersey on that waved at him, and he'll say, "Oh, he stuck his middle finger at me." He'll find.
No, I
reasons
did.
to
I
go
swear,
score
I did. I swear.
Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the difference. Like if LeBron displayed that his first stint in Cleveland. You look at the Detroit series, you look at the Washington Wizards series back when they had Agent Zero and all that. He had that, but then it just got kind of lost in the shuffle a little bit in Miami. But then he kind of regained it with the Spurs, with the Celtics rivalry and all of that. But he hasn't shown that consistently throughout his whole career. And that's my knock on LeBron James. One of few that I have, but like I said, he's the third best player that I got on my all-time list overall.
Yeah.
Yes, that's gonna be interesting debate. It's gonna be two different LeBron James debates Monday.
People gonna miss him when he gone. I'll tell you that. They gonna miss him when he gone. So they ain't gonna have shit to talk about.
Yeah. I got to defend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I hope you do your homework, True.
So I don't much listen.
You can definitely make that argument, bro. That should be a slam dunk.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I got Kareem over LeBron James, but
Khalil, another thing I know about that chat, they're very biased.
Yeah. I don't listen. My whole thing is this. At this point, I don't even care about like the polls. The product speaks for itself. The work speaks for itself. Like, I mean, they say Ralph won, but if you really look at that debate, did I lost? I mean, who cares?
No, I thought you clearly won. I mean, see what it is? It's just like fighting Floyd Mayweather. People so used to him not getting hit. When somebody hit him a couple of times, they automatically won. Even though he hit you like 20 times, they gonna take those 2 hits and glorify the fuck out of him.
Because he was so bad in his last debate. Yeah. They feel like, oh snap!
Like, he's slightly better. Like he did better, especially in his third round. Like he did better. But like what I told him, you walked all the way around the corner just to walk across the street. Like you got to get to the punches faster.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Like if you would have got to your punches a lot sooner instead of like stalling. It seemed like he was trying to remember. Like he wrote them all down and he was trying to like. You know what I'm saying? Like this ain't me making fun of him because Ralph cool. Like I ain't got no issue with him, but it sounded like he forgot a lot of the shit and then he wrote some shit down and then he couldn't like convey it the correct way, so he was trying to find another talking point. Like that's what it sounded like because he kept skipping. It sounded like he was skipping shit.
Yeah.
But I thought overall you clearly won the debate. They just wanted to see you lose.
I mean, the good thing is though, like I said, he technically got a win over me, so I mean he can talk. He's confident. So I mean, listen, that's.
But True, he said he retired after that one win.
I would retire too.
Have to get back in that ring.
I mean,
another thing, True. People don't like when you arrogant like that. When you say I'm the best and I got all these, like a lot of people don't like that. I'm not saying that everybody feel that way, but you got to understand, it ain't nothing wrong with having confidence in yourself. But to me, you lost the debate in the chat when you started saying, "Oh, I'm this and I'm this and I'm this," because I was reading the comments as you were saying that, and people was like saying shit. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, they wanted to see him win.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just being and at the end of the day, though, like I said before, though every time I had debates over there, I don't have a problem losing, but it's always some weird stuff. It's like when I had the debate with Sturdy, I had no problem losing. I lost that one, right? But when they put people come on the panel, it was saying I said Bill Russell. It was something they said. I said it
No,
wasn't
oh,
a
I know what
fact.
it was. They said that you said that Bill Russell was the first black
I
player. So I
never
was
said
like,
that, and I never said it. But
and
y'all
you never
voted,
said that at
and
all.
that's why I had a problem with. It's like, so you trying to tell me these the same people that vote against me, but they misquoted me. That's
Right.
like, all right, it's like,
Superstar. You never said he was the first black player.
Yeah, because
mm,
I voted for you because I went off the history and
like,
importance and
but you get what I'm
what the
saying, but you get
Celtics
what,
organization
yeah,
did as far as black
yeah,
players.
but you
I
get
went off of that. I felt that was more important than
right,
anything because that
but
set the
you get what I'm
tone in the
saying, but you get what I'm saying. It's the same people that are voting, but they misquoting me, like, bro. Even on the SB battle, it was like, man, you said that, um, what I said, something like I said, um. It was something. I'm like, bro, I didn't say that. I didn't say Bill Russell um did it all by himself. It was like people was running with that because SB
Oh
was
yeah, I
saying I was
remember
sitting
that.
on this. I'm
Yeah.
like, bro, like that's what I'm saying. If you want, but hey, but that's what I'm saying. Hey, the work's gonna speak for itself. That's the only thing I can control. I don't really care. Like I said, I can go. I'm gonna beat Renegade regardless of what the results want to be. I'm gonna beat him. Like I said, Ralph know he lost that debate. Ralph honestly know he lost that debate. That's why he said he ain't gonna debate again. If he beat me,
But
that's why he said he gonna beat me. He gonna retire. I
yeah,
mean,
like I said, man, they wanted to see you lose. So I mean, when you on that platform and people want to see you lose, it don't matter what you said. You could have went in there and spit flame for
but that's
three
the
rounds,
point.
and
But
they
that's the
still would have
point.
said you lost.
But that's the point that I'm trying to prove though, and I'm going to prove it. That's why I'm saying, listen, I'm gonna debate. I said that's why I said I'm debate. I said that's why I'll debate Renegade and Hitman at the same day.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, well, that's where Hitman. That's gonna be this not the next Wednesday after. So cause he working 60 hours right now. He had the what's
Yeah,
this
I
shit?
mean, it'll still
Peak
be
season
cool though.
shit.
I like the concept of it, and the that'll get some people moving around. But where Lamont mess up to me is he allow anybody on this platform. Like I explained to him, I'm like, dude, you got the patience of a single mother. Like these stupid motherfuckers. If I still had my channel and like half the motherfuckers wouldn't even be on there. Like they wouldn't be on there because like he don't understand that like that shit fuck up your streams. Like because I listen to these playbacks. Like yo playbacks, I listen to Brother O's playbacks. I listen to U3 playbacks. Like I listen to all of the playbacks. Like when you had motherfuckers that don't know shit for real, they try to overtalk everybody and being loud. Like that shit make it fuck your stream up, and it kind of scare people away from like wanting to tune in and see more. Like when Shine on the panel, people listen. Like they shut up and listen because he know what the fuck he talking about. When B's on the panel, same result. You know what I'm saying? But when you got a guy that think he know everything, I think y'all know who I'm talking about.
I know you. I know you.
It's
Oh, you
like
mean Khalil?
it's just
Somebody go
like
take over the stream for 30 minutes
yeah, it's just
and
like
Nah,
get
it's
word
more than
people don't
in.
want
that.
to hear that.
More than 30 minutes. He did
People
like an
don't want to
hour
hear
or
that.
hour 30.
I
Like
just
he,
giving a number.
Like Sean said, like he
like
not gonna open his mouth if it ain't some shit that he done did fact checks on. Like you know what I'm saying? Like some people just want to talk just to talk because they think they know everything and they smarter than everybody. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta know who to put on your plan on your platform and your channel.
yeah,
Like I met Lamont in person, and I was talking to him about it for a little bit. Like you know what I'm saying? So like it's just like he got a great channel. It's growing. You know what I'm saying? Like he came a long way from where he was at, and he's still continuing to grow. He's smart. He knows basketball, and he want to allow everybody to have a voice. But that shit gonna come back to bite him, man. If he keep letting dumbass people on there that don't know what the fuck they talking
yeah, I ain't
about.
gonna
Because
hold you. That's what I'm saying. You can't just be on here. Like I can't have nobody on here to be dominating conversations like an hour 30 minutes. I can't do that, bro. I'm
yeah, it's
sorry.
just like let
That's
everybody talk. It's plenty of opportunity for everybody to get their points across. Like that's one thing I respect about A Weezy Bay. Like he don't let you overtalk him and do all that. Like he take control of his channel. You know what I'm saying? Like you gonna have to shut up and let everybody get their points off, and then you can go ahead and rebut or whatever. Like take control of your channel and don't let these stupid motherfuckers on there that's just gonna run their mouth and don't know shit about nothing. It fuck your whole stream up.
Yeah, Westbrook can't do a sign and trade. That was ridiculous. All right, bro.
Like when Mingo Gesture said John Starks was better than fucking
Yo,
DeMar DeRozan, I would have
early.
kicked his ass the fuck up out of there. I'd be like, all right, man, it's time to go.
No,
I wouldn't have gave him no public service announcement, nothing. Just boot.
What Mingo would say, damn, he could. I'm gonna give you a word on it. That's fucked. I gotta ask my yo. Did you say that shit, dog? Or like you?
No, I'm gonna tell you the video. I'm gonna timestamp it for you because I was watching it when I was at my other job. Because I'm like, I'm gonna go on true because I saw you went live after Lamont ended his stream. I'm like, I gotta say something about this shit. This is one of the stupidest things I ever fucking heard.
That nigga said John Starks better than
John Starks was better than DeMar DeRozan. Ask Lamont. I'm sure he gotta remember that. Nigga, I'm like, really?
If the Knicks had DeMar DeRozan, man, they'd be a fucking problem back then tonight.
I want to say it was on that John Havlicek video he made. I want to say it was on that one. Don't quote me on it, but like I said, I'm gonna go back into my history and timestamp it.
That's funny as shit, bro.
So if somebody debating him and lose to a motherfucker that think that shit, you don't deserve to be on no platform ever.
Like, here's the thing though, like you could have said you could have said a different bunch of wings in that night. You said John Starks, like you said
John Starks, a role player.
At least you could have said Latrell Sprewell. I've been cool. You said Latrell Sprewell, but you
or
said
Mitch
John
Richmond
Starks.
or anybody like that. No, he said John Starks.
You said John
was
Starks.
Dead serious about it,
man. You could have said Allen Houston or some shit, man. You just said John Starks.
The person I would have made it better, like it's like Rolando Blackman, somebody like that, like John Starks, like
John Starks.
Yeah, he get overhyped though. John Starks was cool. He was good. He did his thing.
What do you mean? Who overhyped him?
The 90s, dude. In the 90s, you gotta understand, man. Them 90s, there was a lot of role players that was popular in the 90s, boy. Imagine Tyler Hero, some shit like that getting a lot of publicity. That's basically how it was in the 90s. Bembo Coles and Cherokee Parks and all these niggas. They was getting hype in the 90s.
Yeah. I'm like, come on, bro. I'm like, Kanaga, John Starks, you know, because of the Indiana Pacers rivalry and stuff like that. Like he do get like a lot of like, and plus he is in New York. He did play in New York.
Yeah,
so
he played in New York. I see New York.
That does help.
Man, he's a Knicks legend for sure. But just in the basketball NBA landscape, that dude.
Speaking of Knicks, that nigga Wally Zerbiak was wilding. Wally Zerbiak had to apologize to Tyrese Halliburton. That motherfucker caught him in. He caught him in a fake All-Star, and Knicks was on a 2-game losing streak. That man had to apologize. I'm like, damn, what the fuck he did to you, bro? Like, he called him a fake All-Star. That nigga balling, man. Come on now. He killing the Knicks. He killing the Knicks that bad? That's why this work for the niggas. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, he worked for MSG.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, man. Like, you killing the Knicks that bad? You gonna call him a fake All-Star or something? Like,
Wally's world. That nigga was fuck him.
They do got Christmas. Knicks do have a Christmas. You know what though? That game is more interesting now since they recent play them in Philly though. To be fair, so let's go.
They in Philly or they play in New York?
I think they're in New York.
I think it's in New York.
Who was that in the comment section earlier when Bees was going back and forth with dude about Kawhi Leonard? Somebody said
that shit's funny.
If Kawhi Leonard was a superstar, why ain't he playing on Christmas?
This T-shirt said that was funny as shit. That's a good ass question. That's a good ass question right there.
I wanted to say that shit so bad, but him Bees was going after dude. That should be funny when Bees don't like you. I remember when him and Renegade was going at it. That shit was hilarious.
That shit funny, dog. Renegade had heated debates for a lot. That shit be hilarious, dog.
Yeah, a lot of people want to see you debate, Sean. You top tier, so they want to see you get in the ring. Like I said, I was just playing with Elder, but I really wasn't though. That I know you would break his ass down like a transmission. That's why I want to see that shit.
You know, it's funny. Funny thing is though, people really think like Elder would like beat Sean. That's
Hell
people do believe that though.
Elder was one of them people that was hyping Drummond when he went to the Lakers. I'm like, is these niggas serious? Like, I thought they was just like playing a little bit, but them niggas was like dead serious. I'm like, dude, he was just in the Cavs uniform. He shot 47% as a center, and y'all niggas sitting here talking like he the next coming of fucking Lou Alcindor or some shit.
Yeah, but no, it was crazy when it happened. I remember I was on the Vermont channel and he was talking about it. He was like, yeah, we got Drummond and, we'll be able to re-sign him to a max contract after this season. Actually, you won't. Number one, you signed him off the street. You can't sign him to a max contract because you don't have a max contract space. He's like, oh, I'm not sure about that. So, trust me, you won't be able to sign him to no max contract. It don't work.
First of all, that man didn't. I don't drum ain't no bum or anything, but it was just the overhypeness of it was crazy. Like, bro, like this, here's the thing, bro. Like, I'm not. It wasn't necessarily it was a terrible move. It was the fact that when they got him, they was like putting shit on his jacket that he didn't have. Like, he's a great rebounder. That's really it.
And that's as far as it go for real.
Like that was like they were saying, yeah, he got a good post up game. All right, bro.
Nah, I didn't see the fit from the beginning. Like Drummond, I used to hate him with the Cavs. See, people look at them inflated numbers he was putting up with the Cavs because we weren't really that good. Like, so he was able to get away with a lot of them stupid ass shots he was taking. His shot selection was horrible. I just never saw the fit for the Lakers. I'm like, where is he gonna fit in at? Like, he ain't gonna even really play for real. Right. Like, they thinking it's gonna be AD and him in the starting lineup in the front court and all this. I'm like, dude, that motherfucker gonna barely touch the floor. Like, what are y'all talking about?
Yeah.
Like, I give him the fact that he can rebound. Like, that's one thing about that motherfucker though. He
can do that. But to play with LeBron, you're gonna have to know how to do other than rebounding. Like, otherwise you're just gonna be standing around.
Yeah, because he's not a good pick and roll player. I mean, he's like, like you said, majority of his points is off of dirty.
Eating off the land, just grabbing offensive rebounds, putting it back in, and all that shit.
Yeah, or you just it's like, so it's like, I mean, they was just hyping this man. They were hyping this man up like he could do all right, bro. Like I'm not. It was like at the time, all right, y'all gotta stop. And it's crazy that he didn't play in months. That's
what I'm saying. The Cavs set him on. They put him on ice. That's why I'm just like, this dude ain't gonna just come back and start getting 20 rebounds a game. Like, what are y'all niggas talking about?
Y'all remember Go Mike was on that train. Then when he started playing fucking bad, that nigga was like mad as shit. I was crying.
All them niggas, man, like that shit was terrible. And then when the Lakers had their little hot streak, when Anthony Davis was dropping 45 and 55 and all this shit, they lost money because these niggas get too dumb. Like, they be dizzy off Lakers dudes. Like, what are y'all niggas? Y'all niggas just lost. And now they don't even want to pay B's back. The nigga, they even got $50. That's unacceptable.
Real debate, and he owed me money off that Celtic. He ain't.
Yeah, sure. You didn't get your money back, did you? No.
Real debate. I ain't seen real debate since. He had nothing to be on that panel one day, and I got on. The motherfucker got off. Before I could say anything.
Niggas ain't even got $50. You talking with conviction. Put your money where your mouth is, and you can't even pay a motherfucker $50. Double bubble. I ain't heard them niggas on his channel since. Lamont dropped like 6-7 videos since then, and I ain't seen them niggas on there and one of them.
Now, locker room said Lamont said locker room won't get B's his money, but real debates I ain't know. But that nigga did something. And the crazy thing is, he would have won. He had been all on Lamont's channel. He came on here. This is like that shit crazy. Like, but that was a dumbass bet anyway. It's like, you going, first of all, I mean, I ain't even talking about my bet, but like the 7-3 shit that was dumb as shit.
That was like stupid as shit.
That was
especially
like,
since they was going into like a hard schedule. Like, they had a lot of tough games in there.
It wasn't even that. It's like you trying to you going for the 7-3, maybe 6, but you got to at least do 5. I at least bet the 5. Like,
they ain't even do 5.
Like, you gonna do the 7 out of 3? That's a stretch, bro.
That's how confident they was, man. That's what I'm saying. You can't tell them motherfuckers nothing.
It's like, bro. Then it's like they be overhyping their players. Then when the players do be like, Caruso would get shit on for like he got some credit, more credit the longer he got there, but he was getting his on. He leave the Bulls now. Niggas, oh man. Same thing with KCP.
Yeah, sure. True. They
You know, it's
now
no.
they miss KCP and they cherish KCP now.
They was shitting on KCP, and that year they won the championship in the bubble.
Yeah,
they was shitting on that motherfucker, boy.
That
Earlier in
nigga
that
was
season,
he was their best shooter. He was their best shooter. That's the crazy thing about it. He was their
I'm
best
just like,
three-point
boy,
shooter.
y'all just don't
And
understand.
he played defense. And look what he doing now for Denver. Playing well for Denver right now.
He looked how he looked when he was with the Pistons.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
yeah.
But I think that's always been the big thing with Lakers fans in general. Like they be so, we got so and so. Like you don't get better because you put a Laker uniform on. Like that doesn't really make you.
Right. Nah, that Austin Reed. Now Austin Reed, I think Austin Reed is good though. I ain't gonna lie. I like Austin Reed.
Solid.
But he don't get utilized correctly, man. So it's like it's always some like
but true, he's solid. Like in a way, he's solid. He's solid, but don't like. I remember they was arguing about THT. Like THT's a
that nigga was man.
He the next all-star that's gonna be a late. I'm like,
he wasn't even like that. But
That
I
man
never
had
was
one
a fan
good
of
game in the
THT,
bubble,
bro.
and they hyped him up.
Like cut it out. He ain't nothing but Shannon Brown with less hops. Like cut it out.
Basically, that's it.
Bro. But I understand.
They thought Shannon Brown was gonna be dope. I'm like, dude, we drafted that
Man, I
motherfucker.
swear to
He
God,
all
man.
right.
I used to hate them. They always be overhyped. Listen, like they always be overhyping players. Like, I understand you could be a fan, bro, but still at the same time though, it's like some same Laker fan, they would say like they would criticize like they would say like they would criticize, for example, like or Miami or Cleveland. We talk about like they role players or something like Dean Wade, right? Like Laker fan would criticize who the hell was Dean Wade, but they would sit there like hype up a THT, like,
and
like, bro, we just tell you like I ain't say anything about like it ain't never like so they got nerve to issue on like other players and shit. Like that should be crazy. Like other role players, like who was I was talking to about Jared Vanderbilt? I said Jared Vanderbilt would be good for the Lakers. Who was I was talking to? They was like, nah, that ain't a good deal. I'm like, what? That's like, this is ridiculous.
They too spoiled, man. That's what I'm saying. I love them losing every single game. I want to see LeBron get that scoring record, but them motherfuckers finish with like 20 wins on the season.
Yeah.
Like,
how did he lose his shoe
piss
like
him
that?
off.
How he lose his shoe like that, man? That shit was wild. Like, I mean, he made the right play though. He missed a wild shot. To be honest with you, though, LeBron was more mad that Denzel missed that shot with that fucking.
He was mad at them LeBron 20 shoes. Them bitches is low tops. I got a pair of those. I got the red and black, the black and red.
I think you think he was more mad at that when Denzel missing that shot. That was a good
because
play,
that was a microcosm of their season. Just y'all was right there and then just didn't get it done. The Lakers lost a lot of close games this year that they should have won.
You're like, damn, you know, I'm Nike brand. This shit falling off. Shit.
They struggling with the 8 and 20 whatever Hornets. Like that's terrible.
Yeah, they were sure to give them away that game too, though. Because they was doing some dumbish at the end of the game.
Yeah, they was giving it away to them, just like Philly. Philly was giving them the game, and they still lost it.
Yeah,
like that's how they operate. Like that's who they are this year. Like they just not that good, man. And people question whether or not LeBron made the right decision, but he won a championship over there. So yeah, the decision was right.
Listen, he's in a level of situation where it's like he putting tickets in that seats in LA, so he's doing his job. So it is what it is with that. Be honest with you.
My thing is, people look at LeBron and he's still scoring over 30. I think he got like 6 games in a row where he's scoring over 30. The old LeBron knows at least 4 out of them 6 games will be victories. So those 30s ain't got the same impact they once had. Like, yeah, he gonna get you them 30 and all that, but how big of expectations should you have on a 20-year-old player that'll be 38 years old in the next week? Like, what expectations could you really have for him?
Exactly. It's like
Like it's unprecedented that he doing what he doing at his age and how long he been in the league. But father time is father time. Like he's still 20 years in, so like his impact ain't gonna be the same no more. And a lot of these people don't get that. Like they just look at them 35 points he scored and be like, "Oh, LeBron Ball ain't doing this, and this." Like I done seen LeBron carry trash. Like if LeBron, even the 2018, 2017, 2018 LeBron, if you even had that version of him, they still would have beat Philly with no Anthony Davis, just with that team now they got. They like, but he can't carry teams like he once did.
Right.
And that's okay. Like I'm not expecting him to. See, like I don't expect LeBron to do a whole lot outside of getting that scoring title. Like that's my only expectations for him. Like I'm not expecting him to win no MVP or no championship and all that shit. That's silly. Get that scoring record and get the hell up out of there. Like go come back to Cleveland and retire or do whatever you got to do. But
he trying to make more movies and shows and play with Bronny 1 year. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, he want to play with Bronny, and that's gonna be the first and only time that happened.
Yeah, but you know it's crazy too though. Westbrook, he's about to be a free agent. You think he's gonna stay with the Lakers?
I think it depends on the market for him.
I mean, he probably gonna leave though. I would if you really want a real opportunity to win.
Well, he wants a starter's position, so he probably will leave.
I don't be honest with you. To be honest with you, depending on the team, you'll come off the bench. Depending on the team, though.
It would have to be a championship contender because Westbrook at that age now, where he's starting to tail off too, because his game was based off athleticism and torque. Yeah. So like he need a situation where he can potentially win a ring and contribute to one. He don't want to be like the fifth wheel or some shit like that. Like he don't have to be the first, second, or even third guy, but he at least want to say that I helped win that championship, even if it's in a lesser role than what he previously been playing.
I'm trying to figure who got it.
And he's at that Gary Payton with the Heat. The situation now. It's like
exactly.
Just come off the bench, be a good role player, win you a ring, and then hang it up. Wait for your home speech.
And like you said, True, what situation could that be next year for him? What team?
I know a lot of teams be looking for him though.
It's a championship. We need a contender, True.
A contender, yeah.
A Denver.
I don't see them as contenders.
If you put him on that team, they become way better. Him and Jokic, that could work out a lot. One thing is, the funny thing is about Westbrook though, like him come off the bench was a big impact on the Lakers this season though, and he just played well in that role. So it's like, I mean, because one thing about Westbrook is he can't just pace. I mean, that fast pace, he'd be like I said, he gonna turn that ball over though, but he always, I mean. It's a double-edged sword with that.
How would he fit with Milwaukee? I'm thinking of a team like that that's been there already.
That'd be crazy. If he took like a low deal, so like they go to Milwaukee, that'd be a dangerous situation. Because like he can come off the bench. They can play a lot. They can play like a small ball lineup with Drew Holiday and Westbrook at times. You know what I mean? That'd be a dangerous situation.
Young boy, Atlanta is not a contender. No, he's not going there.
That nigga said the Hawks.
Miami be one of the teams. Miami.
I don't see them as a championship contender. Like Russ will have to go to a sweet situation where they pretty much got everything, and he would kind of be like that last little piece that they need to like really solidify.
Maybe the Mavericks. Him come on the bench of the Mavericks.
But will that propel them to like over Golden State over a lot of these teams in the West?
I say be honest with you, Golden State playing right now. I mean maybe. I mean if like I said, because this thing the Mavericks was competing last year. They made it what I mean, yeah, they don't got Jalen Brunson no more, but you can get someone like Westbrook and have him buy in. I mean, he played. I said the one thing is he is playing defense this year. Playing defense, he's playmaking. He's being a scorer at time. I mean,
so what about the Pelicans? Let's say they make a really good run and then he go over there off their bench.
I think that'd be a good situation too, though. I mean, like I said, because one thing about Westbrook, like I said, we all know he got his flaws though, but he going buy in. He going try. He gonna play hard. I mean, the whole thing about him coming off the bench is honest. I mean, and I had to be fair with it. I mean, to be fair though, like nigga don't want to come off the bench from Patrick Beverly dead short of you though. So you can't get mad when he. I mean, you can't get honestly mad with that because it's like realistically, okay, I understand why. Like, okay, damn, like, cause they not really great shooters either though. So it's like they kind of like the same type of like, you know what I mean, level shooters. So it's like I understand what, but it's like that's why I would have pushed back shit. I would have pushed back too though. Like, why we this dead shoulder? You act like these motherfuckers cold or something. Like you act like he was like, so that's why
really know.
Cause people be boosting that too though. Like man, he had no truth out the lead. Like y'all trying to push that narrative. Listen, he didn't want to start. He didn't want to come off the bench from Patrick Beverly and Dennis Schroeder. Like come on, come on, bro. If you was in that situation, you would hold up now. I mean, you said then I'm a backup from Dennis Schroeder and Patrick Beverly. Like what?
I don't know, man. It's tough because of the way he played. Like I'm trying to like brainstorm a perfect fit just based off how the rosters look now. If they was to look that same way going to the next year.
Damn, I'm about. You know what? You know what'd be funny? How about Brooklyn?
Yeah, that would be funny. I was thinking them, but I didn't want to really say it because of the whole Kevin Durant.
They made sign Kyrie. You put Westbrook to come off the bench. You can play Westbrook and Kyrie on at the same time. At certain moments, it's like so that'd be funny as hell, and it would work. I think that definitely would work because I mean, especially somebody come off the bench.
If Brooklyn can put it together in these last like 50 games or whatever it is, they got a really good chance against any of y'all in the East.
They missed a
Cavs,
couple.
team,
Yeah, they missed a couple pieces though. It just
yeah, they
is. I just feel that they just gonna match up. I mean, the thing about it is like their two best, like one of their best defenders, and Nicholas Claxton, Ben Simmons. They can't shoot. They don't have no floor spacing whatsoever. So it's like in the playoffs when the playoffs are gonna be more half court offense. It's gonna be harder for KD and them dudes to score. Like, so
well, if you only have one of them on the floor, like let's say if you take I don't know Ben Simmons off the floor and put Durant at power forward, I think that would make it a lot easier.
I mean, yeah, of course they will have to do that at time, but the issue is like Claxton been having a good season too. A lot of people ain't talk about his. He really been like I think he having like a double, like almost 2 blocks a game. Because he having like a next.
I think if they face off against y'all again, I don't think that they'll beat y'all, but it would be a lot closer series. Especially if they both like got that killer mentality as far as like they both scoring at a high level. It would be y'all would beat them, but it would be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, because Claxton averaged 11.8 points a game. That's what I thought. 2.3 blocks and 8.6 rebounds. Yeah, and he's leading the league in field goal percentage. 7.1 shots a game. So I mean, listen, he's been having a career year on Claxton. That's what I'm saying though. But the thing is, that's going to be the issue is like their best players defensively are liabilities on the offensive end.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like even Ben Simmons, like Ben Simmons is a good basketball player, but the Celtics, if you playing against the Celtics, bro, if you ain't putting pressure on the offensive on defense, but it's like you can't have just like especially like Robert Williams. I mean, you can't have the dudes just wanting to sag it off. Especially when KD got the ball in his hands.
It'll be interesting, man. I think Brooklyn gonna probably sneak a move in here during the
They could though. It could though, but I mean, it should be Joe Harris and Seth Curry. Maybe Patty Mills got to go because he been DNP. He definitely probably got to go. He been DNP.
Package them all up. I ain't heard shit from Joe Harris the whole year. Is he alive?
He got to go because like at one point you can't get paid all that money and your job is to shoot the ball and you ain't doing it. So it's like that's really that simple with that.
I don't see his value on the team. Like I don't see where he fits.
It's gonna be harder. I mean, I think they can trade him, but it ain't gonna be like the question is like what they gonna get in return from him.
Exactly, because he ain't doing shit. And other teams gonna be like, well, this motherfucker ain't did shit in 2 years, 3 years.
He was struggling. He was struggling in the playoffs when Kyrie against Harvard got down.
Yeah, he was struggling, and then he didn't play at all last year. So it's like, what? Why is he here?
He shooting 38% from the 3-point line. That ain't bad, but that ain't to his standards though. He was doing like 42. He was shooting like 40, almost 50, like 45% from the 3-point line. Mm-hmm. He averaging 8.5 points a game. Yeah, it ain't.
He gonna get too much back. And how much is he making a year?
Shoot, let me see. He making a decent amount.
Like at least like 20.
18. God damn.
Yeah. That's gonna be hard to move that shit.
Then 19 the next year after that 20. Like shoot.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if they probably stuck with him.
Eric Gordon, but shit, you probably gotta get some. The thing is, though, they only got a lot of first round draft picks. That's their problem too, though. Because they traded their picks to Sixers, Philadelphia. So it's like, dang. Well, I think it's the other way around, but
we'll see, man. It's gonna be interesting, man. Like I said, I got y'all going back to the finals. Even though y'all in a slump, that happens. It's a long 82 game season. I don't really buy into that at all. I'm not gonna underrated or overrated. It's just what happens. But y'all still the best team in the Eastern Conference to me. I think Milwaukee got the best player in Giannis, but I think y'all got a better team. And when the playoffs start, we'll see how everybody line up. I hope my team can get in there and do some damage to one of those teams.
It's a lot of young, nice players in the league, man. It's gonna be very interesting. The league gonna be in good hands.
Yeah, it is. Like I was saying, I don't think the NBA gonna have one guy be the face of the league like LeBron or Jordan and none of that. I think it's gonna be a few of them that they put up in the forefront.
Yeah,
like Tatum, Luka, Ja Morant, Zion. It's gonna be a few of them.
There's gonna be a lot.
I think it's gonna go back to how it was in the '80s, where they celebrate team versus individual. I think they're gonna go back to that template where your team is getting celebrated.
Yeah, they definitely gonna add some. They definitely got to add some teams though too. To be honest with you, because it's like you got all these young players on one team now. Because that's the other thing too. That the Cavs, like, is Evan Mobley going to be that franchise player? Because Don Mitchell there, and he's not even his prime yet. And he's young. Is Evan Mobley going to be the franchise player on that team? Of course, I think he can be. So that's gonna be. It's like that's the thing though. You have a young team like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he could be, but I don't think he could be that with Mitchell on the team. Mitchell shoot way too much.
Well, I'm not saying he don't gotta be the scorer, of course, but like let's say like if he could turn out like a KG.
That's a good ceiling. That's a good ceiling. That's a perfect ceiling, actually. But I don't think his motor run high like KG's did. KG had that assertiveness about him. Mobley is real reserved and laid back. He don't have like that edge to him like KG had. But talent wise, I 1,000% agree. With the defense.
Yeah, so it's definitely gonna be interesting. You got all these young teams, like even like the Orlando Magic. I mean, we all know that's Paolo's team. But like the question, they still got like young talent. Like, okay, then who's the second? Who's gonna be the second guy? Who's gonna be the third guy? So I don't know, but yeah, I'm about to shut this down.
All right, good night, True.
It's been good.
Merry
Happy
Christmas,
holidays.
everybody.
Yeah.
It's gonna be some good. It's gonna be some good games. Peace, salute. It was a good stream. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Hope you have a good holidays. I hope y'all, you know what I mean? Hey, if y'all spend time with your families, all that, it's dope. It's your boy True. Deuces. Peace. I'm out.